Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from a semi-basement apartment discussing the 2019 dark comedy thriller, Parasite. This film was directed by Bong Joon Ho and written by Bong Joon Ho and Han Jin-won. Despite being the first film Bong made in Korea in about 10 years, Parasite would become his most internationally acclaimed work. Both ground and record-breaking, Parasite is a genre-straddling experience that challenges the audience's morality and forces us to examine the duality that exists between those who navigate this world from a place of monetary abundance and those who struggle without that financial security. Complete with memorable and complex characters, poignant social commentary, and an unpredictable story complete with twists and turns, Parasite is certainly a film that latches on and refuses to let go. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Kristen Lofton, Eggy, Jason the Ghost, Halisa, Scarly D, Twitchy Witchy Girl, and Smelly Poo Poo Head. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. This film is also my birthday pick for the year. So, what did you guys think of Parasite the first time you saw it?
I don't remember exactly when it was that we watched it. I know you showed it to me, babe, and we watched it together. The first time I watched it, I was very, I don't want to say confused. I was just very watching it was like, oh shit, it's an experience because of the things that go on in the movie and kind of how the story plays out. So it is a bit of a, oh, well, what's this? Oh, that's happening. Oh my God. I did enjoy this movie. Watching it for the show, I still do enjoy the movie. It is still really good. I say it, I think I say it enough times. I don't like things when they're, I guess I want to say over 2 hours. It's not all of them, but if it's over the 2 hour mark, it's like, let's see where you're going. But it is, for me, it's a little long. For me, the movie is a tad bit too long. There are, I have a bit of nitpicky things that, honestly, I can be honest and say they're not really problems. They're just things that personally I didn't enjoy. But god damn, what a good movie. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on in the movie, what it's saying, what it's doing. But I will be honest, I I think towards, after watching it again, I still was I have a different, I guess, understanding of everybody in the movie now. So
That's fair.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of like, oh, okay then.
Yeah, we'll talk.
But
it
is really, really good.
No, I think I would go so far as to say that I love this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the first time that Nay and I watched it, it was probably immediately pre-pandemic?
Yeah.
And it was from all of the buzz that we heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it landed on one of the streaming services, or maybe we even rented it.
I don't remember.
Either way.
Yeah.
We watched it. And I immediately understood why all of this buzz, all of this recognition.
Mm-hmm.
And after watching it, I was really glad to see that this kind of film did get that level of recognition.
Yeah.
And praise.
Okay.
And awards.
Mm-hmm.
But I just remember being really blown away by it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was one of those films that you watch it the first time and you're like, I'm going to have to watch this again because I'm sure that there's stuff that I missed.
Yeah.
Or things that I would like to take the time to dissect and kind of appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a really high level of really good social commentary in it. I think that the way that everything is conveyed is really impressive.
Right.
The craft at play, is that right?
Sure. Yeah.
The craft here is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant production design. The cinematography is fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
I love the music. I think the film itself just feels so thoughtful and fluid.
Right.
And I think that that's why, for me, the runtime doesn't become an issue.
Mm-hmm.
I think you hit a certain point where it just takes off, and you may have like an hour left, but to me, it did not feel like an hour.
No, yeah, that I will agree. Once you get to a certain point, things do, the time doesn't become an issue. It is just watching the story unfold.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I think it was just that front half that felt very long.
It's the longer half, for sure. But I feel like there's a reason for that.
No, I get it.
But I can't really talk about it yet.
No, yeah. And they do. I think they have a lot to tackle, but the film is also a lot of things.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Like, I was so amazed. It's darkly hilarious sometimes.
Yeah.
It is tragic. It's horrific a lot of times.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And thought-provoking. Sometimes it's kind of a little bit aggravating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is like you said, where it's like, we may be following these people,
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean that they're right 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Or that we agree with every single thing that they're doing, which does make for an interesting dynamic.
It does.
Because you're like, I know I'm along for the ride, but it's like, God damn, everyone's kind of messing up.
Yeah.
But I think, like, one of the things I came away with this time that I guess I didn't the first time because I had more time to think about it, this film is an excellent argument for class solidarity.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I feel like there is such an interesting commentary on desperation and how far people will go to escape circumstances.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know. It's a really remarkable film, and I don't think that I could say any more about it, really. I'm very impressed by it.
Yeah, I agree. I really love this movie. Obviously, I picked it for my birthday movie. And I think that was the perfect opportunity to do it because this film is a lot of things. It is genre straddling. It is a little bit of a lot. One of those is horror. And I thought that I would take this opportunity because, as we established, I think last year, you're not legally allowed to be mean to me on or around my birthday.
No, it's a statute. It's official.
Yeah, it's done. So you can't. And I can I can get a little more flexible with the genres.
And we will not be reading the comments.
Say whatever you want. No, just kidding. Please don't be
Please
mean.
don't.
But yeah, I think that there is a pretty heavy element of horror here after a certain point, as well as, thriller aspects. But there are moments that are so funny, especially toward the beginning. And I think that you kind of get carried away. Like we were talking about kind of taking a step back and being like, oh, hold on. Like these people that I like and am, following and watching them do things, it gets to a certain point where it's like, okay, hold on a second. But a lot of it is so light at the beginning that it like lures you into feeling like it's everything's going to be okay. We'll talk. But yeah, the first time I saw this was with UT. I immediately made John Paul watch it. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And it is one of those things where you enjoy it, but there's something else that you find every time you watch it. I think that Bong Joon Ho is just absolutely brilliant. I think he has a really unique mind in the way that he crafts and tells stories, because the way that this is told, I really, I've seen this a few times already and I was still at the edge of my seat,
Yeah, I will say that. Even knowing and remembering a lot, because I was talking with Blaine and Topher last night, and neither one of them had said they seen it. And I had told them, I said, it's funny, I've only watched it the one other time, but I remembered so much from it.
It stays
I was
with
like,
you.
this is one of those movies you watch and you're going to remember.
There's like 2 or 3 sequences that you're like, this is like an achievement.
Yes, yeah.
The way that it's put together, and I can absolutely agree that it stays with you.
And I feel like it's just one of those movies that has such a reverence around it that it's like, oh my God, you haven't seen Parasite? Watch it. And it's like, yeah, whatever. But it's like, no, really, there is something special about this. I feel like when some movies get a lot of acclaim, it's like, yeah, I know it's great. You know what I mean? But this one's really great. And again, I can't say enough about the writing and the concept and the story, but the performances are really what bring everything home. No pun intended. It's just incredible. It's really an accomplishment. But before we dive in, and I can't wait to, I did want to talk briefly about production.
Okay.
I did get the information for the production portion and, what I've learned throughout from features on the Criterion release, IGN, Vulture, The Hollywood Reporter, from the Intercom, GQ, Entertainment Weekly, Vanity Fair, and a press conference that they did at Cannes Film Festival.
Okay.
So this all started when a friend of Bong's that was in theater encouraged him to write a stage play. Bong Joon Ho remembered that when he was in college, his then girlfriend and now wife was an English tutor for a middle school student. She recommended him as her friend from university to tutor the kid for math. So Bong gets the job, although he's not very good at math, but he's in. He remembered that one time the boy had taken him up to the second floor where he'd never been to show him their new sauna. And it was like peeking into another world and spying on this family who lived so differently than he did.
Okay.
Sounds very familiar.
Yeah.
He was impressed with their wealth, but he was ultimately fired because he was hanging out with the kid and talking more than he was actually teaching them. But the experience stuck with him. And when he started to conceive this stage play while he was working on Snowpiercer, that's what he was drawing from. But the further he got, the more that he realized this story needed to be told cinematically.
It's interesting to consider this the other way.
Yeah.
If it could have been a stage play, because I feel like it, you know?
Honestly, yes. So he finishes Snowpiercer and writes out the first half of Parasite in a 15-page treatment. He takes it to Korean studios Berenson E&A and CJ Entertainment, and he's given a $12 million budget. But next up was Okja. So Bong passes the treatment onto his production assistant from Snowpiercer, Han Jin-won. Han said that Bong sold this as a side project that he could put a couple hours into here and there, but he became so consumed with the story that he was spending nearly every waking moment on it. Han was interviewing housekeepers, drivers, tutors. He went and took lots of pictures of neighborhoods, both poverty-stricken and affluent. Bong was so impressed with the work that Han had put in that he asked him if he wanted to adapt the treatment into a screenplay.
All right.
So Han wrote 3 different versions for Bong to pull from when he wrote the final draft. When Okja came out in 2017, it was finally Parasite's turn. Bong described finishing the screenplay as watching water drain from a sink. First, it's happening so slow that you can't even tell that it's moving. Then there's a gurgle and suddenly it's all gone. He said that he wrote the last third like he was possessed. It just came through him.
Wow.
Bong finishes the screenplay and gives it to Han to read, and Han could not believe, he said, that on the front he was credited as Bong's co-writer. He said his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't even read it at first. And it's like, well, yeah. Dude, like you put a lot of work in.
Yeah, I was going to say, you did do stuff.
Yeah, a lot. But with it finished now, Bong went on to meticulously storyboard the entire film himself. The storyboards were later released, I think here, and I want to say in obviously Korea and Japan as a graphic novel.
Oh, wow.
Because it was that meticulously storyboarded.
Damn.
Everything.
I've seen some of them, and it is honestly wild.
Yeah.
The level of detail.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They shot it in about 76 days, and it premiered at Cannes Film Festival in 2019, where it would be the first Korean film to win the Palme d'Or.
Okay.
Then at the Academy Awards, it won for Best International Film, Best Director, and Best Original Screenplay. It would also be the very first non-English language film to win Best Picture.
Damn.
Well deserved.
And perhaps most notably, as I've said, it is my birthday pick for Pod Mortem to cover this year.
Most notably.
Who wrote this? So let's get into it.
All right.
Now, before we respect this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Podmortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's cross the line. Bells chime over the production vanity plates before giving way to a mellow score.
Before we get too far, I think I just want to talk about something I read about the score, which was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The composer is a guy called Jung Jae-il, and I believe he worked with Bong Joon Ho on Okja, Snowpiercer, and I know Mickey 17.
Hell yeah.
But on this film, the opening of it, it took 4 tries of music that he submitted to Bong to get it approved.
Okay.
And he had said that after the 3rd try, he was just feeling so depressed. And so he went to sleep. He woke up the next morning and he just sat at his piano and improvised a melody that he thought might work. And then he sent it in. And that was the one that got accepted.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
But the film opens in a semi-basement apartment, peering up at the street above. A rack suspends drying socks from the ceiling, and we get the title written clean in black against the window, Parasite. It disappears when a car quietly rides by, replaced by the cast's credits. We pan down into the Kim family apartment to find Ki Woo, played by Choi Woo-shik, sitting on the couch.
Choi Woo-shik. We did talk about him on Train to Busan.
We did, yeah. And he's great in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he's on his phone, and when he types in a password that is swiftly denied, he laments, "We're screwed. No more free Wi-Fi." He gets up, rubbing his eye as he calls out to his sister, reporting that the lady upstairs put a password on. His sister, Ki Jung, played by Park So-dam, is already coming out of the bathroom, drying her hair. She proposes that he try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but he already did. No luck.
Park So-dam. I did see a lot of TV credits. I did see the ones that, for me, I'll be honest, looked really interesting. The Priests from 2015 and Special Delivery from 2022.
Okay.
But a lot of TV. A lot of these actors in this movie did TV as well.
She's excellent in this.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Bong Joon Ho had said that he worked with Choi Woo-shik on Okja.
Mm-hmm.
And so he knew that he wanted him to play Ki Woo. And when he saw pictures of Park So-dam, he was like, they look like brother and sister.
Okay.
It is really good casting.
They
Yeah.
really do. And so that's what he wanted. He said that in Korea, there are like little photo studios. And so in neighborhoods, there will be pictures of families just along the street that the photo studios took, and you can just look at the picture and be like, that's dad, that's mom, that's big brother, little sister, whatever. And so he wanted this family, if you looked at a snapshot of them, to be like, oh, they're the Kim family.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah.
and he said that he really felt that with them as brother and sister.
Okay.
But Ki Jung heads into her room, and we follow Ki Woo to the next one, where we find his parents. His mother, Chung Suk, played by Jong Hae Jin, sits on the floor knitting, worriedly suggesting that he try the sequence of numbers backwards. When her son tells her that he already did that, she's vexed. Fuck, then we can't get WhatsApp? Ki Woo confirms this. They can't get anything.
I just want to say, if your password is literally 1 through 9,
change it right now.
Yeah, or you deserve to have your Wi-Fi stolen.
Jong Hae Jin, Love in the Big City in 2024 and Family Affair in 2019. Again, a lot of TV, a lot of stuff. I'll be honest again that I hadn't seen. But a lot of it is really highly rated.
Yeah. I will, and I'm just going to keep saying this every time. She's really great at
Yeah, everyone is.
They are.
I feel like everybody gets their moment to shine.
Yes.
And it's pretty great.
But Ki Woo's father, Ki Taek, played by Song Kang Ho, has been lying on the floor with his back to them.
Song Kang Ho, we talked about him in Thirst.
We sure the fuck did.
But
I'm so excited to see him.
Yeah, but I do believe too, he is in Snowpiercer.
Yes.
You're saying 2013, Memories of Murder.
Yes.
Oh, so good.
I feel like he's one of those actors that if you see his name attached to something, you're like, this is quality.
He's incredible. Before Bong had even finished writing the screenplay, he said that he knew he wanted Song Kang Ho in this role.
Okay.
He said that even when something is totally wild, his performance makes it believable. And Choi Woo-shik said that the whole cast looked up to him, but this marks their 4th collaboration.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Chung Suk calls out to him now, kicking at him with her foot. When he ignores her and scratches his ass, she calls him out. Don't fucking pretend to be asleep. She asks what he thinks about this. Ki Woo stands in the doorway, holding his phone higher and at different angles as she lists off the problems. First, their phones were shut off, and now the Wi-Fi is shut off. Ki Taek finally sits up, and Chung Suk leans forward with her knitting, asking her husband with a grin, "What's your plan?"
Interesting.
Yeah. We'll circle back. On the wall, we see 2 frames. One contains a photo of Chung Suk mid-shot put, and the other houses her silver medal. Ki Taek sits at the table in the kitchen. He digs into a bag of bread as he advises his son. He needs to hold his phone high for the Wi-Fi and stick it in every corner. Ki Woo does as he's told, wandering down the hall of the apartment as Ki Taek eats his bread. He turns his attention to the table, though, and he catches sight of a bug. He mutters, annoyed at the damn stink bugs, before flicking it away. Stink is a big component of the film. So rewatching this, I was like, oh, of course it's a fucking stink bug.
Right.
But Ki Woo has found a signal. It's in the bathroom, up on the higher ledge where the toilet sits next to the window. Ki Jung follows him in with her own phone, and her brother advises her. It's Coffeeland 2G. He wonders if a new cafe opened. Ki Jung continues waving her phone around, unable to catch the signal, but Ki Woo invites her up on the ledge with him, and the two cluster together next to the toilet.
I do think it's funny that this is how we meet them, stealing Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, all right, because I mean, again, we have gotten used to where when we go somewhere, there is usually free Wi-Fi. But here it's like, no,
they're
we
at
don't.
home.
Yeah, we're at home.
But it makes them very relatable.
No, yeah.
And they're already working together.
That's
Yes, yeah.
That's true. Chung Suk sticks her head into the bathroom, and when she finds out that it did work, she tells them to check WhatsApp. She's expecting correspondence from Pizza Generation. Ki Woo scrolls until he finds the message, and we cut to an empty pizza box being folded on the floor, the discarded bits of cardboard landing next to a bare foot. Ki Woo comes in the room with his phone, and we see that it's Ki Taek, Chung Suk, and Ki Jung all on the floor folding the boxes. The stacks of completed ones are stacked behind them. But Ki Woo comes in with the video, informing his family that if they could go as fast as her, they could finish all these today. He sets up his phone to display his screen where a woman, pro pizza boxer played by Brianna Gray, stands in a shop, quickly and expertly folding boxes. The family clamors that she's a pro and they wonder if they should stand up too. They're like, that's our problem.
Yeah. We're too relaxed.
But they're distracted when Chung Suk spots someone out the window. A man with a mask over his face is fumigating the street, spreading a thick white cloud of smoke. Ki Woo didn't know they still did this kind of thing, but Ki Jung tells him to go close the window. Ki Tek stops him, though. He tells his son to leave it open. They can get a free extermination and kill the stink bugs. As the white cloud approaches the windows, Chung Suk agrees that there are too many stink bugs. The chemicals rain down on the family and the pizza boxes
It's troubling.
that they continue to fold on the floor. Chung Suk starts to cough violently, and Ki Jung tries to wave the cloud away from them with the pizza box. She complains that it stinks and points out to Ki Woo that she told him to close the window. Ki Woo asks his father again if he should close it, but Ki Tek doesn't answer. He continues folding boxes stoically, moving faster now as his eyes stayed glued to the professional box folder on Ki Woo's phone screen.
I did want to talk a little bit about the construction of this semi-basement apartment.
Okay.
The production designer of this film was a guy called Lee Ha-jun, and he actually was the production designer for Okja, another Bong Joon Ho.
Okay.
But I saw an interview with him on the Criterion Blu-ray. It was a featurette called Space as a Character, which is a great name, by the way.
Ooh.
Because it truly does play such a role in this film.
Yeah.
There are two major locations, one that we'll talk about a lot more later because there's a lot more to it.
Yeah.
But they had this idea of trying to find real-world locations to make this film first.
Okay.
But Bong Joon Ho, he is so meticulous and detailed that his storyboards and his, I guess, blueprints for these locations that he had crafted based on necessities for the story made it to where it was basically impossible to find a real world location that could fit for either of these.
Okay.
Damn.
They had talked about it. Lee mentioned it. I guess Bong Joon Ho's nickname on set was Bong Tail, which he said was because of how detailed he is with everything. And so they just combined and everybody called him Bongtail on the crew.
That's hilarious.
But he had such specific outlines that it necessitated the need to build all of these locations.
Yeah.
So the two major locations that we spend all of our time with in this film are completely fabricated sets.
That's crazy.
That's honestly appalling.
Yeah.
Yes, it's unbelievable. Especially, I mean, they both just seem so real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this semi-basement apartment, it drew upon real-life experiences of Lee to construct it because he said that he himself lived in a semi-basement apartment whenever he was going to college.
Yeah.
And so even the construction of this bathroom that seems so interesting and elaborate,
Yeah.
where the toilet is literally a throne,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is very similar to what he experienced when living in one of these.
That's crazy.
And so a lot of the details, the hanging of the socks, like so many things that are specific and kind of esoteric for having lived in such a condition
Yeah.
are really drawn from his own life.
It feels that way, though. Like, it feels very lived in.
Yeah.
Yes. And we'll talk more about where exactly this semi-basement set was constructed, but we can't later without spoiling something.
Right.
But he had said that there was such an intent in every single detail of every design. And you do see half of this apartment is underground, half of it is above ground. And so to Bong Joon Ho, it's signifying this idea of being almost in this limbo where you are feeling at your lowest, but at the same time, you still have this hope for more.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And if that doesn't describe the Kim family's situation,
Yeah.
you know, I really don't know what can.
Yeah.
No, it's perfect.
But he even said, Lee, that they lined this area of this set with food waste. And so it legitimately attracted bugs
Oh, wow.
and flies and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
And so it was a very realistic depiction of this kind of a
Damn.
neighborhood.
Okay.
They're like, those are real pesticides. Right?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
We really, that was Song Kang Ho talking. But he said that there are, or at least there were, they're not as many anymore. Lee said that there are a lot of neighborhoods exactly like this.
Yeah.
But in South Korea, they're undergoing a lot of reconstruction and revitalization.
Okay.
And so they would go and tour neighborhoods like this and take elements from it to use in these designs.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes would outright take doors and take windows.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And put them into the set.
Yeah.
And so they really are these like living, breathing sets that do feel so legitimate because they really are elements of this real life experience.
Right.
No, yeah, that's really cool. That makes me just think of like Sam Raimi is putting his crew through shit.
Right.
He's just like, look, you guys are just gonna live in shit. Like I
Yeah.
want you to get in character.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there is this interesting parallel as well with the other location that we'll see, because it's like, well, what do the Kims see through their window?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And what does this mean for them? You know, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Later, the CEO of the pizza place, played by Jang Yi-seo, stands at their door holding one of these boxes. Chung-suk challenges her, asking exactly what the problem is. So the CEO informs her, taking the box in her hand as an example. She asks Chung-suk if she would really call this a straight line. She wonders why there's a crease along the top, why one of the pieces inside is sticking up. She tells Chung-suk, you didn't even fold it. The rest of the family watches from the hallway as she continues that a quarter of them are like this. 1 in 4 of the boxes are rejects. Chung-suk turns to look back at Ki-taek, and Ki-woo and Ki-jung's eyes flit up to him as well. And in the screenplay, because I did skim as much of it as I could, it is very apparent that the quarter of the fucked up boxes are directly Ki-taek. It's all him.
Him trying to go beast mode.
Yeah.
I guess. Because you're like, damn, Dad's fucking getting it because he's watching the
Yeah.
thing.
No, he's
no,
not.
No, he's not.
No,
No,
he's-
slow down.
He's struggling. Yeah.
Struggling. There is this kind of theme of inferiority when it comes to Ki-taek, and we kind of glossed over that silver medal that Chung-suk won that's on the wall in the dining room, but Bong had said that that's almost underlining that kind of inferiority where it's like he's not the smartest one in the house.
Mm-hmm.
He's not making the most money. He's not even the strongest. Like
No.
stereotypically what the dad should be. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right.
It's like, no, he's kind of at the bottom.
He's the oldest.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
Wisdom.
Nobody can take that away from him. Chung-suk follows the woman outside, asking if she's really going to dock 10% from their pay, which really, I was like, that's generous.
It is.
Yeah.
And joke's on you, they're all contaminated. Like,
Oh yeah.
you
They
take
are
what
going-
you...
They're dusted.
They are going to poison the pizzas that you put inside of them. But give me all my money. But like if she was like, I'm only going to pay you 75%, like that's fair.
It is. No, it is.
You ruined a quarter of them. But Ki-woo follows behind, loading more of the boxes into the woman's vehicle. She turns to Chung-suk, pointing out that with all the boxes that were done wrong, that's actually a really low penalty.
Yeah.
And it is. But Chung-suk is devastated. She asks, when the pay is already so low, how can she do this to them? Ki-woo is helping the CEO's brother, played by Jo Jae-myung, load the boxes into the van when the CEO turns back with an exasperated sigh. She tells Chung-suk that this isn't some minor issue. One shitty box could damage their brand's image. Ki-taek watches from the apartment window as Chung-suk scoffs. Her brand? She can't even afford a box folder. The CEO is offended, but Ki-woo hurries over with a good-natured chuckle. I laughed out loud because
Yeah.
she's like, let me bring you down to earth real quick.
Dude.
But you're begging her for work.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say you're gonna blow up her spot, dude.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Referring to her as boss, he points out that this is all because her part-time worker went AWOL, right? And just when that Love of God church made a huge pickup order. The CEO can't help but laugh and ask how he knows about that. Who told him? As Ki Jung saunters over, Ki Woo points at her, explaining that his sister knows the guy. Ki Jung co-signs, adding that the guy was always a little strange. He has a bad reputation. But Ki Woo gets back to the business at hand. They'll accept the 10% penalty in return for her hiring him as the new part-time worker. Ki Jung grins as her brother buttons up his shirt and straightens his posture. The CEO loses her upper hand when her brother whines from behind her. Sis, we need someone.
You were already getting a great deal.
Yeah.
Like, in exchange for the great deal you're giving us, we also would request
Give me more.
Yes.
That's impressive, really. And it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suddenly, the Kims surround the CEO. Chung Suk, Ki Jung, and Ki Woo encircle her as we press in tighter. Ki Jung suggests that the CEO just ditch the guy she's got now. Fire him. Ki Woo picks up a dropped box and offers to come in for the formal interview tomorrow. What time? They're bold.
Yeah.
And no shame whatsoever. The CEO shifts uncomfortably. She tells him to let her think about it first, and Ki Woo accepts this. For now, then, she can just pay them for those boxes. The CEO digs into the pouch around her waist, removing a stack of cash, and she starts to count it out. He's like, you can just give us money now then. We cut to the Kim family in their apartment, gathered at the table. Ki Tech announces that they are gathered here today to celebrate the reconnection of their phones and this bounteous Wi-Fi. Ki Woo is nodding and listening to his speech, but Ki Jung and Chung Suk are already drinking their beers and snacking. But Ki Tech catches sight of a drunk man, played by Kim Kyu Baek, stumbling in the street above. He tells his family to look at that bastard. It's not even dark yet. Chung Suk reminds him that she said to put up a no urinating sign, which is a lot.
Yeah.
But Ki Tech says that signs like that just makes them piss more. Ki Jung tells her brother to at least yell at him, but Ki Tech quickly and calmly tells him not to. Ki Woo listens to his father. And we're only a couple scenes in, but it feels like, I think that there's a lot of love in this family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that Chung Suk, and I think that Chung Suk and Ki Jung are just like, whatever. Like when their dad or husband talks.
Yeah.
Ki Woo really like hangs on every word his father says.
Mm-hmm.
When she's like, close the window. No, don't. He doesn't. Go yell at him. No, don't. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Even when he's like, the reconnection of our phones, Ki Woo's like, hell yeah. Like he's got his drink too. Like he's really hanging on to everything he says. And I think that's kind of important for a scene later. But the other two are just like,
No.
like we're just eating. Like we don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
But you think about the concept of respect in this film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone pulls up on a motorcycle. Taking off his helmet, Min, played by Park Seo-joon, tells the drunk man that this isn't a toilet. The man starts to come at Min, who cradles a large box in his hands. But when the drunk guy gets closer, Min bellows at him to get a fucking grip, and the once threatening drunk man cowers away. Ki Woo has risen to his feet in the anticipation of potential trouble, but Ki Tech just beams at what he's seen. He can't help but marvel as he nudges his son. What an impressive friend! And Chung Suk agrees. College students have a real vigor to them, but Ki Jung quips, not like my brother.
It's like, so I guess Ki Woo didn't go to college.
Yeah.
We're learning a lot.
Starting to.
Ki Tech suddenly asks if Min is coming here. Did Ki Woo invite him? Ki Woo quickly denies this, jumping when Min lets himself in through the front door. He calls out a hello to the family, taking off his shoes as he comes inside. He tells Ki Woo that he sent him a text. Didn't he see it? But when he rounds the corner to find them all at the table, he apologizes for interrupting their meal. They happily dismiss this, and when Min tells Ki Jung hello, she smiles brightly at him and returns the greeting. But Ki Woo wonders why Min has come here. He chuckles that they could have met outside, but Min indicates that large box in his hands. This is why. He tells Ki Woo that it's for him, but it's so heavy. Ki Jung, Chung Suk, and Ki Tech scramble to clear their beers and junk food so that Min can set the box down. When he does, we can hear its weight, and a gold lock jingles against its rich, polished wood. Min explains that when his grandfather heard he was coming to see Ki-woo, he insisted that he bring this. Min unlocks the box and opens the lid. Inside is a large and strange-looking stone nestled onto a display stand. We peer up at Ki-woo's face from inside the box, but it's Ki-tek that picks it up immediately, looking at it with wonder. He asks, is it a landscape type? Or you could see it as an abstract type. Min shares a glance with Ki-woo, impressed that Ki-tek really knows these. He says that his grandfather has collected scholars' rocks since he was a cadet, and now every room in his house, the annex, the study, they're all filled with these. It's like, okay, you got a big house.
Yeah.
we get it.
The den.
Yeah, all right. You have like 3 living rooms. I do want to say, and maybe this is a little bit of a reach, but us looking up at Ki-woo from inside the box was giving a little trunk shot like Tarantino to me.
I thought that.
Okay.
Yeah, and in his Oscar speech, he thanked Tarantino because he said that he won over Tarantino, but he said that when nobody knew who he was, Tarantino would always put his films on his favorites lists, and it made people check him out.
Okay.
So he thanked him, and this felt like a little bit of a nod. Maybe that's a reach.
No,
Yeah.
I can see that. And there is a moment later that feels like a direct homage to Reservoir Dogs.
Okay.
And so I feel like there's some stuff throughout.
Could be. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is it the feet?
No,
No.
he wasn't that blatant. Blatant.
Blatant. It's with the slacks.
Yeah.
So it was Kill Bill. Reference.
We'll get there. We'll figure it out. I will say, too, that Bong said that these scholar stones are a real thing in Korea, but that men gifting one like this would be a little odd.
Okay. It is a cool thing.
It
though.
looks fucking cool.
Yeah.
It does.
I want one.
Hell yeah.
I think too, and then I'll get back to the, to the subject at hand. I think that it is interesting as well that Ki-tek, how impressed he is with this stone, and he like knows what it is and is kind of describing, the different kinds of it or what it could be classified as or whatever. And the fact that he's like, oh yeah, my grandpa has like 500 of these, like they're fucking everywhere. Like it's so to his family, it's just like whatever. We have one in every room. But to Ki-tek, this is like, oh, like he's in awe. And there's something there, I think.
Yeah.
Well, he just seems incredibly impressed by everything that Min does.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
But Ki-woo takes the heavy scholar stone now, holding it up and inspecting it. Min continues that this stone is said to bring material wealth to families, but Ki-woo interrupts him. This is so metaphorical. Ki-tek agrees that it's a very opportune gift. He implores that Min bring their deepest gratitude back to his grandfather, but Chung-suk scoffs. Food would have been better. Ki-jong gently smacks her mother's arm.
You don't get to touch the stone. You've lost all stone privileges. What's that?
She doesn't give a shit, dude.
Yeah.
But they just ate very well.
Tonight,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
they lost 10% of their pay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and that was the pizza boxes.
Later, Ki-woo comes out of a convenience store with the bag and sits with Min at a small outside table. As Ki-woo pours soju for himself and his friend, he asks what that was called again, a landscape stone? He asks if Min collects those rocks too, and Min says that thanks to that rock, he got to see Ki-woo's parents today, and they look healthy. The two clink their cups, and before he downs his shot, Ki-woo agrees that they're plenty healthy. They're just out of work. Min asks if Ki-jong is taking lessons, but Ki-woo explains simply that she can't afford lessons. He takes another shot. Simply changing gears, Min displays a photo of a girl on his phone. He asks that she's cute, right? Ki-woo nods, asking if that's the girl he's been tutoring. It is, Park Da-hae. But now Ki-woo is going to be her English tutor. Ki-woo is confused, but Min tells him that he'll tutor a rich kid. It pays well. He assures him that she's a nice girl and he just has to look after her while Min is studying abroad. They keep taking shots, and Ki-woo can't help but wonder why he wouldn't ask one of his university friends. Why ask a loser like him? Ki-woo chuckles at his own question, but Min is honest. Why do you think? He admits that just the thought of it makes him sick. Those disgusting frat boys slobbering over her. He stresses that it's revolting, and he literally spits. Ki-woo understands now. You like her. The two share a laugh, but Min snaps back to being serious. When Da-hae enters university, he'll officially ask her out. But until then, he needs Ki-woo to keep an eye on her. If it's Ki-woo, he can leave in peace. Ki-woo thanks him for his trust, but does he have to pretend to be a college student? Min implores his friend to just think about it as a bus speeds by behind them. And Bong timed this bus to go by at this specific moment. It took 3 times to get it right. Like he timed it with the bus schedule.
Bong tail.
Bong tail.
Yeah.
But Min continues that for years, including his military service, Ki-woo took the university entrance exam 4 times. Grammar, vocabulary, composition, conversation. When it comes to English, he can teach it 10 times better than those drunk college pricks.
So this is where, because he's clearly embiggening him with these compliments.
Yeah.
But the whole, if it's you, I can leave in peace, felt two-sided. Kind of a little backhanded to say, because she's not going to fall for you.
I don't got to worry about you. Yeah.
But also at the same time, it is a matter of saying, I trust you.
You're my friend.
Yeah, that's kind of how I took it. I'm like, okay, are you wanting me to do it like you're saying because I'm not a threat, or is it just because you do trust me?
You trust me and you don't trust anybody else.
Yeah. And what do you mean you took it 4 times?
Yeah. Well, he didn't. He failed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of experience.
Yeah, it is. It is.
True.
Yeah.
Ki-woo reasons that he guesses so, but will they even hire him if he's not a college student? Min tells him to just fake it. He'll already have his recommendation, plus he drifts off, wondering how he can describe the mother. Finally, he settles on simple, young and simple. Ki-woo doesn't understand, but Min assures him that it's all good. He had fun there. He asks if he agrees, and Ki-woo reluctantly does. Min shifts to Ki-jung now. He asks if Ki-woo said that his sister is artistic, like good at Photoshop. We see Ki-jung, a cigarette balanced between her fingers as she types and clicks on the computer, expertly photoshopping documents with the watermark from Yonsei University. Ki-woo marvels. With skills like these, why can't his sister get into art school? Ki-jung casually tells him to shut up.
I did hear on commentary that this is Bong's alma mater.
Oh, that's great.
And he said that they were pretty pleased to be a part of the film in this way.
We pan out to find them in an internet cafe. Ki-woo watches over her shoulder while Ki-jung squints her eyes against the cigarette smoke coming from between her lips. A member of the internet cafe staff, played by Hwang In-kyung, comes over and alerts them that there's no smoking in here. Ki-woo takes a cup from her, and when he presents it to Ki-jung to get rid of her cigarette, she only taps the ashes into it. Ki-jung finishes the document off with one more logo, and we cut to Ki-tek admiring it in the kitchen. He asks, impressed, if Oxford has a major in document forgery, because Ki-jung would be at the top of her class. Ki-woo agrees that she's amazing as he takes the document and starts toward the door, dressed smartly in slacks and a blazer. He passes Chung-suk, who scrubs the stone, and shares with it that their boy is going for a job interview. Wish him luck. Before Ki-woo can leave, though, Ki-tek calls out to his son. He tells him sincerely that he's proud of him. Ki-woo shares that he doesn't see this document as forgery or crime. He will go to this university next year.
I'm glad that you don't see it.
That's all that matters.
I don't know if other people will feel the same.
Would agree.
But that's good.
It is. I understand we need a job, but it again, for me, it seems like we're all cool with this.
Right.
You know what's happening. You know what she did. You know he didn't go to university or he's not yet or whatever. We're still letting this happen.
They are. Here's my thing.
No, I know we need a job. We
need a job.
I get it.
And he's qualified.
I think that's what's so difficult about job searches, period.
Yeah.
Because it is like you are absolutely qualified. In fact, you're beyond qualified over the people that seemingly have their degree, but you're 10 times.
Yeah.
But without this degree, you won't
You're
even
nothing.
be looked at.
Yeah.
How's that fair?
It's not.
Yeah.
Well, it's like one of those where it's like, well, you can't have the job if you don't have experience, but you can't get the experience because you can't get the job because you don't have the experience. It's like that where it's like he is qualified.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that it's so heavily like goes to the commentary of when it's people like us, whoever they recommend, maybe we don't look so close.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we don't call anybody because they're one of us and they said you're cool. So now you're one of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes you kind of, I don't know, society as a whole and upward mobility when access to the ladders is so controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very controlled. It's like a secret society almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Key Tech is amazed. Oh, so you've got a plan. Ki Woo explains that he just printed out this document a little early. His parents watch him as he climbs the stairs up to the street and rounds the corner. Ki Woo walks up the sloping street, passing a high wall covered in climbing ivy. He consults the address in his hand, seeming a little lost as he turns and looks around, but he finally finds an intercom outside of the house. He rings it, and when the voice on the other end asks who it is, he greets her warmly. He explains that he's here on Min's recommendation, and she's like, "Oh, right, come on in." The door next to Ki Woo unlocks and opens by itself, and after a moment of hesitation, Ki Woo steps through, where he finds a set of stone steps leading up to the house. Ki Woo climbs them, the bright sun shining above, and he can't help but spin around once he reaches the top, taking in the lawn, vibrant and green, surrounded by lush trees and bushes, with dutiful sprinklers watering in unison. It's not until someone calls out to him that he turns and greets her.
So this was another location, again, completely built for the production. Lee, the production designer, had mentioned it on that featurette.
Yeah.
And he had said that they just kept running into issues where the house would fit what they needed, but the yard wouldn't, or the yard would and the house wouldn't, or both of them would, but then the owner wouldn't let them film there. So it was just problem after problem. And then he thought about it and he's like, there are such specific things story-wise that Bong is requesting, where it's not only just, okay, we need this to be the layout of the house, but we need this to overlook this, so when this character goes here, you can see this, or blind spots where a character can hide for a particular thing, where you need that, or the camera movement, and it's too specific, we have to build it. And so they did, from scratch.
Damn.
They built it on, I believe they said, an old track lot. And so literally everything that you see is completely fabricated. They said that the difficulty was trying to think of it in the way an architect would and not a production designer.
Okay.
And so Lee is like, I'm not a fucking architect.
Yeah.
So he relied on his friends who happened to be architects. He would send them designs and say, does this even make any sense? And they would say yes, or they'd say no. You need to do this to make it to where it's actually functional or efficient. And so he would, and he followed all of these instructions and the very specific outlines that Bong himself created.
Yeah.
But the wild thing to me is you see Ki Woo standing outside of this house, and it's just, he's marveling at it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is a massive portion of the foliage outside completely fabricated by CG.
What?
Okay.
But the entire second floor of this house does not exist.
What?
I was waiting for the matte painting.
No, honestly, yeah. The first,
the only thing that would have surprised me more.
The first floor that they built was completely legitimate.
That's crazy.
Interior and exterior, but you see these big, giant blue panels that were put there to later be formatted to create a CG second floor.
That's
That's
crazy.
wild. That's amazing work.
Yeah.
All around.
Yeah, and you see, once you enter this house and kind of explore it and everything, you see why production design, unfortunately they didn't win, but was one of the things that was nominated for an Academy Award.
Yeah.
I believe this is a real house.
Yes. Moon Gwang, played by Lee Jong-un, stands in the doorway, dressed in a matching brown top and skirt set and slippers. When Ki-woo incorrectly assumes that she's the lady of the house, she clarifies that she just works here and invites him inside. Ki-woo tells her that the yard is so nice, and she replies that the inside is nice too.
Lee Jong-un. She is in The Book of Fish in 2021 and Okja in 2017. I still want to watch it.
I know.
I do too. I feel like a lot is asked of her in this role.
Yes.
And she really delivers.
Yeah.
But Ki-woo follows her inside, and Moon Gwang doesn't break her stride. She walks past the windowed walls, asking if Ki-woo has ever heard of the famous architect Nam Goong. He used to live here, and he designed the home himself. Just a little fun fact, Nam Goong was the name of Song Kang-ho's character in Snowpiercer.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. The fact of the house being designed by an architect being part of its story,
Yeah.
that's what puts so much pressure on Lee.
Yeah, I bet. They move through the spacious room, but before Moon Gwang leads him into the next one, she hops up to snatch a toy arrow from the top of the door frame. Once they enter the next room, Moon Gwang plucks up another one from the shiny floor, lamenting that now it's a playpen. Ki-woo follows her into the kitchen, clutching his forged documents. Moon Gwang instructs him to sit and she'll go get the madam. She passes through the large and pristine kitchen and out the back door, but Ki-woo can't help but stare at the luxury around him. He is in awe, gaping at a framed picture of the Park family, mother, father, teenage daughter, and young son, his prospective employers. A framed news article boasts, Nathan Park hit Central Park. A framed award presented to Nathan Park for best use of emerging and new technology. He pulls his eyes away when he hears Moon Gwang calling the madam outside. He looks through the windows to find the housekeeper, calling again, "Madam! Madam!" But the madam is slumped over the table in the lush green yard. It's not until Moon Gwang claps her hands loudly next to her face that, dressed in her high-end skirt and top, Yeon Kyo, played by Cho Yo-jong, sits up.
Cho Yo-jong. She's got credits in The Servant in 2010, The Concubine in 2012, and Hidden Face in 2024.
All right.
Again, these all have very high ratings on them.
I appreciate her performance in this film so much.
Yes.
I feel like it would be so easy to make this rich woman a very particular kind of character.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I feel like she is very nuanced.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang informs her that the tutoring candidate is here. In the dining room, cradling a small white dog in her lap, Yeon Kyo looks over the paperwork before sliding it across the table back at Ki-woo. And this dog is named Junie, played by a dog named Gamja.
Aw.
Okay.
But she tells him that she doesn't care about the documents. Min recommended him, and Min is such a brilliant human being. She smiles that she and Da-hae were so happy with him, regardless of her grades. I thought that was interesting. A little detached as she strokes Junie's fur, she still gushes that Min was just marvelous, and to be honest, they wanted to stick with him through high school, but now, all of a sudden, he's going abroad.
So you do have me thinking, regardless of her grades, does that mean that maybe Min had just not been really tutoring her at all?
Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah. Because regardless of her grades, that means her grades aren't that great.
No.
But
Yeah.
we love him.
And he loves her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang sets a mug in front of Ki-woo, and just as he raises it to his lips to take a drink, Yeon Kyo asserts that she's going to be honest with him. If he's not up to Min's standards, she doesn't really see what the point is. She smiles, clarifying that what she's saying is that the first lesson is today, and she would like to sit in and see how he runs it. We press in on her face as she switches to English. Is that okay with you?
I do at least appreciate that. I'm paying you.
Yeah.
It is just a recommendation. I need to know what I'm paying for.
And it's my kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get that.
Again, with her character, she's involved.
Yeah.
She isn't just like, here, Min said,
Whatever.
yeah, so fine.
Yeah.
No.
Still holding Junie, Yeon Kyo leads Ki-woo upstairs, leaving Moon Gwang to clear the table below, another tiny dog yapping at her heels. It's down the long hall with its modern architecture and bright light that we finally meet Da-hae, played by Jung Ji-so, answering questions in her workbook.
Jung Ji-so, The Tiger in 2015, and Holy Night, Demon Hunter 2025.
Oh.
Yeah.
That took a turn.
Yeah. The cover looks cool.
Holding a red pencil in his hand, Ki-woo asks her if she's sure about number 24. Da-hae presses her lips together and scratches at her temple, lost. Ki-woo points out that she solved the later problems, then went back to question 24. Da-hae agrees that this is true. Ki-woo gently grips her wrist with his fingers and turns her arm so that it's facing up. Across the room on the couch, Yeon Kyo sits up, concerned. Ki-woo tells his student sincerely that if that were the first question on a real exam, she'd be screwed. He raises her arm, pressing his fingers into her wrist and imploring her to look at this. Her pulse is racing. The heart doesn't lie. He tells her that an exam is like slashing your way through a jungle. If you lose that momentum, you're finished. He doesn't care about the answer to number 24. It's about slashing through the exam and dominating it. That's all he cares about. He tells Da-hae that what she needs is vigor. He nods. Vigor. He asks if she understands, but Da-hae is still staring at him wide-eyed and nervous when he gently sets her arm back down on the table. She fiddles nervously with the edges of her workbook.
I don't think that he's really done or said anything.
No.
But he sounds impressive.
Yeah.
He does sound like he knows what he's talking about.
It does. We immediately cut to Yeon Kyo counting out a stack of cash, sliding the cash into a crisp white envelope before taking some out and setting it to the side. She explains that she will pay Ki-woo at this time every month, 3 classes a week, 2 hours each class. She hands the money over and Ki-woo bows his appreciation as she shares that she was going to pay him Min's rate, but she added more for inflation. Ki-woo thanks her again. I don't think this is true.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
I think that Min's rate was in her hand and she skimmed some off the top.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is wild because you were impressed by him and you got the money, man.
Yeah.
We've seen the house.
We've seen the
Yeah.
house.
Well, it was in the envelope.
That's
was.
that too.
Moon Gwang comes in with a tray of fruit and much more cheery than she was earlier. Yeon Kyo decides that it's time for a proper introduction. She tells Moon Gwang that Ki-woo is Da-hae's tutor, deciding that they'll call him Kevin. Moon Gwang smiles and tells Mr. Kevin that if he ever feels like snacking during a lesson, he only needs to call her. Yeon Kyo agrees that if he ever needs anything, he only needs to call Moon Gwang. She knows this house even better than Yeon Kyo does. But the sentiment is cut off when an arrow goes flying past her. She turns to find her son, Da Song, played by Jung Hyun-jun, armed with his bow and arrow with the band of feathers around his head. She begs him to stop it before turning to Ki-woo and asking if it startled him. But Ki-woo is laughing. He picked up on the boy's name, and when he asks if it's Da Song, Yeon Kyo tells him that it is. He's their youngest. When Moon Gwang approaches Da Song, he engages in playful fighting with her, ignoring his mother when she bids him to come and say hello to Mr. Kevin. She points at his spent arrow instead, commenting that she ordered it from the U.S. because Da Song has been obsessed with Native Americans for the past year. When she motions toward the tray of fruit on the table, Ki-woo takes a grape and eats it. As Moon Gwang spins the boy in the background and the two laugh, he asks if Da Song has a fanboy personality, and Yeon Kyo shares that he's eccentric and easily distracted. He can't even sit still. She says that she put him in Cub Scouts last year to try and help him focus, but look at him, he's even worse now. Ki-woo turns to look at the boy, striding around confidently with Moon Gwang trailing behind him, her arms stretched out in front of her, and one of Da Song's arrows planted in the middle of her face.
I thought that was adorable, how they're
Yeah.
playing back
Just
there.
in the background, yeah. Ki-woo laughs at this as Yeon Kyo takes a grape too, reasoning that Da Song's scout leader is a Native American fanatic too, so that's probably where he gets it. But Ki-woo insists that that's a good thing. That's the spirit of the Cub Scouts. Yeon Kyo asks with wonder if Ki-woo was a Cub Scout, and he answers, sure, he's a scout by nature. Yeon Kyo nods in understanding. I don't think that's what she meant. Suddenly, they're standing in front of a framed drawing. It's a child's rendition of a person standing in front of a blue sky, a white cloud hovering next to a bright yellow sun in the background. Yeon Kyo says that Da Song is an artist by nature. When she implores Ki-woo to look at the painting, he assesses that it's very strong, so metaphorical.
That's his go-to.
It is. Yeon Kyo agrees, breathless. She says that Ki-woo has an eye for this kind of thing. But Ki-woo mulls it over. It's a chimpanzee, right? Yeon Kyo corrects him gently. It's a self-portrait. Ki-woo immediately pivots. He sees it now. The perspective of a young artist eludes understanding. It's probably Da Song's expressive genius. Yeon Kyo nods emphatically with her eyes closed, while Da Song and Moon Gwang play outside with the dogs, out of focus through the window behind them. He can pivot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a chimpanzee. No, he's just a genius. Like, he's fucking brilliant.
I don't know why, of all the characters, I expected him. Maybe because he's seemingly the protagonist.
Mm-hmm.
I expected him to be above of what we see.
Some of the things they do.
And he is not.
Not at all.
He's down in the mud.
It's dusk when Yeon Kyo walks with Ki-woo down the walkway outside. She holds Junie and tells him that they've been through so many art teachers. None of them even last a month. Da Song is just so hard to control. With Ki-woo's back to her, Yeon Kyo is oblivious to the sly grin that lifts his lips. Still, he raises a hand to conceal it and is suddenly struck with an idea. Someone just came to his mind. He tries to remember her name until finally it hits him. Jessica. She was in the same art school as his cousin. He crosses his arms, struggling and failing to remember her Korean name, but he presses forward anyway. After studying applied arts at Illinois State University, she came back to Korea. Yeon Kyo repeats, Illinois. She implores him to tell her more. And so Ki-woo does as they pass through the gate to the property. Jessica's teaching is unusual, but she knows how to handle kids. She has a special reputation in her field. Her techniques are unique, but she helps get the kids into good art schools. Yeon Kyo is hanging on his every word. She asks what Jessica is like. She's really curious. Ki-woo asks if she'd like to meet her, although he has heard she's in high demand. This is wild.
Yeah.
Like, you're a con artist.
Yeah.
Well, you see the moment he's walking, and then you see it come to his face right
that
away,
grin.
and he's
Yeah.
like, oh, we got this.
Yes.
And I think the thing about it as well is it's not as if he's like, oh, my sister,
Yep.
anything. He has concocted an entire
Yep.
bullshit story.
She was
yeah.
in Illinois.
Yeah.
She came back to Korea.
Yeah.
She went to school with my cousin. Like, it's so
Specific.
fluid.
Yeah.
Yeah. We cut to Ki-woo returning to the gate with the woman behind him, dressed in a blazer and a skirt. But it's not Jessica, the unorthodox art teacher. It's his sister, Ki Jong. Ki-woo raises his hand to ring the buzzer, but she stops him. She raises her hand, twitching her fingers in rhythm as she remembers her character. She starts sing-song, and Ki-woo joins her. Jessica, only child, Illinois, Chicago, classmate Kim Jin-mo. He's your cousin. Satisfied, she rings the bell herself, and the subdued tones echo.
This mnemonic device, I guess.
Yeah.
I laughed so hard because this implies so much rehearsal.
Yes.
No,
oh,
yeah.
I loved it.
And them doing it together?
Yes.
It's a plan.
Let's get our story straight.
Yeah.
And again, this is where it feels like so much fun.
Yes.
You don't think about any potential anything.
But even like having seen the whole movie and then going over it now, this mother was just told, this woman gets your kids into really good art schools.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's simply not true.
Mhm.
So, they're going to have to reckon with this at some point.
Yeah.
But for now,
Jessica, Chicago.
yeah, exactly.
They're still in the house at night, sitting at the dining table with Yeon Kyo. Da-sung is standing at the bottom of the stairs, peeking behind the corner and eavesdropping as they talk about art, and his mother gushes over his capabilities. But his sister creeps up behind him and smacks him in the back of the head. Da-sung retreats and Da-hae takes his place, peeking around the corner to the table where her mother sits with Ki-woo and Ki-jung. She focuses in when Ki-woo speaks up, deciding to leave the conversation to the two of them so he can go upstairs and give Da-hae her lesson. Ki-jung, Jessica, politely thanks him for making the introduction as he excuses himself from the table, and Da-hae quietly scrambles up the stairs before she's caught listening in. Behind him, Yeon Kyo asserts that Da-sung is an eccentric genius. But upstairs, Ki-woo knocks on the door before letting himself into Da-hae's room. She is sitting at her desk, but when Ki-woo joins her, deciding they'll start with number 38, her mind is not on her studies. She quietly asks Ki-woo if he knows that Da-sung is faking all of it. Ki-woo doesn't understand what she means. Da-hae is emphatic that it's all fake, acting like a genius, the fourth dimension stuff. It's artist cosplay. Ki-woo doesn't seem interested in this revelation and is looking over the work in front of them. But Da-hae tells him that when Da-sung freezes and stares at the sky like he's struck with inspiration, Ki-woo smiles. He's seen Da-sung walking along and then he'll stop and look up at the clouds for like 10 minutes. Da-hae is disgusted that Ki-woo knows what she's talking about. She moans that her brother gives her the creeps. He pretends that he can't live a normal life and it makes her want to puke. Ki-woo's like, we all pretend all the time. What are you talking about? Aren't you living a lie?
Yeah.
We all do that. She crosses her arms in frustration. Ki-woo wonders, though, what does Da-sung's faking have to do with her studies? Da-hae relents that she was just saying. Jotting down on the paper in front of him, Ki-woo allows that what she told him about Da-sung is very interesting, so let's write about it in English. He writes in a notebook in front of him before sliding it over to Da-hae, instructing her to use the word pretend at least twice. I'm sure it's a favorite word of his.
Yeah.
But Da-hae wants to ask him a question. That teacher, Jessica, is she really his cousin's classmate? Ki-woo's cool exterior is nicked when he asks what she means, but Da-hae thinks she figured it out. Jessica's his girlfriend, right? Ki-woo can't help but laugh, both in humor and relief. He assures her that that's not true. He just met her today. Da-hae looks relieved too as she picks up her pencil and lowers her eyes to the paper in front of her. She reasons that Jessica is really pretty. He's not interested. But Ki-woo is like, you saw her? Which I'm like, oh, she gave herself away. Still laughing, he concedes that she is pretty. She's a beautiful woman. Dejected, Da-hae takes this to mean that he is interested. She knew it. But chuckling, Ki-woo offers that if they compared Jessica to a rose, then Da-hae would be... He writes something down in the corner of the notebook and presents it to her. Da-hae's face brightens in a shy smile that she quickly hides. She gently grabs his wrist, checking his pulse, just as he grabbed hers on the day that they met. And without a word, they slowly lean into each other until their lips meet in a soft kiss.
I'm just thinking of men studying abroad, singing Mr. Brightside. Like, that's wild.
Yeah.
I can't believe this turn of events.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that he kissed her.
Yeah.
And he's being a little boy. Let him be a little kid. You know what I mean?
her
Like,
brother?
my
Yeah.
brother.
She's like,
Dude,
fuck you.
he's fucking out there playing.
Like, dude, that's a great racket. Let him.
Yeah.
Let him have it.
An artist cosplay is crazy.
Yeah.
It's a little kid. But yeah, it was like, then nothing is sacred.
No.
Like even your friend. He's
Who
like,
got you this job?
Yes. That was what he told you. One of the
Yep.
first things he told you.
Yep.
Mhm.
He said he even felt, good. Protected. You're my friend. Wouldn't do me that way.
We'll see
Well,
about that.
yeah.
That was Kiwoo. This is Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin's coming out of his cage.
Dahae pulls away and looks down at the work in front of her. And when Kiwoo suggests that they study, she agrees. In the hallway, Yeon Kyo leads Ki Jung into Da Song's room, warning the would-be art teacher that her son has trouble keeping still. Ki Jung assures her that she understands. Yeon Kyo opens the door to the huge bedroom. It's filled with furniture and toys, with a large teepee in the center of the room. But Da Song is lying on his stomach on a rug, coloring. He has one of the arrows squeezed between his thighs, sticking straight up. Yeon Kyo laments, "In your butt?" She begs him to get up off the floor, but Ki Jung interrupts. She requests that Yeon Kyo leave them alone because she never teaches with a parent in the room. Yeon Kyo points out that it's her first day, and as you can see, but Ki Jung's voice is firm. Wait downstairs. She addresses Da Song by his name. And we cut to Yeon Kyo sitting alone at the dining room table, her leg bouncing anxiously. Moon Gwang calls to her from the kitchen island to offer plum extract mixed with honey to ease her tension. Yeon Kyo tells her gratefully that would be great. Make it two.
Yeah.
That sounds
Yeah.
lovely.
I was unaware of this
Yeah.
beverage.
Moon Gwang walks through the kitchen and downstairs into the fully stocked cellar. She opens the door of a cabinet where a shelf houses a huge jar of plum extract. But she's startled when Yeon Kyo calls out behind her. She's suddenly in the cellar with her now with an idea. Moon Gwang can take 2 glasses of plum extract to Da Song's room. She hurries over to her with the glass in hand, reasoning that Moon Gwang isn't a parent. She can go in. Moon Gwang opens the lid of the jar and presses a ladle past the floating fruit, collecting the extract. She understands. She can go in and then report back what's going on in there. Yeon Kyo doesn't know how she didn't think of this sooner. She's all smiles when she mounts the stairs back into the kitchen. But just as her face comes into view, her smile drops and she freezes. Da Song is sitting with Ki Jung at the dining table. Yeon Kyo whispers that they've come out. She enters the room, casually commenting that they're done already, as Moon Gwang hurries away with the glasses of extract. In that firm and sure voice, Ki Jung tells Yeon Kyo to come sit next to her. She's looking over a paper, and Da Song sits in the chair next to her, still and quiet, a way that we've really never seen him before.
Yeah.
When she tells him to go wait upstairs, he immediately stands, bows respectfully, and takes his leave. Yeon Kyo sits next to her as requested, and Ki Jung slides over the paper. It's a painting that Da Song just made. Moon Gwang comes over, standing behind Yeon Kyo's chair to get a look at it, but her smile drops when Ki Jung tells her that she'd rather talk to the madam alone. Yeon Kyo tries to tell her that Moon Gwang can stay, but Ki Jung insists. No, leave us. Fixing Ki Jung with a cold expression, Moon Gwang takes her leave.
I feel like everything that we saw Ki-woo do with Dahae with the first lesson, Ki Jung is about to take everyone to school.
Yes.
It is going to be because she is like the expert,
Yeah.
seemingly.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was very afraid of what was going to happen next.
I'm glad that it was different, though, than what Ki-woo did.
Yes.
Because if it's still both kind of like, no, yeah, everything's okay. At least this way it isn't like you guys both got the same teaching
Right.
style or what, you know what I mean? It does make you seem very like, oh, no, you guys don't
Not
know
at
each
all.
other.
Oh, yeah.
Not at all. Ki Jung immediately gets down to business, reminding Yeon Kyo that she studies art psychology and art therapy. The other woman nods her understanding as the light to the cellar behind them cuts off. Matter-of-factly, Ki Jung asks if anything happened to Da Song in first grade. Yeon Kyo's gasp is loud and ragged in the quiet room, and she clamps both hands over her mouth instinctively. We glide behind Ki Jung's head to find Yeon Kyo's shocked face. Ki Jung keeps her cool, though, telling her gently that, to be frank, before she decides whether she's taking on Da Song, she needs to hear about this. Her eyes immediately filling with tears, Yeon Kyo admits breathlessly that this is very hard to talk about right now. She wonders aloud what to do.
This tactic is remarkable for her to say now before I even take him on as a client.
Yeah.
Well, the way that Ki Woo, he kind of paved the way for it because he's like, she is in high demand.
True.
So she has this air of like, I'm doing you a favor by even taking this meeting. Like that's the vibe.
And it's not like you hiring me, it's me choosing you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't need this. I'm in high demand.
Right.
Ki Jung turns her attention to the painting in front of them, indicating that the lower right region of the painting is called the schizophrenia zone. She points at the black scribbles there, informing that psychotic symptoms often reveal themselves here. She implores that Yeon Kyo look at the unusual shape Da Song painted there. With horror, Yeon Kyo points at the framed painting on the wall, realizing that it's on that one too, and Ki Jung agrees. A similar shape in the same zone. When she asks if Yeon Kyo sees it now, she says that she does. And crying, she admits that she stares at that painting at every meal and she had no idea. Her voice low and soothing, Ki Jung suggests that they calm down and compose themselves. She tells Yeon Kyo that this is all a black box into her son's mind. She asks, "Would you like to open that box with me, madam?" Yeon Kyo nods positively. She wants to open it. Ki Jung informs her, "Then we'll need 4 2-hour sessions per week, and it's not simple tutoring. This is art therapy." Yeon Kyo understands, and Ki Jung takes this opportunity to tell her that because of this, her rate is set at a very high level. Is she okay with that? Yeon Kyo sobs that it's her pleasure. She smiles despite the tears streaming down her face.
And this is where the dynamics are taking shape in a way I did not anticipate. Because I was like, this rich person, in reality, she seems fairly aloof, but kind-hearted.
Yeah.
And we're just taking her for all she's worth.
No. Yeah, she knew where to go with it.
Yeah.
She knew what to say.
And she's clearly like, this is such a soft spot for her.
Yes.
The fact that she's like, I don't even know if I can talk about this right now. Like, we're really exploiting. It's rough.
No, yeah.
It's rough, man. Jessica.
I feel like I'm sympathizing for who I did not anticipate. It's a very strange feeling.
When a chime rings out alerting that the front door is open, she wipes her tears away quickly and tells Ki Jung that Da Song's dad is home. As he walks up the stairs, the domed lights overhead illuminate one by one as he gets closer. Yeon Kyo rushes over, informing her husband that Da Song's new art teacher is here. As he progresses up the stairs, the light comes on right over his head. It's very cool, and I'm moving on. Because it's cool that the house does that.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang comes to greet them as well, and the dogs clamor at their feet. She talks quietly with driver Yoon, played by Park Kyon-rock. With a big smile, Yeon Kyo introduces Jessica from Illinois to her husband, Dong Eek, played by Lee Sun-kyun.
Lee Sun-kyun. He was in Paju in 2009, A Hard Day in 2014, and Kingmaker in 2022.
It's really tragic. He was, from my understanding, a really big star. And I learned very recently, like in the last month or two, about the circumstances surrounding his death.
Yeah.
It is awful. Obviously, we're not going to get into it here, but it's really sad.
Yeah.
And he's fantastic in this. I feel like we were talking about the nuances of Yeon Kyo's character. I think the same can be said because I feel like when you introduce a rich family like this,
yes,
and you see the luxury and, like you said, T, the aloofness and the more on Yeon Kyo's part, but the obliviousness, at times to a lot of things going on. You just want to be like, oh, fucking rich people, blah, blah, blah. But like, there are moments where you're like, oh no, like these are people too. And you guys are fucking taking it.
Yeah.
Like, and I feel like they both do a really good job of us kind of like going back and forth between like, yeah, the Kims are coming up and being like, oh no, you guys shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah. And it's such a credit to Bong Joon Ho because it's so easy to just fall into those archetypes.
Absolutely.
Make these really like cardboard simplistic characters.
Yeah. And it's like, no, of course we're rooting for the underdog, but it's like the underdog is he acting up.
Yeah.
The underdog just bit me.
Yeah.
I don't know how to feel. Ki Jung greets him with a smile, and Dong-ik thanks her for her help. He asks his wife if class is over, and she says that it is. It just finished. After confirming with driver Yoon that he's free, Dong-ik instructs him to give her a lift home. The realization hits Yeon Kyo. Of course, they don't want her going down alone at night, right? Dong-ik heads upstairs without another word, the dogs trailing behind him as he goes. And these other dogs are Barry and Fufu, played by Mongchi and Mungchi.
Okay.
Hey, we love when the animals get a credit.
Yes, we really do. It makes me think of Mushroom.
Mm-hmm. Mushroom walked.
Yeah.
So Mongchi and Mungchi can run.
Yes.
In driver Yoon's car, he asks Miss Jessica, shall I drive you all the way home then? He asks which neighborhood, but Ki Jung chuckles that it's fine. He can just drop her off at Haewa Station. She thanks him, but Yoon insists that he really doesn't mind, even if it's far. His shift is over anyway. But Ki Jung asserts, I'll get off at Haewa. Yoon points out that it looks like it's going to rain. He turns to her with a grin. Ride the Benz, not the subway. Ki Jung snaps that she's meeting her boyfriend at exit 3 of Haewa Station, and it's eyes forward for driver Yoon, who replies with a flat yes. Ki Jung turns toward the window, contemplating for a moment before discreetly reaching up her skirt and pulling down her underwear. Two men fighting in the street, played by An Song Bong and Kim Jin Hyung, have pulled Yoon's attention as he slowly drives past them. He is none the wiser as Ki Jung slides her underwear down over her feet, freeing them. She leans into the window, looking around, intent on something.
Yeah, I don't like where this is going.
We cut to the Kim family at a buffet. Ki Jung asks her father if he drove a lot of Benzes when he worked as a driver. Ki Taek absently plops food on his plate, ignoring when he drops some onto the floor. He tells her that he didn't when he was a driver, but he did when he worked as a valet. Ki Jung shares a look with her brother, confirming, oh, you worked as a valet. It's funny to me that she's looking so devious in the backseat, and then we immediately cut to her being like, so Dad, when you were a driver.
Yeah.
Chung Suk agrees that he did after the chicken place went bust, but before the Taiwan cake shop during that 6-month window. But Ki Taek corrects her. It was after the cake shop went bust. As Chung Suk and Ki Taek continue to fill their plates at the buffet, Ki Woo and Ki Jung step away. Surprised, Ki Woo asks his sister if they're moving on to the next phase already.
This is when I could not believe it.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like things were presenting themselves organically.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh shit, there's been a fucking plan in the background this whole time.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing. This is when it kind of shifts, because in Min's absence, there was a role that needed to be filled.
Yes.
Without, I know that, credentials have been falsified on both ends, but there was a hole that needed to be filled with Ki Jung stepping in to be this quote unquote art therapist. These were empty slots for people to fill. This is not an empty slot for someone to fill.
Yeah.
Driver Yoon is in that slot.
Yeah.
So this is when things are kind of a little more devious.
It does, like you're saying, T. It's a plan. It's like, oh, you guys this was all along.
Right.
Your friend offered you this tutoring job. And from that, you went over there and was like, you know what? Everybody's moving in.
And it's funny because it's not, oh, what are you thinking what I'm thinking? It's like, oh, we're moving on to the next
Yeah.
Like they have a poster board at home.
Yeah.
Ki Jung shares that she set a trap in the bins. Ki-woo is amazed. Then we're diving right in. He muses that it's so metaphorical.
Again.
Radical. Ki-woo points over to a table of well-dressed men and alerts his father that they're eating at the driver's cafeteria right now. Ki-taek agrees as they sit down at another table. He implores his kids to eat as much as they want, but always willing and ready to bring him back down to earth. Chung-suk reminds her husband that he didn't even pay for it. They did. He's like, have as much.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
You're paying for it. Get whatever you want.
Thanks.
But it goes along with what you're saying. He's looking still to his father.
Yeah,
Even though they paid for it, they provided this.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dad, is that good? You ready?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. But in response, Ki-taek takes some food off of his own plate and piles it onto his son's, telling him again to eat his fill. Ki-woo turns his attention to Ki Jung. He asks what she did to that woman yesterday because she was freaking out. Ki Jung chuckles as she admits, fuck, I don't know. She Googled art therapy and then ad-libbed the rest. And suddenly she's weeping. She laughs harder, calling Yeon Kyo a crazy bitch and confessing that she couldn't even believe it.
I can't believe it. Like,
It's a lot, Robin.
She has been nothing but kind to you.
She was crying. But that night, Dong-eek looks over paperwork in the back of the bins. When he drops one of the pages on the ground, he leans over to pick it up. But something patterned catches his eye, just visible in the shadows beneath the passenger seat in front of him. A percussive beat plods on as Dong-eek thrusts his pen forward, catching the mystery object on the end of it and lifting. He raises it to inspect it, a discarded pair of panties. He brings it closer to his face, his features twitching with surprise, and he looks up at the oblivious driver Yoon, who has his hands at 10 and 2 and his eyes on the road.
Yeah.
Just doing his job.
Yeah. Dong-eek also smelled the...
It looked like he took a whiff.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
When Dong-eek arrives home, the overhead lights turn on in time with the symbols in the score. Yeon Kyo is asleep on the couch, but she jumps up to her feet when she realizes that her husband is home. She rushes after him, asking if he's eaten yet, but Dong-eek doesn't break his stride until he's in the kitchen. He asks if the housekeeper is out, and when Yeon Kyo tells him that she's walking the dogs, Dong-eek turns to his wife with a look of disbelief. He holds out the envelope in his hand, informing her that this was under the seat in the car. Yeon Kyo reaches in curiously, and when she pulls out the underwear, her jaw drops. Dong-eek walks away, muttering that driver Yoon is such a scumbag. Yeon Kyo is appalled. She apologizes to her husband. She had no idea driver Yoon was this kind of guy. Dong-eek grabs a drink from the fridge and turns to her, asking, doesn't she pay him well? Is he thinking that he's saving money by not going to a motel? Yeon Kyo asserts that he must be a pervert. He likes it in the car. She groans that that's gross. In his boss's car? We're making a lot of...
There's a whole narrative now. I bet it's the only way that he can. It's like, hey!
It is funny.
Come
This
on.
is funny.
It's very funny. And I will say again, I'm imagining this situation because we've only seen Yeon Kyo. I know that she, I guess, running the household. And by running, I mean paying other people to manage what needs to be managed. It's she even pays driver Yoon to drive her husband around.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like, in my mind, I'm expecting kind of this, well, she takes care of this. He works all the time. Then, like last night, he came home and just went to bed.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing them interact like this and they're, kind of confiding in each other and talking and sitting at like, I'm like, oh, they love each other. Like, this is like, it's not this trope of rich guy goes to work and his wife is lonely at home or whatever. Like, I'm like, oh, there is respect here. There's love here.
Yeah.
It just adds characters like this. You just kind of have these tropes in mind. And so this was just another instance of, oh, okay, they're actual people. You know what I mean? I will say, though, that if I were Yeon Kyo, I would feel some type of way about you letting me just put my hand in this envelope and pull these out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used a
You
pen.
even picked it up.
Yeah, he did.
But she rushes to the counter and shields her hand that's already been holding the underwear in a plastic glove. Dong-ik reasons that a man's sex life is his own business, but why in his car? And if it had to be in his car, why not do it in his own seat? Why would he cross the line like that? Yeon Kyo sits down at the table, inspecting the underwear with her gloved hand. She agrees with her husband, disgusted. But Dong-ik isn't finished. He wonders, does dripping his sperm on my seat turn him on?
All right.
Yeon Kyo simply can't believe any of this, and frankly, neither can I.
Dude, and Driver Yoon's just eating dinner at home.
Yeah, has no idea.
Has no idea
idea.
because he's done nothing wrong.
Hey, I understand what he's saying. I get it.
I don't.
But it was hard. I don't want you fucking in my seat, dude.
Well,
Okay, hold on.
I thought you were like the whole narrative. I'm like, they're going.
Please don't. But don't yell at me while you're drinking that high C.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know. It looked good.
It did.
I'm like, I bet that's like $15. That one fucking drink. But it's unbelievable.
It is.
But Dong-ik finishes his drink before turning to his wife and telling her the strangest thing of all. Usually, if you have car sex, you might leave something behind, like a strand of hair or an earring. How do you forget your own panties? Yeon Kyo's eyes widen as she agrees. That's hard to overlook. It makes Dong-ik very suspicious about the woman's condition. When he asks if she understands what he means, Yeon Kyo admits innocently that she doesn't. Dong-ik leans in to whisper into her ear, and her face morphs in horror. She can't help but cry out, "Oh my, meth or cocaine?"
Again, we're going too far.
Yeah.
And also, I understand, yes, he drove her home, but does that mean that it has to be her underwear?
I don't
if
think
he's a madman.
I don't think they think it is her. I think they think that he's just getting down in the car.
Oh, I thought they thought it was
No, I don't
Jessica.
think so.
Oh yeah.
Because
no,
later she's like, "Let me talk to you real quick." Like, because I don't think they think it's her. I think
thought that was like a feeling out process. Like, no, you're not having sex in that car, are you?
Oh, trying to test her.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But Dong-ik shushes her. The kids. Yeon Kyo quickly covers her mouth with the gloved hand. I'm like, you guys are stressing me out. She lowers her voice and presses forward. What if someone were to find white powder in Dong-ik's car? Dong-ik tells her to just calm down and relax. For now, it's just a rational guess. Is it? We follow him as he gets up to throw his empty drink in the trash. What did you say?
His
High
high
C,
C.
yeah.
He reasons that there's no need to call the police, but still, for a busy man like him to ask, "Why are you fucking in my car?" We continue gliding to find Ki Jung around the corner, listening to the entire conversation. Dong-ik sits back down at the table with his wife, wondering if she can't just invent some bland excuse to let driver Yoon go. Yeon Kyo says that she can. Dong-ik decides that there's no need to mention the panties or the car sex, which I think is the move. Yeah. They don't need to stoop that low. Yeon Kyo agrees, but what if he goes online and accuses them? Ki Jung takes a deep breath and walks up a couple stairs before noisily rushing down. She rounds the corner, just as Dong-ik instructs his wife to give him a good severance. When Yeon Kyo spots Ki Jung, she gasps and jumps to her feet, snatching the panties off the table and sending the envelope flying. She puts on a big smile and asks, How was Da Song today? Dong Ik stands and smiles at her as well as she assures them that he was fine. Dong Ik asks awkwardly if class is finished, and Yeon-kyo beams that it is. Outside, she accompanies Ki-jung down the walkway. She asks her, the last time she came, the driver gave her a ride, didn't he? She admits that this may be an odd question, but did something happen? Ki-jung shares that driver Yoon was very nice. She told him to drop her at the station, but he insisted on taking her home. Yeon-kyo stops in her tracks, her eyes wide. She's like, that jerk! He took you home late at night, revealing where you live? But Ki-jung sighs, no, she got off at the station. Visibly relieved, Yeon-kyo closes the gap between them and grasps Ki-jung's arm, patting her back as she tells her, good girl. As they pass through the gates, Ki-jung asks if something happened with driver Yoon. Yeon-kyo tells her candidly that he won't be working for them anymore. Something slightly shameful happened. Ki-jung asks what it was, but Yeon-kyo assures her that she doesn't need to know. You tell me something slightly shameful happened and you expect me not to ask a fucking follow-up?
Yeah. Having just been in the car with
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
yes. I mean, obviously she knows what it was.
Yeah, I
You know.
mean, but she got to play dumb.
Yeah. Still, Ki-jung expresses her surprise. He seemed so gentlemanly and cool. Gripping her shoulders with a smile, Yeon-kyo tells her that she's so young and innocent. She has a lot to learn about people. But she admits that they were really excited to have such a young and hip driver. She waves at Moon Gwang, corralling the dogs a little further down the street. But Ki-jung wonders, isn't an older driver better? Yeon-kyo agrees. They drive better and they have better manners. Ki-jung smiles that her uncle had a driver just like that, Mr. Kim, so congenial and nice. She used to call him uncle when she was young. We press in on Ki-jung as Yeon-kyo asks her amazed, you know a man like that? Ki-jung nods that she does. He was so mild-mannered, but her relatives relocated to Chicago. She wonders if Mr. Kim is free now. We pan over to Yeon-kyo, who gushes that she's really interested. Can she meet him? She admits that she doesn't trust anyone now. She'll only trust someone recommended by a person she knows well. And if Ki-jung has known him for so long, she'll feel much more at ease. I know in her mind she's fucking rubbing her hands together.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang approaches and Yeon-kyo lowers to the ground to greet the dogs. Ki-jung asks if she would really like to meet him, and Yeon-kyo responds in English, I'm deadly serious. She switches back to Korean, reasoning that this chain of recommendation is best. She thinks of how to describe it. A belt of trust.
It is sad to hear her say that because it is like, no, if you trust somebody, then I trust you, so you trust them.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, man.
Yeah. We cut to a dealership where Ki Tech and Ki Woo sit in a car, marveling at all of its features, so dumbstruck that Ki Woo is looking them up on his phone. The Mercedes-Benz dealer, played by Yoo Young-woo, comes to the window, commenting that they're really taking their time. They finally get out of the car and hurry right over to another one. But suddenly, Ki Tech walks through a bustling office in a suit. He follows an assistant, played by Seo Hee-young, up to an office with glass walls. Keeping a respectful distance from the office, the assistant informs Ki Tech that he's in a meeting. She instructs him to have a seat and wait before walking away. But Ki Tech doesn't sit down. He stands, staring into the office where Dong Ik sits at his desk, surrounded by a cluster of chattering employees inspecting objects on his desk. He and Dong Ik make eye contact, and when he motions for Ki Tech to take a seat, he finally does, sinking down onto the bench with a smile. He closes his eyes.
They had said on commentary, you see the name of the company is Another Brick. And Bong had said that that came from his youthful love of Pink Floyd.
Right. I love that.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
Dong Ik sits in the back of the car with the mug of gently jostling coffee. He tells Ki Tech, who sits behind the wheel, not to be so nervous because this isn't any kind of test. He was just worn out in the office and he wanted to come out for a little bit. Driving them across the bridge, Key-Tech understands. With all the constant chatter and bother, at least the car is peaceful. The GPS screen speaks softly as it scrolls up while they travel, but Key-Tech reaches forward and turns it off. Dong-ik thanks him with a chuckle. He points out that Key-Tech really seems to know the roads, and Key-Tech agrees, anything below the 38th parallel. After 30 years behind the wheel, the car almost drives itself. Dong-ik respects people who work in one field for a long time, but Key-Tech admits that it's a simple vocation, but the head of a household or the leader of a company? Elsewise, it's just a lonely man setting off every morning. He says that it's a kind of companionship. That's how he's approached each day, and the years sure pass quickly. He makes a turn, and Dong-ik looks down at his steaming mug, where not a drop of coffee is spilled. He commends that Key-Tech's cornering is excellent. He laughs, but Key-Tech allows that it may look simple, but it's one of the fundamentals.
You said this wasn't a test.
Yeah.
But then you're bringing this lidless fucking coffee into the thing.
Yeah.
So that was a fucking lie.
Yeah. But, dude, he is playing him like a fiddle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I kind of noticed too. I was like, the amount of leeching you guys are already doing to this family now. But, and I hate saying it, but he's driving good. He knows where he's going. He is being respectful. He's doing his job right now.
It's like Ki-woo. He is qualified. He just doesn't have the connections or the credentials.
Yeah.
It's really Ki-jung is the only one that's like blowing smoke. The other two know what they're doing.
Yeah.
She is a fraud.
Yeah.
At the park house, Ki-jung heads down the stairs to find Moon Gwang sitting at the kitchen table, asleep in the chair with her head thrown back. In a voiceover, she comments that Moon Gwang may look like a sheep, but inside, she's a fox. Sometimes she acts like she owns the place. As Moon Gwang serves the studying Da-hae and Ki-woo a tray of shiny and ripe fruit, Ki-woo laughs in a voiceover. He agrees. Out of all the people in the house, she's lived there the longest. She was the architect Nam-goong's housekeeper, but then she went on to work for the parks. He eyes Moon Gwang as Da-hae starts to eat the fruit, and the housekeeper quietly lets herself out of the room.
They're really setting her up as the final boss.
Yeah.
They really are. Ki-woo continues that when the architect moved out, he introduced Moon Gwang to this family, so she survived the change of ownership. Dong-ik lounges in the bathtub watching TV as Ki-woo details that the architect told the parks that Moon Gwang is great and they should hire her. We press in on a black and white photo of architect Nam-goong, played by Shin Song-min, posing in front of the house. We see now that Ki-woo and Ki-jung are having this conversation with their mother as they sit at the pizza shop, a tower of folded boxes behind them. Ki-woo explains that Moon Gwang is not going to give up a good job easily, and Ki-jung agrees. To extract a woman like that, they're going to have to prepare very well. The CEO comes over with the Hawaiian pizza. She dumps it in the center of the small table and walks away without a word to the family, which did make me laugh because she's like, fuck these people. Ki-woo takes a packet of hot sauce and squeezes it onto a slice. The vibrant red oozes across the cheese, the pineapple, the ham. He agrees with his sister. They need a plan. In Da-hae's room, she looks at a piece of melon skewered on her fork. She laments that she wants to eat peaches because she likes those best. Ki-woo offers that she could just ask for some. Da-hae places the fruit between his lips and slides it off the fork and into his mouth with her thumb. He listens as he chews, and Da-hae explains that in their house, there are no peaches. They're forbidden fruit. Orchestral music swells as Ki-jung strides out of a store and onto the street. She raises her hand, holding up a plump peach, its fuzz fluttering in the wind and catching in the sun's rays. Ki-woo sits in an alley, and he explains in a voiceover that according to Da-hae, Moon Gwang has a massively serious peach allergy. Now, we've been having a great time.
Yeah.
And really the only victim so far, besides the family that they are scamming, is is driver Yoon, who was being a little pushy, but, you know, she put him in his place.
Yeah.
He is now fired and presumed to be some kind of a sex... he wants
Deviant or
to
some
come on
shit or
seats
so-
or
yeah.
whatever.
Oh, come on now.
And a potential drug addict. And
Yeah.
so really that's the only victim so far. But when we're dealing with allergies,
Yeah.
I feel like the Kims, as much of a great time as I've been having, they're venturing into a place where I cannot follow them.
This is extra diabolical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but it's them using the only thing they have. There is nothing else. She's been here longer than the Parks have. How the fuck? Like, you can't.
Yeah. No, they can't. It's not going to be a driver Yoon where they could be like, lie about something like that.
Right.
They've been living with this woman. But it's like, maybe
Mom gets another job.
Yeah, that. It's just that. Or maybe mom just hangs out at home.
That's
We're
fine.
here.
Yeah.
They've got to be paying all three of us good.
then they
What
are.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's the thing, especially Ki Zhang.
Yes.
I bet they're fucking making it rain on
Yeah.
her. It's just like, oh no, like, and it's like a little like fucking Ocean's 11 heist thing, and it's like, dude, no, this is really
Yeah.
bad. This is really bad. We watch as Ki Woo slowly scrapes a razor along the surface of the peach, gathering the soft fuzz and collecting it into a vial. He says that the fuzz of a peach's skin gives her a full body rash if she gets anywhere near it. Moon Gwang kneels in front of the house, tending to the dogs, and Ki Woo smiles and bows to her on his way out. But when he passes her, he takes out that vial and flicks it, sending the peach fuzz in a gentle cloud over the housekeeper. As he walks back down the hill to his house, we hear Moon Gwang coughing and raking her throat.
I'm speechless.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing to say. Like, this is so
Crazy.
so awful.
Well, I'm not saying I understand like whatever about the driver. Yoon, this is like you're using that could hurt her like really bad.
It could kill her.
Yeah. This is a little different. Maybe let's not go to this extreme.
Peaches are my daughter's favorite fruit, and we can't even keep them in the house. That is how severely allergic this woman is.
Yeah.
Let's get her.
Yeah.
Throw a little bit on her.
I'm just saying. They seem to really cater to their children.
Yeah.
And the allergy is that serious that they're like, oh no, you cannot have this. We can't have it in the house.
Yeah.
I will say too that Bong is actually allergic to shellfish.
Oh.
And so he thought that it would be interesting to incorporate a food allergy as he was getting deeper into the screenplay. But he was like, it's not like somebody can just take a shrimp out of the fridge and throw it at you. He thought that the peach fuzz worked better.
Yeah.
And it does.
It does. Aesthetically, there are some really cool shots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang sits in an expansive hospital waiting room, explaining between hacks to someone on the phone that there weren't any peaches anywhere. In the distance behind her, Ki Tech slowly descends on the escalator. I was like, I see you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I see him back there. She continues that usually when she feels like that, she'll run to her room and take her medicine, but it was so sudden that she wasn't sure where she'd left it. Ki Tech sits at the end of the row of seats and raises his phone to presumably take a selfie as Moon Gwang continues to talk on the phone behind him. Later, he grips the handle of a full shopping cart while he rides an escalator with Yeon Kyo. He holds his phone up to her, asking respectfully who the woman behind him is. In the photo, we see half of Ki Tech's face, but the focal point is Moon Gwang on the phone behind him. Yeon Kyo is like, oh, that's our housekeeper. Ki Tech laments, then it is true. He wasn't sure if it was really her. Yeon Kyo takes the phone to inspect the picture closer, and Ki Tech seems very bothered, explaining that he's only seen her a couple times in the living room. Yeon Kyo asks if this was taken in a hospital. They walk together in the parking garage. Ki-taek tells her that he was there a few days ago for his annual checkup. He took a selfie for his wife, and that woman was there behind him. Yeon-kyo looks at the picture again and asks if she was on the phone. Ki-taek confirms that she was, and he wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but... We cut to Ki-taek in their semi-basement apartment, looking much more casual as he consults his script and recites his lines for his family. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but her words came through clearly. His voice mounts, crying out, "I couldn't help it, but..." Ki-woo stops him. He cautions that his father's emotions are up to here. He raises his hand up to Ki-taek's head before lowering it to his chest and instructing him to bring them down to about here. Ki-taek takes it again, more subdued. "So I couldn't help it over here." Ki-woo directs him to keep it focused.
This was the homage that I thought could be Reservoir Dogs.
When he's learning his lines or his story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they're cutting back and forth.
This is one of my favorite scenes in the entire film.
Oh, absolutely.
It is so, it's again, darkly funny because it's like watching him practice and be so dramatic. It's like, oh, hold on. Yeah. But what they're doing is awful.
Very.
Two things can be true.
Two things can be true. In the car now, driving Yeon-kyo home, Ki-taek gives his performance. What he's trying to say is that her housekeeper's voice is quite loud. Yeon-kyo leans forward in her seat, assuring the driver that it's all right. He can just tell her. In the apartment, Ki-taek rehearses. She said she got diagnosed with active TB, and she was so upset that she could barely control herself. Ki-woo consults his copy of the script, mouthing the words along with his father. And in the hall behind him, Chung-suk is doing the same, her eyes closed and her hands in motion as she mimes along with her husband's performance. In the car, though, Yeon-kyo is like, "Tuberculosis? Come on." She can't help but laugh. Ki-taek, though, repeats gravely that it's true. She phoned someone to tell them she has active TB. I'll be honest with you, this is not where I thought this lie was going.
No.
I thought he was going to be like, she was telling all your husband's business. It's stuff I don't even want to repeat. Like, I thought it was going to be like that. Send her to the hospital, and then I heard her on the phone. This is a picture of her on the phone. I don't even know her, but I heard her talking about you.
Okay.
He's like, she has active tuberculosis.
Active.
The active is crazy.
Yeah.
But I didn't know where it was going from there. I just, if it is going to be something like that, like, oh, I ever heard her talking all this shit, you don't need to use the peaches at all then.
Just send her to the hospital. Oh, you just...
Yeah,
no, dude.
No, I'm saying that's...
No.
I'm saying that's where the peaches
You
came
can just
in.
take a picture of her at the bus station. All this other stuff.
If you're not using
Like we're also poisoning her with her only known allergy. But that's just a side project.
That's something else.
Yeah.
That's just where when he was like, she was on the phone and she talks really loud. That's where I thought he was going with it. But yeah, tuberculosis.
No.
You could have knocked me over with a feather. I was not expecting that. In the apartment, as Chung-suk scrubs the hallway floor, Ki-woo takes on Yeon-kyo's role. Do people still get TB? Yeon-kyo does ask this question in the car, and we quickly cut back to Ki-woo, pleased with the script in front of him. Ki-jung steps out into the hall with her mother, and they both watch as Ki-woo recites the lines. Back in the day, people used to buy Christmas seals, right? It feels like a bygone era. And Ki-taek picks up this line now in the car. But I saw it on the internet. Korea has the #1 rate of TB in all the OECD countries. In the hallway, Ki-woo performs and Ki-taek mouths the words as Ki-jung and Chung-suk watch raptly, enjoying drinks. But she's still working as if nothing's wrong with the kid like Da-song in the house. Yeon-kyo cradles her head in her hands, her expression marred with worry as Ki-taek tells her from the driver's seat, "You've got a kid like Da-song in the house with a TB patient, doing the dishes, cooking, spraying spittle." Yeon-kyo covers her face and cries out for him to stop it, please. Back at the house, Da Song sits in Ki Jung's lap as he paints a picture on an easel in his bedroom. When her phone goes off, Ki Jung leans over and plucks it from her bag. It's a text from her dad, arriving in 3 minutes. I'm like, oh my, what now, dude? What now? Orchestral music swells as Ki Jung drops her phone back into her bag and pulls out a peach.
I was like, she's going to chuck it at the back of her head.
Squeeze it on her head.
Yeah, like what is going
next? What next? She heads downstairs and into the kitchen where Moon Gwang sits at the table. Ki Jung walks by to get a drink from the fridge, but on the way, she dusts peach fuzz on the back of Moon Gwang's neck. She eyes her from the open fridge as the housekeeper looks up and stares. Meanwhile, Ki-taek and Yeon-kyo have arrived home, and he gathers the bags from the trunk before following her inside. Ki-taek watches the madam as her face morphs in horror. Moon Gwang's hacking is heard before they even see her. They climb up the stairs to find her, stumbling around the kitchen. She leans against the counter, smothering her racking coughs with a white napkin pressed to her face. She crumbles it and drops it in the trash before hurrying away, breathing heavily. In their apartment, still in the planning phase, Ki-woo snacks and offers that if Ki-taek can get the chance, this will really be the icing on the cake. Ki-jung holds out a hot sauce packet and shakes it. And in the kitchen now, Moon Gwang flees, still coughing, and Ki-taek quickens his pace, moving past the appalled Yeon-kyo and over to the trash can. He sets the bags down on the counter and presses down with his foot to open the can's lid. There, peeking over his shoulder, he squirts a packet of hot sauce onto the pristine white napkin and brewing it with a deep and concerning red. He locks eyes with Yeon-kyo as he raises the stained napkin, holding it by its corner. At the sight of this, Yeon-kyo closes her eyes and sways on her feet.
This is unbelievable narratively. But watching it, it's like this is a sequence where literally everyone and everything is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a ballet.
It's beautiful.
That's perfectly put. Yeah.
I wanted to highlight very quickly the editor of this film, Jinmo Yang, who I believe edited Okja and Snowpiercer, but he also edited Train to Busan.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
But I just thought this sequence was so impressive, and it's so much, balancing so much, the pace of everything and the tension, and there's an element of fun despite what is happening. But it is so playful. I just, this is one of those sequences that you're like, oh, this is Best Picture.
Yeah.
You know?
Later, Ki-taek receives 2 simple text messages from Yeon-kyo. 2nd floor sauna room. Don't let her see you. And again, 2nd floor sauna room. But as Moon Gwang's muffled coughs continue to echo through the house, Ki-taek does as he's told and hurries up the stairs. He meets with Yeon-kyo in the cramped room, and when she implores him to take a seat, he does. She closes the blinds, leaving them in a private meeting. She begs him not to tell her husband any of this. Ki-taek immediately agrees, but Yeon-kyo laments that if he heard she brought a TB patient into their home, she would be hanged and quartered. But it's like, she was already here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that it seems like it is her decision who they hire, but it's like, come on, dude, you can't be blamed for that.
Yeah, we already learned, and I would like to hope that everybody would know in the house, no, you kind of came with the house.
Yeah, especially if they all agreed. You know what I mean? Ki-taek tells her that she doesn't have to worry, but he goes on with no feelings against Moon Gwang. He felt the need to speak up for the sake of public health and hygiene. This could be seen as snitching, though. Yeon-kyo cuts him off there. She assures him that he has nothing to worry about. She won't mention the TB. She'll just make up an excuse to dismiss her, quickly and quietly. She wipes her tears away, deciding that it's a proven method. It's the best. She sniffs and nods. Ki-taek smiles. Okay then. He raises his hand to take hers, and her expression of confusion shifts when she realizes that he's shaking her hand. She nods before gently asking if he washed his hands. Ki-taek looks up, trying to remember. This is so manipulative.
Yeah.
I knew too. I was like, oh, they got her.
Oh, yeah.
When she's
he's
like, meet me up there to talk.
Yeah. Or when she's like, oh my God, he would be so mad. And he's like, well, I could get in trouble too. It's like, we better not tell on each other. Like, it's so manipulative. Like, me and you, we're in the same boat. We could both get in trouble.
Right.
So we should both keep this secret. You know, it's so like, I'm like, dude, this is wild. And she's so oblivious.
Well, I think that for me, it kind of felt like she was almost repeating what her husband had said earlier to her.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, no, we just need to, let's take care of this.
No, it's exactly that. Because that's what he said about Driver Yoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly, quietly, make up some excuse. And she's like, I'll do it quickly and quietly.
Yeah.
She's like, it worked before.
Something I realized that didn't even hit me until just now is just, again, how impressive that sequence is. At the very beginning, we see hot sauce that looks suspiciously like blood.
Yeah.
And we forget about it
Yeah.
until he's brandishing it
Yeah.
secretively.
Right.
And it's just like, again, we're so wrapped up in
It's
this.
that.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
You're just along for the ride. But we cut to Da Song quietly looking out the window with his crown of feathers on his head. He's looking down at the small table in the lush green yard where Yeon Kyo had been slumped over and sleeping when we met her. But now she sits across from Moon Gwang in what appears to be a somber moment of silence. Da Song watches from the kitchen window before we cut to Moon Gwang at dusk, carrying her suitcases down the hilled street. She takes a look back up at the house and the family that had employed her for so long, and when she starts forward, she stops again, lost. There may be a little more on her mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I think that all the fun and like whimsy that this whole sequence was, it's really driven home because it's like she had a special relationship with that kid.
Yeah.
They really seemed to have a good time together. Like, she's worked there for so long and now she's just out on her ass. She lives there.
Yeah.
So it's just like the gravity of it is really like, oh, fuck, dude, like this isn't funny. Like this really sucks.
It takes that turn where you're watching and you're like, oh, the Kims.
I don't know about these Kims.
Yeah.
I don't know about them.
It's very, very selfish.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Watching him is just like, God damn, dude, you guys like don't give a fuck.
No. From the back of his car, Dong-ik asks Ki-taek if he knows any good braised rib places around. Ki-taek takes this to mean that Dong-ik will be eating out tonight, and he confirms this, wondering why he has such a craving for braised ribs today. Their old housekeeper used to make delicious ribs. Ki-taek is like, the one that quit this week?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the story.
Yeah.
Dong-ik shares that his wife won't even tell him why she quit. Looking out the window, he reasons that it's easy to just hire someone else, but it's still a shame. She was a great housekeeper. Ki-taek tells him that he understands, but Dong-ik keeps singing Moon Gwang's praises. She kept the house clean and she knew never to cross the line. He can't stand people who cross the line. He guesses that if she had one weak point, it was that she ate too much. He chuckles that she ate enough for two.
Wow.
But considering all the work that she did, Ki-taek proposes that they find a new housekeeper, and Dong-ik agrees that they're in trouble. Their house will be a trash can within the week, and his clothes will start to smell. He shares that his wife is terrible at housekeeping. She's bad at cleaning, awful at cooking. Ki-taek looks over his shoulder with a grin. But you still love her, right? Dong-ik is taken aback and almost looks offended for a moment before laughing and confirming, of course he loves her. We'll call it love. Ki-taek takes this opportunity to hand a white business card over to him. The words, "The Care, Premium," are printed neatly on its center in English. Dong-ik recites it and asks what it is.
We'll call it love is kind of strange, right?
Oh yeah.
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 Especially seeing them interact together. They seem
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, when he was like, but you still love her, right? I was like, oh, you crossed the line. The look on his face, I was like, oh, you're fucked.
Yeah.
And he's just like, haha, yeah. I was like, oh, thank God. But like, why am I rooting for him?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
He shouldn't be.
Shouldn't be. But Key Tech says that he just recently found out about them. It's like a membership service. They provide veteran-grade help for VIP customers like Dong Eek, like maids, caregivers, drivers. Dong Eek flips the card over, admiring its subtle off-white coloring, the tasteful thickness of it.
You fucker. That's so funny.
Thank you very much. No, but he decides that you can tell the company is high class by their card, and it's a cool design. He asks how Key Tech knows about it, and he explains that they contacted him to be a veteran driver. He laughs that you might say they scouted him, but when he got their call, he had already arranged to meet with Dong Eek. Dong Eek understands this to mean that Key Tech turned down this famous company to work for him, and he won't forget that. A truck pulls in front of Key Tech, causing him to swerve. He lays on the horn, cursing, "You son of a bitch!" Dong Eek takes all this in before asking if he can give the card to his wife. Key Tech says that that's why he gave him the card. He can give it to his wife and not even mention Key Tech. Dong Eek can just say that he found it himself. Dong Eek smiles that thanks to him, he can look like a good husband. Key Tech advises him that there's a number on the back for consultations. He's turned completely around when he tells Dong Eek to let his wife know to call that number. But before he can finish the sentence, Dong Eek instructs him to keep his eyes on the road, and he quickly turns back around. I'm like, dude, you're doing too fucking much.
Yeah.
The mask is slipping a little bit. He's like, you fucking son.
Yeah, it's like, hey. Keep it funny.
Well, Dong Eek's face was like, okay.
Wow.
Like,
He was always calm.
Yes.
No.
he took a quarter to even spill a drop of coffee. But back at the apartment, a phone labeled The Care buzzes loudly. Ki Jung snatches it up and brings her finger to her lips for everyone to be quiet. She answers it as senior advisor Yo of The Care. Taking a towel from a giant pot of boiling water, Yeon Kyo confirms that this is The Care's main office. Ki Jung walks past her parents at the dining table to go and take the call in her room. As she goes, Chung Suk muses that if she wanted to, Ki Jung could be a great fucking con artist. I mean,
I think she's doing a great job.
Key Tech agrees, adding that her great voice tone, she got that from him. Yeon Kyo pulls her dishwasher open roughly, the overfilled dishes clattering loudly. She says that she heard this is a full membership service. Sitting in her bedroom, Ki Jung presumes that she's not currently a member, but Yeon Kyo is ready to be. She just wants to know what steps to take. Senior advisor Yo, or Ki Jung, assures her that they just need some documents. She takes a sticky note off of her mirror to recite what she'll need. Yeon Kyo stands by with a pen, jotting down her family register, citizenship ID cards, documents to prove income, like the title to the property.
That is...
Yeah. Yeah.
That was kind of a lot. Yeon Kyo is like, the title to the property, but Ki Jung insists, yes. Her being in her room, it did remind me of something that I read in one of the interviews that Bong had said that it's not something that you notice right away, but Ki Woo gave up this bedroom, his bedroom, for his sister. That's why he's always on the couch. That's where he sleeps.
Oh.
Okay.
So he has really no space of his own in this house. So I just thought that was interesting. But we cut to Chung Suk, dressed nicely with her hair combed, walking up the stairs to the second floor of the park house with a plate of fresh fruit in either hand.
They've done it.
We did it,
yeah,
Joe.
just took over.
Yeah. Now we're all in this bitch.
Yeah.
That's wild. Wild. She sets one of the plates in front of Da Hae in her bedroom where she studies with Ki Woo. Da-hae happily grabs a peach slice and takes a big bite, oblivious to Chung-suk playfully pinching her son's ear on the way out of the room. She takes the other plate to Da-song's room, letting herself in to find the child sitting in the tent with Ki-jung. Ki-jung tells her to leave the fruit outside the door next time and to knock. Chung-suk answers obediently, even when Ki-jung snaps at her on the way out that there is no entering during her lessons. Chung-suk replies with a polite, "Yes, miss," as she leaves and closes the door behind her. You're fucking pushing it.
Oh, yeah.
She mouthed something.
She did.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was profane.
But later, Da-song sits in Ki-jung's lap, painting. But when he hears his name from downstairs, he jumps to his feet, crying out for his dad. He races down the hall, his feet slapping as he hurries down the stairs to find his father coming home with Ki-taek trailing behind him, carrying boxes, one of them containing a walkie-talkie set. Da-song jumps in Dong-ik's arms, and Chung-suk comes to take some of the boxes from Ki-taek. But as they all walk to the dining room where Dong-ik sits his son on the table, Ki-taek shifts the boxes into one arm and uses his free hand to rub and squeeze Chung-suk's ass, completely unbeknownst to the Parks. That made me laugh out loud. I'm like, y'all, you've gotten away with it.
Yeah, you're doing a lot right now.
Yeah, you're just showing off now.
Yeah, you're pinching your son's cheeks. Now he's pinching your ass.
Yeah.
Now we're like, dude, they're still right here.
They are. They set the boxes down on the table next to Da-song, and when Yang-kyo asks about it, Dong-ik dismisses it jovially. But Da-song suddenly starts sniffing Ki-taek like a dog. Much to the adult's confusion, he jumps off the table and runs over to Chung-suk, shoving his nose into the fabric of her shirt and sniffing. His parents tell him to stop, but Da-song renders his verdict. It's the same. They smell the same.
Careful now.
You listen here.
Yeah.
They're going to replace you next.
Yeah.
I don't think they're above such things.
The Kims are unstoppable.
They'll find a way.
Embarrassed, Yang-kyo tells him to go up to Jessica, but he adds that Jessica smells like that too, before going back upstairs, leaving everyone to stand awkwardly in his wake. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Something like, who would think of that?
I don't know. Maybe one of the dogs.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And there's like, hey, Ruff, that's not right. But-
That's not right.
Back at their apartment, Ki-taek sniffs his shirt, wondering if they're going to need to use different soap now. Ki-woo says that they will, and laundry soap, and fabric softener. Chung-suk scoffs that means doing 4 separate loads of laundry every time. But Ki-jung corrects them. That's not what it is. It's the semi-basement smell. They'll have to leave this place to get rid of that smell.
Honestly, why haven't they left this place already? They're all making insane money, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like they've been doing this for a little bit, all this planning, having to set things up. You've had a little bit of money now for some time.
Yeah.
I don't know. She starts to cut up the meat simmering on a flat top in front of her, but Ki-taek leans back in his chair where the stone is propped up behind him. He decides that they're fortunate to be worrying about things like this in an age where an opening for a security guard attracts 500 university graduates. He stresses with a smile that their entire family got hired. Ki-woo chuckles excitedly that he's right. Ki-taek continues that if the 4 of them were to pool their money together, the amount of cash coming from that house into their house is immense. He proposes that they offer a prayer of gratitude for Mr. Park. The family agrees, Chung-suk knocking her can against her husband's before taking a drink. But Ki-taek isn't done. He offers another prayer of gratitude to Min. He tells his son that friend of his turned out to be such a fine guy, and thanks to him. But as his gaze wanders up to the window, he cuts himself off. Fuck, not again! Another drunk person, played by Lee Dong-young, is peeing in the alley. Ki-woo jumps to his feet this time, running his hand through his hair. Finally, he picks up the stone, stumbling as he heads down the hallway to teach him a lesson this time. But Ki-taek chases after him, imploring that he take a half-empty bottle of water instead of the stone. I was like, dude!
Yeah.
We're going to beat him to death?
What are we doing? They've gotten away with so much. They're drunk on the
Invincible!
And when Ki-woo runs out into the alley, it's the water bottle that he's holding. He sloshes it at the man, demanding that he get a grip. But the man whips around, doing a little sloshing of his own as a stream of pee arches at Ki-woo. Down in the basement, Ki-jung is very amused. She takes out her phone and starts recording the incident, where we see it in slow motion. She laughs, announcing that it's a deluge, as Ki-taek comes in clutch with a bucket, dousing the man in water as this plays out slowly on the screen of Ki-jung's phone. Her taking her phone out to record this moment? Maybe foreshadowing?
Mm-hmm.
But in the morning, Da-song stands in the green grass of his yard, holding up a pair of sunglasses to look up into the sky. He reports on a walkie-talkie that the weather is clear and the clouds are moving, but they're not rain clouds. Dong-ik receives the transmission on his own walkie as he listens to it at the table with a smile before confirming, "I hear you, over." He looks over at his daughter and we pan to find her sitting across from him, dejected. Dong-ik tells his son over the radio that his sister's lip is sticking out like a duck's bill. She is super annoyed. Da-hae pleads sweetly. Can't she just stay here and call Kevin over to have her English lesson? Yeon-kyo enters, admonishing her daughter for making a scene just as they're leaving. If they have to go, they might as well have fun. Dong-ik reminds Da-hae that this isn't an ordinary camping trip. How could she miss her brother's birthday when even her busy father is taking time off to go? Yeon-kyo continues to amen him in the background before chiming in that if she doesn't go, she's going to regret it. She's going to regret it. No, but she is going to regret it.
Yeah.
She heads down to the cellar where Chung-suk is hauling around camping equipment. Yeon-kyo tells her to set up the outdoor projector and to look for Da-song's camping raincoat because he loves when it rains. Later, she gives Chung-suk instructions on the dogs. She introduces each one, Junie, Barry, and Fufu. Junie and Barry get one kind of treat, but Fufu gets Japanese crab sticks. The women smile as they look over the dogs and the snacks. Even as the garage lifts, Yeon-kyo sticks her head out of the window, reminding Chung-suk that when she walks Junie, she needs to give him a long leash. He has to run around to feel happy. He's like the canine version of Da-song. She giggles as she gives one final wave, and Chung-suk smiles warmly at the Park family as they depart and the garage door slowly closes.
These dogs are eating better than me, but
I was like, damn, crab
I
sticks.
know.
I'll take some crab sticks.
I don't let me see that. Is that imitation? But they're taking off. So this is kind of, I guess, for the Kims kind of cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Get the house.
mhm.
Just a quiet night.
Yeah.
Later, Chung-suk awakes from her nap on the couch to reveal Ki-taek dozing behind her. She sits up and looks through the wall of windows to find Ki-woo lying on his back in the lush grass, reading a book. She calls out to him, wondering why her son is lying down outside, and this wakes Ki-taek, so he sits up with her, asking if Ki-woo isn't hot out there. But Ki-woo speaks up, informing them with a smile that he's gazing up at the sky from home. It's so great. Inside, he gets a bottle of Voss from the fridge and starts to drink. Is this smile too?
That,
Yeah.
yes, that was my exact note. The whole shelf was filled with it.
Yeah, it was.
And we see a couple more.
Yeah.
He asks his mom if she wants water, and she does, sparkling. He finds Ki-jung upstairs, lounging in a bubble bath and flipping through the TV with the remote. When he pokes his head in and asks if she wants water, she thanks him, remarking that he read her mind. He rolls the glass bottle across the floor over to her. Afterwards, he retreats into Da-hae's room, where he does a playful flip before landing on her bed. He leans over the edge and pushes open a small case next to the bed. There are journals neatly stacked inside, and Ki-woo selects one. I will say, while part of me was like, look at them getting to live, the way that they aspire to live, I'm getting very nervous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because everything that we're doing, I'm like, are you going to put that bath back exactly the way it was? Is she going to smell you on her bed when she gets back? You're leaving evidence everywhere you go.
Yeah.
It was stressing me the fuck out. Plus, don't read people's fucking journals.
Yeah, that
don't
wasn't
do
cool.
that.
Yeah.
It's an invasion of privacy.
Yeah.
Beyond.
One thing I will say, though, as far as like color theory, he grabbed a yellow.
He did.
Journal.
Okay.
As the sun goes down, the Kim family gathers in the backyard with the dogs. Ki-taek, Ki-jung, and Ki-woo watch as Chung-suk spins before launching a shot put out of frame. They all applaud her, ignoring what I heard was a distant crash.
Yes.
Yeah.
They just don't care.
They
No.
don't give a fuck.
I did want to talk very quickly about the cinematographer of this film.
Okay.
It was a guy called Hung Kyung-pyo,
Okay.
and he was actually the cinematographer for Snowpiercer and Mother for Bong Joon Ho. But he also shot Burning, which is an incredible film,
Okay.
and The Wailing.
Oh, all right.
But in the interview that I saw with him on the Criterion Blu-ray, he was talking about how Bong always told him that movies equal music, where they have to follow this tempo and this rhythm in order for everything to work properly.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of goes hand in hand with what Yang, the editor, had said about Bong, that Bong is almost like Hitchcock in the way that the edit almost begins in camera with every single shot.
Okay.
Where rather than having like thousands of cuts in a film, he'll have the camera linger and stay on an object for a little while, or he'll put a pan or a whip pan or a zoom within the same shot. And so you realize a lot of these shots that are going on are carrying for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that's so impressive about this is that every single shot in this film, they only used one camera, and Hong was the one operating it entirely. Insert shots, every single pan.
Wow.
Everything.
Okay.
And so that's very unusual because you think you have camera operators and everything, but no, the cinematographer shot every single shot of this film.
All right.
And so you have moments where the camera is doing a lot within one take, and if it was slightly off and off of this rhythm, Bong would say, we got to take it again.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
And so this would happen a lot, but there were situations that they kind of couldn't help. And one of them was this shot, wherever she is doing the shot put.
Yeah.
They could not stand the way that the sky looked in the shot because it didn't match what they had in mind or what Bong had with his storyboards.
Mm-hmm.
And so they eventually shoot it a few times and everything is just, they're kind of like, we're on a schedule. We have to stick to what we're doing.
Yeah.
But Hong has this idea. He's like, what if I just isolate a shot of the sky in this exact angle when the sky looks exactly as it should for the film? And so the shot that we see is a composite shot.
What?
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Several days later, he shot these real actual clouds and they just composited it in.
Yeah.
And it's a remarkable thing because, again, it's not something that you would even think happened.
Right.
No,
right.
you don't see it at
No.
all.
And it's so much going on behind the scenes and so much to where you're like, okay, everything means something because the reason for these clouds to look like this is because a storm is incoming.
Yes.
And that means more narratively and thematically
Yes.
Yeah.
than you could ever guess. Right
Man,
now.
We'll get
that's-
there.
That's crazy.
That's really impressive.
It looks good.
It
Yeah.
does. And something else that really amazed me is Bong told the cinematographer, this film is family and character driven. And from that basis alone, he chose a certain aspect ratio simply so in most shots, the Kims could appear in one frame together.
Okay.
And so again, just these choices that you wouldn't even think about for the reasons behind them.
Yes.
Right.
And when you look at it, the Parks are never, the entire family, ever in one single frame together.
Huh.
And that's intentional too.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just impressive.
I'm like forwarding through the film.
yeah. yeah.
I can get 3, but
Yeah.
not all 4.
But that means quite a bit as well.
It does. I'm still playing the film in my head.
Yeah.
That's really incredible.
Yeah.
Inside the house, Key-Tech pours a shot of alcohol into 4 glasses. He muses at all the different varieties. We pan out to find that the living room is cluttered and filthy with bottles, glasses, plates, snacks. Ki-woo raises one of these bottles and tells his father to let him add another one to the mix. He pours some into Key-Tech's glass, who sighs dreamily that this is pretty classy. All 4 of them look out the windowed wall into the backyard as he expounds. Rain falling on the lawn as we sip on whiskey. You guys did not need to trash this room like this.
No.
I love that you're having this moment together. But
No.
no.
This is where I started getting worried.
Yeah.
But I also thought of the contrast of their view from the window in their home.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're all gathered together
While
just
they're
like
snacking and drinking.
Yeah. It's just risky.
Oh,
So
yeah.
It's very risky. Like they could turn around.
That's what would scare me is it is pouring rain outside.
Yeah.
And they're camping. And kids are fickle as fuck. Oh, I want to be in the rain. I'm done. Like,
Yeah,
you know
no,
what I mean?
when they're done, it's
And you know I'm just like I'm sweating. I'm very stressed out.
mhm.
I think that there's got to be a window of time where you're like, okay, now we're safe to start doing all this stuff. But they started immediately.
Oh yeah. The garage wasn't even closed.
It's like, all right, everybody come out.
But Chung Suk has to ask Ki-woo, what is that yellow book he's been carrying around with him? He holds it up, revealing that it's Da-hae's diary. Ki-jung sets her drink down, calling her brother a scumbag. How could he read her diary? But she snatches it out of his hand and lies down to read it herself.
Wow.
Ki-woo gives the excuse that it's just so that they can understand each other deeper. Ki-jung laughs. Fuck, are you two dating? Ki-woo confesses that he's serious about her and she really likes him too. His parents just stare at him, chewing, and when he starts to tell a story that the other day, he breaks off with a smile and abandons it. He shares instead that when she enters university, he's officially going to ask her out. Seriously. So Min's plan.
Yep.
And what happened the other day?
Yeah.
Because he started smiling, was like, never mind.
I thought that was just the kiss, but I guess
I don't know how long we've been here.
I don't know either.
Because that
Yeah.
kiss happened on like the second day.
That's true. We got 3 other people jobs.
Yeah. Had to come up with plans. And
Yeah.
the other one.
Yeah.
Poisoned a lady with her allergy.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, time has to.
I think that was a while ago. But he picks up his glass and takes a drink, and Key-Tech throws a snack at him in amazement. My son. He holds his hands up, realizing that this is going to be Ki-woo's in-laws' house. The family oohs and ahs at the realization, but Chung Suk laughs. Fuck, then I'm washing my daughter-in-law's dishes. Key-Tech agrees with a cackle, and her daughter-in-law's socks. Everyone finds this hilarious, except for Chung Suk. But after she lets out a sigh, she turns to Ki-woo with sincerity. She says that she likes Da-hae. She's a good kid. She's pretty, but she's not wild. Ki-woo proposes that now that they're daydreaming, if he and Da-hae do get married, they can just bring in actors to play his parents.
I realized at that point, I was like, that's right.
Yeah.
When Key-Tech said, this will be your in-laws' house, I'm like, oh, she can never know. She can never meet you as his parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that was the first thing I thought. Because Ki-woo can be like, oh, yeah, he was her fucking tutor and then they fell in love. No, they know the story.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They can never know theirs. But he tells his parents to just look at Ki-jung. She got so many jobs acting in weddings last year, and Ki-jung agrees. She even caught a bouquet from a bitch she never even met. If you catch the bouquet, you get an extra $10. Ki-jung is, she's on another level.
Yeah.
These rules are kind of wild, right?
Chung Suk understands that this is how Ki-jung's acting got so good. But Key-Tech maintains that acting is one thing, but this family is so gullible. Ki Jung is taking swigs straight from the liquor bottle behind them when Chung Suk agrees, the madam especially. Ki Tek smiles at this. She is so naive and nice. She's rich, but she's still nice. But Chung Suk corrects him. She's not rich, but still nice. She's nice because she's rich. She throws her arms wide before bringing them in to hug herself. Hell, if she had all this, she'd be nice too. Even nicer. But when Barry the dog creeps... But when Barry the dog creeps over to her, she pushes him away.
She's not rich.
Yeah. She's like, not yet.
Yeah, no.
It was such a jarring.
The timing.
I'd be nice too.
Punches a dog.
I just didn't understand. I will say though, I appreciate the point that she's making here, where it's like she has the privilege to be naive and nice.
Yeah.
She's been sheltered, she's pampered, she's safe, she's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody's looking to, well, I mean, they're looking to take
Yeah.
a minute, but you know what I mean? That's why she's so nice. I thought that was really interesting and kind of illustrating the way that Ki Tek looks at the world at this moment and the way that Chung Suk does. You know what
True.
I mean?
Yeah.
And I mean, in that way, that's fair that it can be kind of a luxury to be like
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
that. To be that nice.
The aloofness and the,
Mhm.
yeah, not everybody can navigate their life like that.
But I also think calling them gullible, I don't think that they're gullible. I think they just didn't expect an entire fucking family to con them like that.
Well, yeah. Because all kinds of shit has happened since they've shown up.
Yeah.
They trusted you.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like after getting rid of this driver, I don't know how new the driver is, to be fair. Maybe he's new and they're like, oh, he's fucking in the car. Let's just get rid of him. The housekeeper, I'd be like, this is really odd that I hired one person, another one gets hired. My driver's acting up. Now I got to hire another driver. And I feel like maybe after Ki Jung, I'd be a little wary, a little suspicious.
Yeah.
But I'm not rich.
Right.
So I got to be a little suspicious.
I understand that, but I think that the varied reasons,
True.
and also you do have Yan Kyo's buy-in with the housekeeper.
Yeah. And this circle of trust or whatever the fuck.
It's,
Yeah. A belt, I believe.
Belt of
belt,
trust.
yeah.
Yeah. Or it's like, as long as one of you recommends them, they can live in my house. But Ki Tek decides that she's right. Rich people are naive because they have no resentments, no creases on them. Chung Suk adds that it gets ironed out. Money is an iron. I loved that line.
Mm-hmm.
Those creases all get smoothed out. Ki Tek brings up driver Yoon to Ki Woo. He must be working somewhere else now, right? Ki Woo guesses that he must be. He was young with a nice physique. And Ki Tek nods, trying to convince Ki Woo as much as himself that he must have found a better job.
Again, this is where we talk about class solidarity.
It's that.
Mm-hmm.
You have taken the job of someone who is like you
Yep.
Yeah.
and left him to what? What is he doing?
No idea.
Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, sure. Definitely he is. He's fine. But
Yeah.
it's like, how hard was it for you guys to get a job before you
Yes.
started scamming?
And now he has this reputation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what he does in those cars?
I heard he likes to come on seats.
Oh,
No, don't.
Too specific.
I did hear that.
I heard
we all heard
from
that.
one man,
Yeah. Everybody's
a
saying that.
rumor.
Everybody's been saying that. Allegedly.
Mhm.
But Ki Jung, who has been lying down with the whiskey bottle, sits up with a cry. Fucking hell. She reminds her dad that they're the ones that need help. He needs to worry about them. She shakes his shoulder, imploring him, don't worry about driver Yoon, worry about me. She shakes as she yells this last bit, and the entire family is illuminated by a bright white light as thunder booms and a storm breaks loose outside. Ki-taek remarks on the awesome timing of it, and Ki-woo agrees dramatically. She speaks and the lightning crashes. As the rain pours outside, Ki-woo ruffles his sister's hair, calling her Jessica and clinking his glass against the bottle in her hand. He says that when he went up earlier and she was in the bath, he thinks of how to put it. She fit there. This house suits her, not like the rest of them. Ki-jung drinks again from the bottle and winces, telling him to fuck off, but he asserts that he's serious. He tells his dad that Ki-jung was lying in the tub, watching TV like she'd been there for years. He pivots, turning to his sister. Speaking of which, if this were ever to become their house, which room in this masterwork by the great Nam Goong would she want to be hers? How are you going to pull that off, dude?
Yeah, that's...
How
Well,
are
you
you
already have
swinging that?
the title.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
We goddamn live here. Snacking on jerky, Ki-jung laughs that she doesn't know. Get her the house first and then she'll decide. But Ki-taek realizes, we live here now, don't we? They're getting drunk in the living room. Ki-woo agrees. They do live here. Ki-taek is like, this is our home now, and it's cozy. Chung-suk asks him, oh, you're feeling cozy? She tells him to suppose that Dong-ik walked through that door right now. Ki-taek would run and hide like a cockroach. She reminds her kids, you know, at our house, when they turn on the light and the cockroaches scatter, she cackles. But Ki-taek isn't laughing. He mutters that he's getting fucking tired of this. A cockroach? Suddenly, he swipes his arm across the table, sending glasses and a bottle shattering to the floor. He snatches the front of his wife's shirt in his fist, but her expression hasn't changed. Ki-woo and Ki-jung ask what's wrong, and Ki-woo implores his father, don't do that, you only live once. But Chung-suk is smirking at her husband now, and it's only seconds before they both break, bursting into laughter. Ki-taek turns to his kids and winks. Fooled you, didn't I? He asked if it looked real. I don't like any of this.
No,
Yeah.
it's not my brand of humor. But I was like, holy shit. I couldn't believe that this was happening.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. And you broke those glasses in
Yes.
that bottle,
Yes.
dude.
Was it worth it? Just to frighten your children?
And I don't think that don't do it, you only live once. I think it's the other way around. I'm glad you didn't do it, but I was like, what the fuck? What?
Very confusing.
Yeah.
You only live once is telling you to do
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah, this was very shocking because I thought it was real
Me too.
Yeah.
for a second. But yeah, this was weird. Do we play like that? And they both Chung-suk was like, whatever, like this isn't real.
Well, it is because we're going from him worrying about the driver to the daughter being like, oh, don't worry about that. Worry about us. We need it. But y'all have been working here. Y'all have had this blessing, this opportunity.
Yeah.
What do you mean take care of them? Y'all are taken care of.
Yeah.
And then that happens and it's like, oh, what the fuck?
Well, it's like they have been busting his balls all fucking like all.
But dude, hell yeah, I'm scattering like a cockroach.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to be here.
No shit. She's the only one supposed to be there. That's it.
Yes.
She's like, you little bitch.
Yeah.
Like, you're goddamn right.
Yeah, you're safe. We're not.
Exactly. But Chung-suk pulls her husband's hand from her shirt and bends it back at the wrist, asserting that if it was real, she'd fucking kill him. Ki-taek winces and whines, but Ki-jung has turned her snack bag around, revealing it to be kangaroo jerky dog treats. She chuckles to herself, but the whole family freezes when the doorbell rings.
Ooh.
Ki-woo wonders in a whisper who it could be at this hour. Chung-suk stands to peer over at the door, but the screen on the security system displays who's there. It's Moon Gwang, squinting through her glasses into the camera, a hood pulled over her head to protect her from the rain. They wonder what she's doing here as Moon Gwang rings the bell again and again, swaying closer to the camera. She starts to smile, and Chung-suk decides that she's causing a racket. Fed up, she presses a button on the screen and asks who it is. Moon Gwang greets her kindly, but presumes that the madam isn't in. She says that she worked for her for a long time, describing the photo of 3 dogs that resides above the monitor. And we pan up to find this exact photo as Moon Gwang names the dogs Junie, Barry, and Fufu.
What made me laugh about this is it's like, yeah, we recognize you.
Yeah.
No, but Chung Suk isn't supposed to know who she is.
Oh, shit. You're
Yeah.
right.
That's right.
Everybody
That's
else
right.
worked with her, but
Yeah.
she's a stranger.
And they're not here.
And they're not here. It's only me, the new innocent housekeeper.
Mhm.
Chung Suk assures her that she gets it, but that doesn't explain what she's doing here. As close as she is to the screen now, we see that Moon Gwang's face looks bruised. She guesses that Chung Suk is her successor as the housekeeper, and she laughs uncontrollably before pulling herself together and apologizing for coming by so late.
The cackling laughter, this is where I was like, oh, so this is a horror situation.
Things seem to be taking a turn for
Yeah.
sure.
Because it's like, where are we going from here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that she forgot something in the basement under the kitchen. We see her outside, the rain pouring down around her as she leans in close to the intercom, explaining that they pushed her out so quickly when she left. She asks, "Would you let me in?" Chung Suk looks back at her family, who stand by anxiously. Ki Woo reminds her in a whisper that this wasn't part of the plan. Still, Chung Suk goes to the front door and opens it a crack, coming face to face with Moon Gwang, who bows in appreciation. She heads inside, oblivious to the rest of the Kim family cowering behind the wall quietly. Chung Suk tries to take her raincoat, but Moon Gwang insists that she'll only be a second. She walks through the kitchen, commenting that there was quite a meal here and it'll be tough to clean up.
Uh-oh.
You shut the fuck
Yeah.
You don't have their phone number or anything. do
No.
you?
You didn't do shit.
And damn it, Chung Suk, what are you doing?
I know.
Even that, madam's not here. I cannot allow you in the house.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
If you come back when they are here, I'm sure they'll
sure she'd
allow
let
you to
you.
get whatever you need.
And I mean, just from horror movie knowledge, somebody rocks up to your house in the middle of the night and is like, can you let me in?
In the rain.
Yeah.
The rain makes it worse.
That's a vampire, clearly.
And the answer is no.
No.
Before she can disappear into the darkness of the stairs leading to the cellar, Chung Suk asks, "What did you leave below?" Moon Gwang stops in her tracks. She turns with a smile. "Would you like to come down with me?" When Chung Suk implores that she go ahead, Moon Gwang giggles before stepping forward, swallowed by the shadows.
I don't know why it made me think of Zodiac, where it's like, not very many people have basements in California.
Dude, no.
Like, I don't want to do
No, I
this.
don't want to go with you. Outside, the rain beats down on a security camera that has a cut wire on the back of it, which is concerning. Chung Suk waits, sitting pensively in a chair at the table. Hidden behind a plant, Ki Woo waves at her, gets her attention, and points toward the basement stairs. Chung Suk shrugs at him, but Ki Woo reiterates, pointing, coaxing her to go investigate. Chung Suk sighs and pulls on her sweater as she steps down into the basement. She walks past the fully stocked pantry to find Moon Gwang. She's completely horizontal, her feet pressed against the wall behind her, and her outstretched hands pushing the immovable cabinet of glass jars. She squeaks and grunts with effort, but nothing moves. When she spots Chung Suk, she begs her to help her move this, to pull from the other side. Dumbstruck, Chung Suk just does as asked, pulling with all her might from the other side of the cabinet. But she spots something lodged underneath and pulls it free. Moon Gwang's force sends the cabinet flying, and she falls, thudding to the shelf below and rolling out onto the floor. This was a lot.
Yeah.
Chung Suk hurries to make sure she's okay, but Moon Gwang pushes her to the side. Thanking her breathlessly, she jumps up to her feet and pushes the cabinet the rest of the way. Ki Woo watches from the stairs as Moon Gwang reveals a hidden door behind the cabinet. She pulls it open and hurries inside, screaming, "Honey!" Chung Suk looks up with horror at her son, who is now joined by Ki Tek and Ki Jung. Chung Suk turns to hurry after Moon Gwang, who is still frantically and loudly screaming, "Honey!" So many questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We follow Chung-suk down a narrow hidden hallway. Her breath shuddering, she hurries along, making turns, going down further flights of steps. It's just before she reaches the bottom that a lower voice joins Moon Gwang's frantic one, assuring her that he's fine. He's just hungry. Chung-suk rounds the corner to find Moon Gwang on her knees, tending to a man who lies in a bed in this very hidden bunker beneath the park home. Moon Gwang raises a bottle to his lips, and Gun-se, played by Park Myung-hoon, drinks it desperately.
Park Myung-hoon, he does have a credit in Alive from 2024. And not the TV show, because I know there's
That's
a TV
what I thought for a
Yeah, no, because that is good.
I could not have been more shocked with what we found here.
Yeah.
I do want to mention this shot that follows down this staircase. And the score kind of going a little wild. It was kind of the perfect tension because that's exactly how I'm feeling watching this, because I'm like, I don't know what we're about to see down here or what point, what turn this is taking.
Yeah.
I did see Bong Joon Ho called this place the lowest place.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
And Lee, the production designer, even talked about the way that they had created the floor. It has kind of a divot in it to mimic a sewer.
Okay.
And so they're really trying to drive this point home through the production design.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
Yeah.
I did want to say, too, while we're stopped, Bong Joon Ho also said that the semi-basement apartment is a specific way of lower income living in Korea. And like you said earlier, T, the kind of hopefulness of it kind of being underground, but not completely underground, that hope that the Kim family has, this is kind of, it's represented here in opposite, where we are so far below ground. And so all these different ways of living are really represented in literally the location of where we are.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And kind of piggybacking on that, I feel like now we can even more so understand the title Parasite.
Right.
Yeah.
Because Bong had said that when he started working on this, it was called De Call No Money, which is like mirrored image.
Okay.
And so he found it interesting because we have these two families of four, mom, dad, daughter, son, but like they are in some ways mirror images of each other. In other ways, they couldn't be more different. And so as it went on, he liked the name Parasite. He thought that it felt better. And he said that the marketing department was not happy with the title at all and were like hesitant to move forward with it. But he insisted. He said that every main character in this film is a parasite.
Right.
The parks can be seen as a parasite to the labor of the people that they literally cannot navigate life without. And obviously the Kim family and Moon Gwang and Gun-se are different kinds of parasites. But I think that Parasite really is the perfect name for the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find it so odd that the marketing department was like unsure.
Yeah. I think maybe because like you got to be kind of in before you're like, oh, that's what.
Okay.
Or maybe
I can see that.
they didn't think it would be enticing. I don't know. I think that just the one word title, I think it's striking on its own. And then when things are kind of like unraveling and you're getting further in the story, you're like, oh, of course. And the fucking bugs in the Kim house. Like, I mean, I feel like it just like it's kind of the title that keeps on giving. You know what I mean? But back to the basement. Moon Gwang rubs his stomach, sobbing, asking how many days has it been? He must have been so hungry. Chung-suk looks from them to this hidden room and back down the corridor the way she came. Gun-se stares at her in fear, but Moon Gwang assures him that Chung-suk is a nice woman. She let her inside. There was an iron plate for grilling stuck under the shelf. Gun-se understands that that's why he couldn't open it from the inside. Chung-suk finally finds her voice and she asks, "What's going on here?" Moon Gwang concedes that she must be very startled. She would be too, but as two fellow workers, right, Chung-suk? Chung-suk asks how she knows her name, and Moon Gwang admits that she still texts with Da Song. They did have a good relationship.
They did.
I love that he's like, there's a new lady named Chung-suk.
Or he's like, gotta go, Chung-suk is here.
Yeah.
But she knew that they were going camping, so she came today. Chung-suk's expression changes from shock to anger, but Moon Gwang still confesses that she came here to speak with Chung-suk alone. Gun-se eyes her as he sucks from the bottle, but behind them, the rest of the Kim family is creeping down the stairs, listening to every word. Now, Moon Gwang brandishes a pair of pliers, confessing further that she cut the wire on the CCTV by the gate. No one will know that she came. She asks, "Isn't that good, sis?" But Chung-suk asserts, "Don't call me sis." But the former housekeeper continues, "Sis, my name is Moon Gwang." Then she introduces her hubby, Oh Gun-se. She tells him to say hello, but instead, Gun-se finishes his bottle and smacks his lips, remarking that tastes great. He turns to his wife, wondering what happened to her face. She's bruised and her lip is busted. Chung-suk is sneering at them as Moon Gwang assures her husband that she'll tell him later. She takes out a banana and starts to peel it for him. Chung-suk is piecing it together. Moon Gwang would steal food every day when she worked in the kitchen to feed her husband. But Moon Gwang cries that that's not true. She paid for all of his food with her own salary. Her accusation is so unfair.
A lesser film would show the flashback of him in the car. It's like she eats for two people.
And that's one of the moments that rewords you on a rewatch.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh my God, of course she's eating for fucking two people. She's feeding two people. Chung-suk asks how long her husband has been down here, and Moon Gwang consults with him sweetly. 4 years? My jaw dropped.
Yeah.
God damn.
Ki-woo's eyes widen in shock, and he turns to look at his father and sister as Ki-jung scoffs and Ki-tek lowers his head. Eating his banana, Gun-se has a more accurate time frame. 4 years, 3 months, and 17 days. And Chung-suk agrees that that's right. It is June now.
He doesn't know sunlight anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Yes.
I think the thing that gets me is hearing this as Chung-suk.
Mm-hmm.
These people are so much closer related to you than the Parks are.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Though you wish to see yourself as aspirational towards the Parks,
Yes.
she is your sis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No,
so
1,000%.
when she's like, don't fucking call me that. It's like, hey.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's like, I don't like the solidarity of it too.
That's the problem.
Because it's like, we feel like we're the lower rung, but oh my God, there's somebody lower than us. Ew.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
That's
where
what
it's
it
like,
was.
yes, you're looking at them the way that people like the Parks look at you.
Yeah. That's the thing.
It's fucked.
But the commentary, it's brilliant.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
there.
But to me, it's like, why can't we just see that we learned this? We're kind of all doing the same thing. We're really using the Parks quite a bit. Let's, work out a deal. I'll feed you like Leela's parents in that episode of
Well, but
Futurama.
but she's gonna be her mother-in-law, so she can't allow it.
Also,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's-
So
Well,
that's
secretly.
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
like, wait a minute.
This isn't going to work.
Yeah. No.
Moon Gwang turns to Chung-suk to explain. 4 years ago, when Namgung moved to Paris, before the Park family moved in, she brought her husband down here. Chung-suk walks past them into an area with another bed, a desk, shelves, books, an altar, a lamp. Moon Gwang continues that a lot of rich houses have secret bunkers where you can hide in case North Korea attacks or if creditors break in. She says that Namgung seemed to be a little embarrassed about this because he never mentioned it to the Park family. So I'm like, with this context, he's lived here longer than the Parks.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Chung-suk walks past her snooping family, down the corridor the opposite way to find a toilet and a sink with a mirror above it. She understands. So that's how it happened. She takes out her phone as she walks back over to Moon Gwang, deciding that she has no choice now but to call the police. This is a mistake.
Yeah?
Yes.
And a mistake with dire consequences.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't imagine that being the first thought.
It was strange.
I hear your story. I'm also scamming these motherfuckers. You
Well,
know what I mean? Like,
not
Yeah.
only
in
that,
a much more insidious way than you're scamming them.
yeah, but my whole family's here when they're not supposed to be
Yes.
here. We broke some shit. It's a mess in there.
And they did.
Like, if they came back and were like, hey, what are y'all doing here?
Yeah.
Even the police report, who was all
That
there
too.
Right.
when it happened.
And why does the living room look like you were having a party?
Yeah.
And eating dog treats.
Has this dog been pushed?
She does deserve some time for that. But yeah, I think that it's mutually assured destruction at the least. If it's like, look, I got my own thing going on. I understand what are you thinking? What do you need?
Yeah.
Because if I ever go, you cut the CCTV footage. If they ever find him down here, I didn't see shit. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's not as though you're on the hook. You know what I mean?
I think that's what's so wild to me is that it's just like, you know what? We all have our own racket going on. Let's just not get in the way of each other.
Yeah. Or we could work together. Or,
Also
you know what
true.
I mean? Like
You can come up here sometimes.
this was
Sometimes.
No,
Let's
he's
not
gotta
get
get
too
up.
Okay,
No.
Yeah, he's
I
got
want
his-
the downstairs too.
I'm just like, it shocked me that was her first. Well, I'm going to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you're doing something bad too.
It's very upsetting.
Arguably worse.
Yeah. There's enough plum drink for all of us.
For everyone.
Yeah, you've seen those jars.
Yeah.
They were huge and plentiful. Moon Gwang throws herself at Chung Suk's feet. No, please, sis. She brings her praying hands together and looks up at her, begging, as fellow members of the needy, please don't. But Chung Suk snaps that she's not needy. And Moon Gwang sobs, but we're needy. They have no house or money, only debt. She raises her hand to indicate her husband, who sits on his bed, gnawing listlessly on the banana. Chung Suk sighs as Moon Gwang implores, sis, please. She admits that even after 4 years of hiding, the debt collectors won't give up. They're still searching for Gunsei, threatening to stab him.
Lord.
Pay your bills.
I guess. But it shocked me, too, that Chung Suk was like, I'm not needy.
Yeah,
Girl.
hold on.
Girl.
Yeah.
Chung Suk asks, you used loan sharks? Moon Gwang closes her eyes in shame and nods her head as she lowers it. But Gunsei speaks up from behind her, asserting that it's all his fault. His Taiwanese cake shop went bust. Key Tech listens with his mouth agape as Gunsei explains that that's when he went into debt. So hold on a second, because I don't see anybody talking about this, and this is something I realized on this rewatch. When Ki Zhang is like, you used to drive, right? After she fucking leaves the underwear in the car. He was like, yeah, it was after this, after that Taiwanese cake shop went bust.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and then I'm thinking with the pizza boxes, is Key Tech responsible for what happened at the cake shop?
I wonder
because we have this like pattern of him fucking shit up or his work being unsatisfactory or whatever. So it's like, was he supposed to deliver them and he wasn't, or he was taking too long and people stopped using them? I know it's a lot of like speculation, but
It's a very specific.
it's a really specific thing to say twice. So it's like, at the very least, he had to have worked for him. And in my mind, he may have played a role in what
What's going
happened.
on?
Yeah.
I don't know. I did notice it, but I only didn't pay attention, honestly, because there is no attention brought to it.
There's not. And this is my third or fourth time, and it's my first time being like, wait.
Yeah.
I didn't pick up that it was the same thing, but I was like, well, his companies went bust too.
Yeah.
You should be able to relate with them more.
That's true too.
But they're like, get out of here.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
It
Calling
is.
the
It
police.
is,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang holds up a folded and crinkled envelope as an offering, and when Chung Suk asks what it is, she admits that it's not much, just a modest sum, but they will send it to her every month, and in return, every 2 days, please leave her husband some food. Gunsei looks up with a hopeful smile, but Moon Gwang renegotiates her plea. Not once every 2 days, just once a week. They have a fridge down here. She giggles that Chung Suk will only need to do it once a week. They're offering them money,
That's
too.
That's the thing.
So for me, it's like the only thing keeping you in this state of, oh my God, is you feeling superior over them.
Yeah, because otherwise, what is your reasoning?
They're offering,
Yeah.
like, and you're talking about, pulling money and getting out of this semi-basement apartment with the smell and blah, blah, blah. Like, that is passive income, really. Like,
yeah, on the cool.
That's the dream.
That's the dream. That's what we all want, dude. But Chung Suk tells her that she's got some nerve. She repeats that she is calling the police. She raises the phone to her ear as Moon Gwang pleads, "Sis!" And that's when Ki Tek's foot slips and he slides down the stairs, knocking himself and his kids into sight as they crash down onto the floor below. It's mostly tea, but there are some times when I'm watching a movie for the show and I'm like, oh, fill in the blank is gonna hate this part. It's usually you because you're so much of like a
Snob?
yeah, you're pretty snobby.
Okay.
And it's said with all the love in the world.
Sure.
But this to me, I was like, that's gonna piss John Paul off. I knew as soon as I saw it that you were gonna be like, come on.
I'll be honest. Yes. It to me, and I mean, I don't mean it in a bad way. I don't like that. I don't like it to where it's like you couldn't have had done this a different way. They had to fall in there cartoon like.
It is a cartoon.
It's like, dude, and again, we're listening to this. Y'all go upstairs. You two get at my kids,
your kids
go upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
You like where I understand whatever. Go start cleaning that shit. Stuff is going down.
Yes, that too.
Stuff is going down. We're all just like, no, hold on. What'd he say?
They're like,
His
you
kids what?
love.
Yeah, and then they just. I was like, dude,
And your mom will tell you later.
Yeah, she's got to come back up.
Yeah, this is the most wild thing ever. You think she's going to be like, well, it was nothing.
Yeah, it's no big
it's-
deal. But yeah, as soon as I saw it, it's this in a moment later on where I'm like, he's going to be annoyed by that. Like when something so small and careless leads to something like huge being unveiled or whatever, he always gets annoyed.
No, I get that. And it really was. It was pretty cartoony.
And once again, it's Ki Tek.
Yes. He screwed it
Fucking
up.
Yes.
As they groan and wince in pain, Moon Gwang stares at them, adjusting her glasses. Jessica? Mr. Kim? What the hell? She picks up her phone and records as Ki Woo complains. Ow, Dad, my foot! Ki Tek reminds him, don't call me Dad. But the damage is done.
See, this is...
Yeah, and they had time. They posed for her to turn on the camera.
She lined up the shot. And...
To the left, just a little bit.
The upper hand is lost.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang looks up from her phone to the Kim family and points an accusing finger. She cracks up, admitting that she thought it was weird that the driver was fired. The fallen family stands, and Ki Woo proposes that we talk this over. Chung Suk turns to her similarly. So, sis. But Moon Gwang fires back calmly. Don't fucking call me sis, you filthy bitch. I was like, oh yeah, it's over.
That's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, it's done. She decides that she's going to show that video to the madam. How about that? She holds it up to them. The Kims tangled on the floor and Ki Woo foolishly whining. Ow, Dad, my foot. Ki Tek whispers that there's no reception in basements, right? But consulting her own phone, Ki Jung reports that it's working just It's just, it couldn't get worse. Ki Tek replies the only way that he can. Fuck. But Ki Woo is imploring Moon Gwang, telling her that, to be honest, the jobs they have here. But Moon Gwang jumps up, shouting at him to shut up. With her husband cowering behind her, she yells that it's too late. Let's all go to jail. We're fucking going down. Ki Tek pushes his way to the front, shouting so loud that Ki Woo has to cover his ears when his father asks if Moon Gwang is crazy. If they see that video, the Parks will be so shocked. What did those nice people ever do wrong? Why would she do this to them? But Moon Gwang just presents her phone, where she has the video loaded up in a text message to Yeon Kyo. She tells Ki Tek to back off or she'll hit send. She whispers to her husband to follow her as they slowly creep forward along the corridor. Ki Tek reaches for the phone, but Chung Suk bats his hand away. We watch from the stairs as the Kims back up, and Moon Gwang keeps the phone in front of her like a weapon. She tells her husband that it's time for him to get some fresh air, and she stays down below as Gonsei scrambles up the stairs. We cut to the upstairs where a record spins, playing its music throughout the house. Moon Gwang and Gun-se sit on the couch in the living room, the Kim's mess still sprawled across the table in front of them. Gun-se lies on his stomach, laughing as he looks at the phone in his hands, while Moon Gwang straddles his back, massaging his shoulders and feet. Moon Gwang peers over his shoulder at the phone with a small smile, and Gun-se chuckles that this send button is like a missile launcher. She asks what he means, and he tells her all they have to do is threaten to push it, and those people can't do anything. I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with. It's like, what?
I think it's very clear the arrangement that you've set up here by taking that video. But we look past the phone at the Kim family, who all kneel across the room with their hands raised in the air. Gun-se laughs that it's like a North Korean rocket, a North Korean missile button. Moon Gwang sits up with a smirk, crossing her arms over her chest as she pledges that their beloved great leader Kim Jong-un, after witnessing the charlatan family video, was unable to contain his shock and fury at their wicked, despicable provocation. Gun-se grins that he missed his wife's jokes, but she's not done. Dramatically, she proclaims that their great leader in this age of denuclearization has commanded that the nation's last remaining warhead be driven down the throats of this wicked family. Gun-se giggles that no one can imitate a North Korean news anchor like her.
I don't know much about international relations. This feels a little dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
I was like, oh,
you're going for it and by name. That's cool.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Bong had said that the jokes here have a nuance more suited to people in Korea and Japan, but for everyone, including, people who get the nuance of it a little bit more, it's just dark comedy.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, he said that the bunkers are very real. This kind of, joking and things that she's saying is accurate, and that even the younger generations think that these bunkers that were secretly built are stupid because even they don't understand. So, I don't know. That's what he said.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
It did catch me off guard.
Me too. Yeah. And Gun-se was eating it up.
Oh,
he
yeah.
loved it. He's
Yeah.
kicking his feet and giggling.
And she apparently does this all the time.
Yeah.
He's
When
like,
she's
"Oh,
in a good mood.
yeah, in the best mood.
Does
Yeah.
her comedy act.
Yeah.
He's like, I miss this so much.
They did fuck themselves again by opening the door and going
All
down
of
there,
it.
falling down the stairs. I will say though,
down the stairs.
And
look,
what happened?
Yeah, how about this though? Me and my family, though we can say we lied about who we were or who we are, we could probably come up with a quick story about how we got each other hired here. The driver got fired. My dad needed a job. You hid your husband on there for how long?
4
4
years.
years.
Really? How can you explain
In
that?
3 months and 17
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Like, I get it and whatever, but it's like, okay, you want to go down. Let's see who gets it worse.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I don't want to
that's
lose
what-
the gig, but
But that's what Moon Gwang even said. We'll all fucking go down
Yeah.
then. Like, fine.
I think everything is fine until we have the fact that we're all here tonight.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's it all
And
looks bad.
Mama's letting loose. And,
Yeah.
You know.
Doesn't look good.
No.
But Moon Gwang's bit is not over. She holds out her arms, declaring that with their stinking guts served as the last nuclear graveyard, their dear leader's wish to denuclearize and bring world peace can... But she breaks character when she spots that the Kims are slowly lowering their arms. She snaps at the fuckers to raise them higher. They follow instruction, and when the Kims comply and raise their hands higher, Moon Gwang lifts her phone and watches through the screen as she records, muttering, "You scumbag family."
She's not wrong.
They are a little scumbaggy.
Yeah.
She gives a roll call. Husband, wife, son, daughter. She spits, "You Neanderthals." She lowers her phone to record the mess of alcohol and snacks scattered on the tabletop. Now, y'all did do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that all you can do is drink yourself stupid in this home suffused with Nam Goong's creative spirit? She hits them with the Sidney Prescott, calling them cretins, asking, what do they know about art? And Gun-se agrees with his wife, adding that when the sun was nice, they would bask in the sunbeams, right? We see them in the past when Moon Gwang served as Namgung's housekeeper and the furniture was minimalist, the space open with the same beautiful view of the lush green yard. Moon Gwang smiles at her husband, holding a record sleeve as she dances with him. Gunsei shares that at such moments they could feel his artist's touch. The couple smiles at each other in the past, basking in the glow of the sun coming in through the wall of windows, swaying to the beat of the music radiating from the record player. Lost in their memory, they sit on the couch in the past, sipping tea as the sun warms their faces. But they turn when in the present, Chung Suk is rushing them, hitting the couch hard with her shoulder, skidding it across the floor with Gunsei still lying on it. I loved this kind of come back to reality because they were gone.
Yeah.
They were reminiscing.
Not the best time.
No.
No, yeah.
While you're holding a family hostage, basically.
Staring off into space.
Yeah. They're like, quick, she's spacing out. Get her.
Like that was a good day.
Yeah.
Moon Gwang screams as the phone flies from her hand, still recording as it bounces along the floor. The music from the record in the past has taken over the soundscape, silencing Moon Gwang's cries as she climbs over Ki Tek's back when he crawls for the phone. Speaking of this song too, it's Italian, and I read in an interview that Bong had no idea that the translation of the title is On My Knees to You. And he thought it was funny because this whole scene starts with all of the Kims on their knees at the mercy of, Moon Gwang and Gunsei. And he was like, that's pretty funny. But Chung Suk lies on the floor, crying from the blow her shoulder took. Hands grasp at the phone desperately as they all climb over each other. Ki Tek, Moon Gwang, Ki Zhang, Ki Woo, Gunsei, Chung Suk. We get a shot from outside in the storm as they all crawl and attack each other, and the dogs hurry over to watch. I know that one dog's like, get her.
Especially her.
Ki Zhang pulls Moon Gwang away with her arm around her neck, and Ki Woo is finally able to wrench the phone from her grip, only for Gunsei to get his hands on it. Ki Woo, Ki Zhang, and Chung Suk fight him for it, but Moon Gwang rises behind them. She lifts a sturdy bottle and bashes Ki Woo in the head with it first, before hitting Ki Zhang. Ki Zhang falls to the side, but she stands quickly, clutching her head as she runs away. She runs directly into the kitchen, where she pulls a black bag from the shelf in the fridge. She runs back into the living room, where she dumps the bag directly onto Moon Gwang, revealing it to be full of peaches.
That's murder. I was really shocked at this turn
It's
of
smart.
events.
It's desperation.
It is.
If you're trying to get the upper hand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
she even grabs one and rubs it roughly against Moon Gwang's face.
That's murder.
We've graduated.
Yeah,
Behind them, Ki Woo is finally able to take possession of the phone. Ki Tek commends his son and instructs him to delete it and to be careful not to send it by accident. But the struggle stops when the house phone begins to ring.
I was like, what now?
yeah,
Literally.
no shit.
As if this
Literally.
hasn't already been. Good Lord.
Still technically on the clock, Chung Suk rushes over to it, catching her breath before answering it with the measured, hello? It's Yeon Kyo on the other end, sitting in the passenger seat as Dong Ik drives his family through the storm. She asks, listen, do you know how to make ramdan? Chung Suk repeats the dish's name, questioning, and Yeon Kyo explains that it's Da Song's favorite. If she starts to boil the water now, the timing will be perfect. She should also add the sirloin from the fridge. Chung Suk ventures, so then the camping... She looks up at her family, Ki Woo and Ki Tek holding their hands over Gunsei's mouth, and Ki Zhang similarly silencing Moon Gwang as they both struggle. Yeon Kyo confirms that it was a disaster. The river overflowed and everyone was packing their tents, but Da Song was crying and refusing to go home. Da Song sits behind her in the back seat, his hands absently fiddling and headphones covering his ears. Yeon Kyo concludes, anyway, Ramdan as soon as we walk in, okay? Chung Suk asks if that means they're almost here, and consulting the GPS, Yeon Kyo tells her, 8 minutes.
We're fucked.
Yeah.
Big time. Chung-suk looks at her family gravely as she repeats this. You arrive in 8 minutes? And Yeon-kyo advises her to start boiling the water right away. Chung-suk sets the phone back down as Yeon-kyo disconnects the call. She looks up with a single question. What the hell is Ramadan? But something I found interesting was that the translator made up the term Ramadan for the film.
Uh-huh.
It's actually a combination of two noodles in Korean mixed together, and it doesn't translate. So he came up with this term, and what it actually is, you know, the actual name, it's a dish that kids love, but Bong said it's not necessarily something you would see a wealthy person eating, which is why he felt it appropriate for Yeon-kyo to suggest adding sirloin to it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But it's noodles, man, and I'll be honest, it looks fucking
Hell yeah.
it looks wonderful. Chung-suk sprints into the kitchen, tossing her phone onto the cluttered countertop. She grabs the sirloin from the fridge and uses the wrapped meat to swipe everything on the counter into the trash. As she starts to fill a pot with water, Ki-taek is leading a giggling Gun-sae back toward the basement steps, forcing him forward with his arms behind his back. Classical music swells as Ki-woo pulls a swaying Moon Gwang down behind them. They bring the couple through the corridors and down the stairs as Chung-suk unwraps a package of noodles, but Ki-woo is screaming to his dad that he can't bring her any further. Meanwhile, Ki-jung is swiping all of the broken glass and trash underneath the couch, cutting her hand as she rushes. She brings the cut to her mouth and sucks the blood, effectively making her evil, yes. But
We're moving on.
we gotta.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
We have 8 minutes.
We have 8 minutes. Clock's a ticking. Ki-taek drops Gun-sae back into his bunker and snatches the wires leading to the light bulbs down the wall. Upstairs, Chung-suk hectically chops up the sirloin, looking around nervously. Gun-sae giggles and asks what he's doing as Ki-taek uses the wire to tie his ankles together. This is when I'm afraid of him.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? Like, is he like, you're about to get caught? Like, why? What is so fucking funny? Your wife is in the throes of anaphylaxis.
Mm-hmm.
You've been brought back down to this bunker. Nobody's going to feed you. You guys did not leave this well. Like, his, like, the hysterical giggles and the, what are you, like, I'm deeply afraid of this guy.
Well, dude, maybe 4 years of living in a hole.
It does something to you. It does something to
Like,
you.
goddamn.
Yeah.
I think it was that he almost thought you are going to get caught. You're
It's
just going to
just
get
like-
caught. It's a matter of time.
But, like, what happens to you when we do? This isn't good for anyone.
No, but
Yeah.
after what you guys did to us,
Yeah.
the enemy of my enemy.
I guess. Ki-woo is literally dragging Moon Gwang down the corridor now. She moans in the throes of her allergic reaction. After hearing Ki-woo call out to him, Ki-taek hurries to them and takes over, instructing his son to go upstairs. Ki-woo runs back up, exchanging a glance with his mother while she prepares the ramdam that looks really fucking delicious,
It
as he
does.
said.
Mhm.
And he sprints through the kitchen and into the living room where Ki-jung tosses Da-hae's diary at him. He catches it swiftly and runs away. Her throwing this diary, it's like, dude, had everything out. Like, there was just no discretion, no like, oh, well, we can clean this up in a hurry. Like, they were fucking just foolishness.
Yeah.
Ki-jung continues cleaning the living room, shoving the trash into a black bag. But when the front door opens, Ki-jung swipes the rest of the crumbs onto the floor. As her brother scrambles up the stairs on all fours, she rolls underneath the large coffee table with the trash bag. The frenzied music lowers as the Park family walks up the stairs. My heart is pounding.
Oh, yeah. This sequence is another one.
Yeah.
The way it's shot and edited.
Yes.
Masterful.
And you're just like, they're never going to make it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way. Da-sung leads the pack, followed by his sister and his mother. Chung-suk greets them with the warm, welcome home, holding out the pot and stirring its contents. Yeon-kyo tells her son, look, let's eat ramdam. But Da-sung is already starting up the stairs, dejected. In Da-hae's room, Ki-woo is underneath the bed, returning the journal into the box where he found it. He quickly rolls under, disappearing when Da-hae enters the room with her headphones on and plops into her bed. She's staring up at the ceiling when Ki-woo's hand reaches out from beneath the bed and latches the lock on her case. Yeon Kyo is still calling out for her son when down below, Moon Gwang has summoned her strength to kick out at Ki Taek, who falls backward. She stumbles down the long, narrow corridor, screaming out, "Madam!" Chung Suk hears this in the kitchen as she dumps the ramdam from the pot and into a large white bowl. Just as Yeon Kyo enters the room, Moon Gwang mounts the top step. Coolly, with her hands still full, Chung Suk saunters over to the stairway and kicks Moon Gwang back down. The former housekeeper is silent as she rolls down the stairs and hits her head squarely on the concrete wall of the cellar.
I gasped.
There is a wet thud.
Yeah.
That
is not good.
Is not good. Ki Taek also can't help but gasp. He peeks up the stairs as he takes a step closer to Moon Gwang.
Wow, that was crazy.
Yeah.
This was all just so chaotic. I was just watching it and the kick and then it peace. I was like, oh, that was great.
The chaotic, I think, is the best word.
It is.
That you can use to describe it. And then it just, there's so much going on. And for the finality of it, it's like, oh, we've hit another level here. We've gotten ourselves into something much deeper.
Yeah.
And again, that whole montage, even with everything it involves, it feels playful still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that sound, it just snaps you out of it.
It's like a fucking exclamation point at the end of it where it's like, it's done.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember a film that we watched when we should not have watched it. We were way too young. But did it remind you of that moment in Very Bad Things?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Where it's like it's all fun and games until it's not.
Mm-hmm.
But in the kitchen, Yeon Kyo gulps from a bottle of Voss before sitting down at the table where Chung Suk has set up the bowl of ramdam. Yeon Kyo suggests that Chung Suk just eat it before deciding that she can give it to her husband instead. Chung Suk picks up her water bottle and pours it into the glass set next to the bowl. Yeon Kyo spots that there's sirloin in here and plucks up a piece with chopsticks. You told me to put the sirloin in there.
Yeah.
Well, not for me.
She asks if it's cooked through, and when Chung Suk confirms that it's medium well done, we look down on Moon Gwang, sprawled at the bottom of the stairs, motionless, with her limp head resting against the wall that she crashed into. Ki Taek creeps over and pulls her out of frame. He drags Moon Gwang into the secret room before trying to pull the cabinet back into place. When it doesn't budge, he notices a handle built into the wall. When he cranks it, the cabinet reacts and slowly slides into place. But Ki Taek's head jerks to the side when he hears Gunsei shouting from the bunker. He goes down to investigate, finding the man standing and looking at the wall where 3 switches are set, each one slightly higher than the last. He chants, returning after a day's work, "I love you so much, Mr. Park." Ki Taek asks what he's doing, but Gunsei snaps at him to shut up. He returns his attention to the wall, where the soft and rhythmic thudding of footsteps echo. Timing it, Gunsei presses the first button with his head, and upstairs, the first light over the steps illuminates as Dong-ik mounts them. He continues up, and Gunsei presses the next 2 buttons, timing it perfectly so that the light comes on right above Dong-ik's head. Below, it is so fastidiously timed, but upstairs, Dong-ik doesn't even look up at the lights. My jaw dropped.
Yeah.
Because you could almost see it as like a continuity error, because when Ki Jong hides underneath the table and the family comes in, those lights don't come on. They didn't come on because Gunsei is not down there manning the lights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's like, dude, and it's so like, again, symbolic of something that this family takes for granted. They don't even notice when it doesn't happen. But down there is such a sign of the work and timing and respect that he puts into it. And they don't even think about it.
And that's kind of their whole existence.
Yeah. Yeon Kyo asks her husband if he wants some ramdam, but after confirming that Da Song didn't want it, he politely refuses it. He's tired and he's just going to go to bed. In the bunker, Gunsei sneers at Ki Taek, asking why he's staring. He turns his gaze at the magazine covers featuring Dong-ik, ripped from their books and tacked onto the wall beneath the switches. He gushes, "Mr. Park, you feed me and house me." He screams in English, "Respect." Key-Tech asks if he really does this every day, and Gun-se is like, sure. He looks at clusters of dots and lines drawn next to written phrases, and he admits that sometimes he even sends whole sentences to Mr. Park. We see the Korea Scout Association Amateur Radio League list of letters and phrases up on the wall, and Gun-se points out that someone of Key-Tech's age should know it. When Key-Tech asks, he clarifies, Morse code. So I'm like, that bottle and that banana did him good because he's full of beans.
Yeah.
He's ready to go. Upstairs, Yeon-kyo slurps from the bowl of Ramdan, mentioning casually that the system is going batty. We follow her eye to see the last bulb above the entryway stairs flashing over and over. But down in the bunker, it's Gun-se, pressing the button again and again with his head in a secret message. He comments that Da-song will know what it means because he's a scout. And he looks over at Key-Tech, who stares back at him with his jaw dropped. Still eating the noodles, Yeon-kyo says, it's ridiculous, right? Running around trying to please a kid? It's not like he's a prince. But as Chung-suk comes over with skewered vegetables, she assures her that Da-song is the youngest. It's common. But Yeon-kyo implores her gently to please understand. Da-song is a bit unwell. He's receiving trauma therapy and art therapy due to an incident. Chung-suk can't help but ask, what incident? We peer down at Yeon-kyo from Chung-suk's standing position as she looks up at the housekeeper and asks her earnestly, Sis, do you believe in ghosts too?
And you do not hear any hesitance on the part.
Sis?
Yeah. She's like, that's fine.
Yeah, of course. Ki-jung listens from the living room, still hiding under the coffee table as Yeon-kyo explains that Da-song saw a ghost in the house when he was in first grade. In the basement, Key-Tech frantically duct tapes Gun-se to a pipe, which is funny because he's like, we got to get you. We can't have you roaming around.
No.
But upstairs, Yeon-kyo swirls the noodles onto her chopsticks and tells her tale. Da-song had had a birthday party at home that day, and late at night, when everyone was sleeping, he crept down to the kitchen and took out the cake. She smiles that the whipped cream on that cake was amazing, and even in bed, Da-song couldn't stop thinking about it. Behind her, the fridge slowly opens with the memory of the past, and the birthday cake with its supreme whipped cream frosting is suddenly set on the floor, its strategically placed candles lit. So again, the way that the past and present are melded in certain moments, I cannot get enough of that.
Oh no, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's a pretty effective transition.
Yeah. In the flashback, Da-song sits in the soft glow of the fridge, eating his birthday cake in greedy fistfuls. He looks up at the doorway leading to the cellar stairs, and in the darkness of the shadows, a head rises into view, stopping when only his bulging eyes are visible. It's Gun-se.
This, I mean, what else can you think but a ghost? That was terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying, yes. It's very fucking scary.
I'm going to be honest. That's scary no matter who sees that.
Yes.
Yeah. First
that
grader.
dude came out. His eyes were like popped out.
Yes.
I think they were floating outside of his head.
Yeah. That wasn't a normal, I can't see shit in the dark.
Right.
That was like, I'm going to scare somebody.
And it's like, dude, at least have the decency to pop your head back down. Like,
Yeah,
he's just like, oh, just standing there.
And what's the purpose of this? Why are you doing
Came to
this?
get food.
So he's like, I'll wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it's occupied.
Now in the kitchen, Yeon-kyo mimes her son's hysterical scream. She says that she ran downstairs. She gets choked up when she describes Da-song, his eyes rolled back in his head, the convulsions, the foam coming out of his mouth. She asks if Chung-suk has ever seen a child have a seizure, and when Chung-suk admits that she hasn't, she explains that they need treatment within 15 minutes or they're done for. That's how long you have to reach the emergency room. She stares at Chung-suk with intensity. But meanwhile, down in the bunker, Key-tech looks around with disdain. He asks Gun-se how he can live in a place like this. But Gun-se reasons that lots of people live underground, especially if you count semi-basements. He's like, hey, watch it.
I don't count that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't count. But Key Tech asks what Gunsei will do. He doesn't have a plan. Strapped against a metal pipe with layers of duct tape, Gunsei tells him simply that he just feels comfortable here. We see a shrine, photos set up on empty soup cans of presidents, historical figures, athletes, and of course, Mr. Park. Gunsei admits that it feels like he was born here, and when we see a weathered photo of he and Moon Gwang much younger on the wall, he wonders, maybe I had my wedding here too. We see his stacks of books, a shelf with unused condoms resting next to a stack of used wrappers skewered on a spindle. Gunsei continues that he doesn't qualify for the national pension. Love is what will comfort him in his old age. He implores Key Tech to please just let him live down here.
I think we're a little beyond trying to bargain now. I think things have gotten way too much out of hand. How you can't ask me? I still got to go to work, fool. What are you going to do?
I mean, just the thought that after all that, it can be like, look, okay, just give us a monthly payment and we'll let you live down here. It's gone too far.
Yeah.
But seeing maybe I had my wedding here. It's like, we are not meant to be, and I know, I'm sure that Moon Gwang would go down there when she could, but he's down here alone.
Yeah.
We are not meant to be solitary and underground and he's not okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
I do. I'm happy for them that they're still getting down here, though.
Yeah.
I mean, good for them.
Yeah, good for them.
You know.
What else is there to do? You know what I mean?
Wait for your bottle of banana.
Yeah. He's got the time.
In the kitchen, Yeon-kyo sighs that her husband was away on business, so she had to handle everything. And since then, they always go out for his birthdays. Last year, they went to her mother's house, and this year, camping. She says that Dong-ik thinks it's just part of growing up, and they say that a ghost in the house brings wealth. She slurps up more noodles, admitting with a chuckle that the money has actually been good recently. She drops her wooden chopsticks into the empty bowl where they clink. Key Tech is racing through the narrow halls below. He grabs hanging socks and uses them to tie a gag around Gunsei's mouth before sprinting back upstairs and starting to tie one around Moon Gwang's as well, even though she is still motionless. He has to lift her head off the wall to tie it, but he stops when he notices that his hands are slick with blood where he touched the back of her head. He nervously raises his fingers to feel for air coming out of her nose, and when he feels her breath, he sighs a thank you to God before using more wire to tie her ankles together. I was surprised that she was still alive.
Me too.
Yeah.
Relieved, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm like, at least it isn't doing this, too.
Yes. Yeah. Upstairs, Dahae is still laying in bed on her phone, but when she hears Junie, she rolls over. One of the dogs, I think his name is Junie.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure. Is halfway beneath the bed, basically smiling at Ki-woo with his tongue out. He whines when Ki-woo tries to wave him away. And listen, I'm a cat girly through and through, but I can find room in my heart and my home for Junie. This dog is so fucking cute, dude. I don't know what the hell this is. Some kind of terrier? I don't know. I love him. I want him. But downstairs, Key Tech moves the heavy hidden door aside, peeking out before stepping into the cellar. He rips the hand crank from the wall, whispering for them to just stay here for now. He hides the handle on top of the cabinet before slowly sliding it back into place. But Ki-woo watches from under the bed as Dahae's socked feet step into view. She picks up Junie, asking what's wrong. Is something under there? I was like, oh! Junie, no! She lowers herself to peek under the bed, even raising the hanging sheet. Ki-woo turns his head, hiding his face, but Dahae suddenly jumps up and rushes out of her room, muttering, "Damn it." She hurries out to find her mom in the hallway, and she follows her, cradling Junie and asking, how could she? Dahae likes Ramdan too. When Da-song didn't want it, she offered it to Dad and then ate it herself.
This is pretty messed up.
Yeah.
And she literally put those chopsticks in an empty bowl.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
nothing left. All the sirloin.
Yeah, it's gone. They're voices float away as they walk further down the hall. Yeon Kyo asks if she wants Chung Suk to make her some, but Da-hae snaps that that's not the point. As Ki-woo creeps out of her bedroom, Dong-eek's voice joins the clamoring, imploring them to stop fighting over ramen. Yeon Kyo just tells her daughter to get changed and go to bed. In the kitchen, Ki-taek slowly creeps up from the darkness of the cellar. Chung Suk waves him over, peeking around the corner up the stairs to make sure that no one's coming. Ki-woo comes sprinting down in his bare feet, asking in a frenzied whisper where his sister is. Chung Suk points to the coffee table and Ki-woo pulls Ki-jung out. The siblings stand in the living room with their father while their mother watches from closer to the stairs, but they all duck back under the table when Da-song comes running down. He's carrying his collapsed teepee as he rushes past Chung Suk, crying out playfully on his way out the sliding back door. Yeon Kyo and Dong-eek follow close behind them in their matching pajamas, the mother announcing that Da-song has gone crazy. She tells Chung Suk to get an umbrella, and she hurries off to do so. Dong-eek calls his son's name sternly before laughing and wondering what the hell he's doing. Da-hae joins them quietly. Yeon Kyo stands under the awning outside, demanding that Da-song come back in. Does he know how late it is? But Da-song is erecting his teepee in the grass. Chung Suk comes over with an umbrella and hands it to Dong-eek, who uses it to shield himself and his wife as they venture toward the teepee. Chung Suk hurries past Da-hae, glancing under the coffee table as Da-hae films her family with her phone and takes a seat on the tabletop. Beneath it, Ki-woo, Ki-jung, and Ki-taek exchange a worried glance. We watch over Da-hae's shoulder as she sends the video she took to Ki-woo with the text, "OMG, Kevin, Da-song camping in the yard." Ki-woo's phone vibrates softly under the table, and Chung Suk passes by, coughing loudly to try to camouflage it.
This is dangerous, firstly.
Yes!
But I did see that though the majority of the fixtures that we see in the house are very high-end and were not created for the production, even though they did want to do that, it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
This table was created for the production, specifically.
That does not surprise me because the top almost looks like stairs.
Right.
It's like three slats that rise up.
That motif.
Yes.
Yeah. It does look cool, but looking at it, I was like, but there's a glass in the middle, you can see through it. And then I was like, oh, no, you can't.
Yeah.
And the bottom of it, there is another place. And I was like, that's not, I was like, you can't fit under there. Like, that's crazy as fuck.
As Ki-woo turns down the vibration in his settings, his mother hands towels to the parents who are coming back inside. Dong-eek calls out to his son to leave channel 3 open for emergencies on the walkie before deciding to just let him stay out there. He'll come in if he's tired. Underneath the table, Ki-woo is answering Da-hae's text of, "I want you here, honey," with a very true reply, "I'm with you." I'm like, you little cheeky bastard.
Yeah. It's like, you don't have time for jokes like this, dude. That was just for me. It is just for him.
It is. Dong-eek tells his daughter to get off the phone and go to bed, while Yeon Kyo hands her towel over to Chung Suk. She tells her with a smile to go sleep in her room and they'll take care of things down here. Dong-eek sits on the couch, radioing his son. "This is the living room. Do you copy?" Yeon Kyo sits down next to her husband as Da-song's small voice crackles through. "Copy. Over." Dong-eek tells his son that daddy is standing by for emergencies, and Da-hae goes up the stairs, but Chung Suk makes her exit slowly. We watch from behind Dong-eek and Yeon Kyo as they watch the flashlight inside the teepee move from side to side. Dong-eek asks if it's going to leak, but Yeon Kyo assures him that they ordered it from the U.S., so it should be fine.
It's going to leak.
It's already leaking. Dong-eek wonders if they should just sleep here since they're in full view of the teepee, and Yeon Kyo agrees that that's a great idea. She'll feel much better. Dong-eek makes himself comfortable on the couch, deciding that they'll watch over the crazy kid while he sleeps. But we pan down from his comfortable lounging on his high-end couch to find Ki-woo, Ki-jung, and Ki-taek lying sandwiched in a row, their backs against the cold floor. Yeon-kyo dims the lights before returning to her husband with the pillow, but Dong-ik tells her to wait a moment. Where is that smell coming from? Yeon-kyo cuddles up to him, asking what smell, and Dong-ik clarifies, Mr. Kim's smell. Yeon-kyo isn't sure what he means, and Dong-ik is shocked. She must have smelled it. Underneath the table, we focus on Ki-taek, who sniffs up at the bottom of the table silently. But Dong-ik is struggling to describe the smell that wafts through the car. Yeon-kyo offers, an old man smell? But that's not it. Like an old radish? No. You know that smell when you boil a rag? Under the table, Ki-taek lifts his shirt to his nose and takes a quiet whiff.
This is very cruel.
Yeah.
And it's also, we are spending a lot of time talking about my stink.
Yeah,
It's like,
no.
I get it. I would poke my head out from under the table and be like, I got it. Message received.
And a radish?
Yeah. What
Yeah.
the heck is even that?
Yeah, what does that
I don't know
mean?
enough radishes to comment, really.
An old radish.
An old radish.
Old.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's-
So all right.
It's already so humiliating to be in this position.
Yeah.
And to just listen to these people talk shit about how you smell. It's just humiliation on top of humiliation. And it does, I'm thinking now of Chung-suk when she was like, he would scatter like a cockroach.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And here he is fucking hiding under the table while this dude's like, man, that dude fucking stinks. It's just like, it's like, how much can one person take?
And
Yeah.
then the fucking couple being like, well, no, that's not it. It's more
It's
like...
looking for the thing to compare it to. God
I
damn.
can describe it better. Dong-ik moves away from the subject of the smell, though. He commends that although Mr. Kim always seems like he's about to cross the line, he never does cross it. And that's good. He'll give him that credit. But that smell does cross the line. Ki-taek winces as Dong-ik shares that it powers right through to the back seat. Yeon-kyo asks how bad it could be, and Dong-ik admits that he doesn't know. It's hard to describe. He lies back and gets comfortable, sighing that you can sometimes smell it on the subway.
All right.
Yeah, goddamn, dude.
Fucking hell.
We get it. Yeon-kyo reasons that it's been a long time since she rode the subway. We press in on Ki-taek's face, his eyes squeezed shut in humiliation. Dong-ik informs his wife that people who ride the subway have a special smell. But suddenly, Dong-ik drapes his arm over his wife and begins to grope her breast and methodically rub her nipple through her silk pajama top.
So it gets him going?
Yeah, it was.
It's like, let's move on.
By the way.
It seemed very mechanical. There was no like feeling in that.
She opens her eyes and looks out the windows. Dong-ik sits up and whispers in her ear, isn't this a little like the backseat of a car? But Yeon-kyo asks, what if Da-sung comes back in? As the glow from their son's flashlight bounces around the teepee, Dong-ik assures her that he can just pull his hand back. Despite warning that they shouldn't, Yeon-kyo unbuttons her top and Dong-ik licks his fingers before sliding his hand in. I was like, oh my.
This is graphic.
It's just like literally what it's like. It couldn't get worse. Like listening to this conversation, is this play about us? Like you just gave a monologue about how bad I stink, and now I gotta listen to this.
I think it's
like,
that.
Yeah.
sitting next to my kids under this table.
Now your pants are chafing.
Yeah.
It's a fucking nightmare. Like, again, dark comedy. It's so horrible that you have to laugh. Like, it's terrible.
I really didn't think about that until you said it, or one of y'all did. But so yeah, you sat there and made fun of the way I smelled, called me a radish and a rag, and I rode the subway or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then immediately you started rubbing your wife's breast.
Yeah.
Like right away.
It's an interesting choice.
Yeah. It led to here weird. That was
The pivot.
yeah.
Yes. But she starts to give him instruction as she slides her hand down his pants. In return, Dong-ik reaches his hand up and starts spitting the ones and twos. He wonders, does she still have those cheap panties, the one that Yoon's girlfriend left behind? He breathes that if she were to wear those, he'd get really fucking hard.
Oh, decorum.
No, not
in this scene.
No.
Ki Taek lies next to his daughter under the table, his arm draped over his eyes. Playing into the fantasy, Yeon Kyo moans breathlessly that he could buy her drugs. And as things continue to heat up on the couch, we pan over to the top of the inconspicuous-looking coffee table.
So this is another parallel, if you think about it. The Kims spent literally all night until they couldn't role-playing as the Parks.
That's
Okay,
true. And now they're
okay,
role-playing
yeah.
as Yoon and his mystery.
Yeah.
Drug-addicted woman.
Yeah. Who they've made up.
Yeah. No, they
Completely.
did. That's right.
Who is fictional.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, damn, dude, even Ki Jung is catching a slug. He's like, those cheap fucking disgusting panties.
Hey. All right.
Take your foot off our neck
Yeah.
for 1 second. But later, Yeon Kyo and Dong-ik are passed out on the couch. Chung-suk is hunched by the stairs, texting on her phone, and we pan underneath the table where Ki-woo's face is illuminated by the glow of a text message. He shows the message to his sister and father. They're passed out cold. Sneak out now. Ki Jung and Ki Woo silently pull themselves out and hurry down the stairs. They wait by the front door, out of sight. They look through the slats at their father, who has pulled himself free, but is dragging his body slowly and silently across the living room. Just before he makes it to the stairs, a bright light shines in from the backyard, and the walkie crackles to life with Da Song's voice. Emergency! Emergency! Ki Taek freezes, fully visible on the floor. Dong-ik snatches up the walkie and answers his son, his eyes bleary against the bright light. Da-song admits that he can't sleep. The rain is still pouring down, and Dong-ik tells him to come in and sleep in his soft bed. Yeon Kyo agrees with this, but Da-song asserts that he doesn't want to. I'm like, then why are you fucking waking us up?
Right, you called.
Yes! He turns the light in the teepee off, and his parents settle back down on the couch. Dong-ik decides, let's just go to sleep. In the resumed darkness, Ki Taek continues to pull himself along the floor. Again, I'm sure feeling very much like a cockroach.
Mm-hmm.
He finally makes it to the stairs with his kids and follows them down into the garage. Ki Taek hits the button for the door and it rumbles as it slowly opens. His son and daughter hurry through and he hits the button again, lowering the door. He scuttles underneath, out into the freedom of the pouring rain with his kids. This is a huge sigh of relief. We're out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But good Lord, at what cost?
I know.
And now I know about my smell, apparently.
Yeah, no.
I know about my smell and I know how they like to get down.
Very specific moves.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
like drugs. Yeah.
Yes.
They like pretending anyway. But they hurry down the long sloping street as the rainwater pours down through grates. They descend an extremely long flight of stairs down into a tunnel. Soaking wet, they hurry down another long flight of stairs. And it's only once they're there that they stop to catch their breath.
This shot of these stairs,
Mm-hmm.
it is a very beautiful image, just these white stairs against this wall and the Kims running down it.
Yeah.
But it's also so metaphorical. Not to
Yes,
quote Kiwoo. But when you think about it, it's this return
Right.
Yeah.
from this high place that they felt.
Opulence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Ki Jung asks her father, how did it turn out back there? When he's like, huh? She clarifies with a sigh, covering her face. The people in the basement. It's like, dude, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you
What? Well, he's heard a lot.
Yeah,
I
a lot's
was gonna
happened
say.
since then.
It's like, what, them talking shit? Or
He's probably still thinking about that.
yeah.
Who wouldn't? Ki Taek admits, well, I tied them up. Ki-jung asks anxiously what they're supposed to do now. When neither her brother nor her father answer her, she asks again, her voice wavering. What do we do now? What's the plan? Ki-woo admits that he's been thinking too. What would Min do in this situation? But frustrated, Ki-jung shouts at her brother, Min wouldn't be in this situation, which is fair.
Yeah.
When Ki-taek reaches out for his daughter, she jerks away from him. He offers that they made it out of there safely, right? And besides them, no one knows what happened there, right? The three of them stand together, the rain pouring behind them as Ki-taek asserts. Then nothing happened. You understand? He shares that he's got his own plan, so they can just forget about it. Ki-woo and Ki-jung nod, and their father invites them. Let's just go home and take a bath. Ki-jung and Ki-taek descend another set of stairs. Ki-woo stays behind, and when his father calls up to him to come on, we see that he's staring at the flooding water rushing down the stairs between his feet. When they finally make it to their neighborhood, people are frantic in the flooded streets, hurrying and shouting, someone tending to a stalled car. Ki-taek hurries past his daughter, warning for her to stay here because this is all sewage water. He plods ahead, wondering, was our window open? My stomach sank.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That
water, I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
And this is what we kind of teased earlier, discussing it with the production design.
Mm-hmm.
This neighborhood and the Kim's semi-basement apartment was built in a giant water tank for this purpose.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And this is water that just looks more and more disgusting as we go on because it is sewage water. But it was actually like facial mud mask water.
Oh, wow.
It was extremely clean.
Okay.
That's
So,
good.
like, thank
Good
God.
on the skin.
Yeah. They actually were better for it.
Yeah.
But Ki-taek splashes through the water, taking a bucket full in the face when someone unknowingly scoops it out of their store and throws it into the street. Ki-woo hurries past his father, and Ki-taek quickens his pace. A neighbor, played by Jung-ik Han, stands on his stairs, his arms full of bags and a bike. He begs Ki-taek to help him, but Ki-taek can only run down the narrowing alley, following his son to their home. When he reaches Ki-woo, he's trying to push open the door to their semi-basement apartment. The water's so high here that it's up to Ki-woo's chest. But inside, the water is up to Ki-taek's waist. He calls for his son to close the window, but Ki-woo is already on the other side of the apartment, trying to force the window closed and cut off the rushing stream of brown water filling their apartment. There's a concerning buzz, and Ki-woo yelps, pulling his hand away. His father asks, "You got shocked?" In the bunker, Gunsei cries out, whimpering against his gag, as Moon Gwang finishes hopping down the stairs, her ankles still secured together. She mutters in a low tone that she's dizzy before turning her attention to her duct-taped husband. She tells him to hold on before ripping a piece of the tape away with her teeth, and she admits again, "Shit, I'm dizzy." In the apartment, Ki-taek takes Chung-suk's framed silver medal off the wall, and even the frame itself is halfway full of sewer water. Ki-jung wades in, and her father warns her to be careful. The lights above are flickering when Ki-jung makes her way into the bathroom. The lid to the toilet clatters as gushes of dirty water are burped up, spilling into the already flooded room. And Bong said that the sequence that they had to prepare for most was this flooded apartment.
I'm sure.
That they even tested numerous amounts of pressure to get that toilet lid to pop up, like convincingly.
Okay.
It's a hard watch.
It is.
Yes.
It looks terrible. I mean, good, but like the
Right.
water.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
The toilet down in the bunker is busy too, with Moon Gwang retching loudly as she vomits into it. But in the apartment, the lid on the Kim's toilet flies open, letting loose spurts of dark water. Ki-jung slams the lid shut, but water still pours from the sides.
This reminded me of, like, it just put me in the mind of something that had happened to me when I worked at a grocery store. Not this specific thing, but metaphorically.
Oh, I was like,
It's like, and the shit just
I
wouldn't stop.
I looked up and me and John Paul's eyebrows were
What story are you
I
about to
never
tell?
heard
what
this.
did you eat?
No, but one of the owners of the grocery store, because it was like a local grocery store.
Yeah.
He was there whenever my boss was kind of like barking orders for me to do a ton of stuff. And it was like 5 things in a row. And the multi-millionaire owner turns to me and he goes, shit runs downhill, right, Travis? And I never fucking forgot it. And I always hated that motherfucker for it. But that's all I'm thinking about this entire sequence.
Why would you say that to me?
Because I have to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is so fucking insulting.
It's so fucking insulting.
Yeah.
And that's
Like,
why the store closed.
Yeah. So here's your shirt back, guy.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Yeah,
See,
that's crazy.
And that's the thing. Like when you're in this kind of situation or environment, you don't have the ability to say fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just have to grin and bear it and accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing I think with this messaging of this film.
Yeah.
Why you would be so desperate to get out of this circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, fucking con a whole family.
As one does.
Yeah.
But in the bunker, Moon Guang lies in the hallway, only her head and shoulders visible to her restrained husband. She tells him, her voice weak and raspy, "Honey, I've got a concussion. I can't see you." Gunsei thrashes against his restraints, his cries muffled by his gag. Ki Zhang sits on the toilet and pushes up a ceiling tile to reveal a pack of cigarettes with a little bit of cash tucked into the cellophane. She removes a pristinely white cigarette from the pack with her filthy hands and places the tip in her mouth. The disgusting sewage continues pumping out of the toilet in spurts, despite her sitting on the lid. When the gushing water pours over her already soaked shoes, Ki Zhang simply raises her feet up onto the lid, bringing her knees to her chest as she quietly smokes her cigarette. It's like, what the fuck can I do?
Yeah.
And not use my shit hands to touch
Yeah,
the cigarette and put it in my mouth.
Maybe that's step one.
Yeah, it's a good call.
She could have pulled it out with her teeth.
Yeah, something.
In the bunker, Moon Guang lets out a weak laugh as she croaks. "Honey, that woman Chung Suk, oh God, what a nice person. She kicked me down the stairs." Gunsei cries as he tries to free himself, but Moon Guang instructs her husband to repeat after her. "Chung Suk. Chung Suk."
She has a right to be very, very upset.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
the repeating of the name like a mantra to remember
Yes.
is very frightening.
Yes. Under the flickering lights of the ruined apartment, the stone floats over to Ki Woo and he holds it in his hands. In the hallway by the front door, Ki Tek calls out to his son with the box over his shoulder. "What are you doing in there?" Ki Woo just stares at the scholar's stone in his hands, breathing heavily as the lights dip him in darkness, then bring him to the light. Darkness. Light. I will say, too, something that I read somebody say on Reddit that I didn't catch is that this stone is floating in the water,
Yeah.
meaning it's probably hollow.
Oh.
And it being such a representation of hope.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Da-sung peeks out from his teepee into the rain, the flashlight strapped to his headband. He's looking into the house, where the light suspended up the stairs is blinking out a message. In the bunker, Gansei whimpers desperately as he bangs his head against the button, consulting the Morse code poster on the wall as he taps out a desperate message. With his own chart in front of him next to his walkie, Da-sung tries to work out the message with the marker and paper. HOLPM. When Gansei finally turns away from the button, his head and nose are bleeding above his gagged mouth.
Absolutely tragic.
Yeah. It really is, dude. And it's like crazy that Dong Ik and Yeon Kyo are just sleeping on the couch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like we just, did what grown folks do. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
we're just sleep. And everybody else is having the fucking worst night of their lives.
Yeah.
Everybody below them in more ways than one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sentimental music swells as Ki Tek stands in his semi-basement apartment, sewer water up to his shoulders. His chin trembles as he takes one last look at his home, and the tears flow as he turns and makes his way down the hall, stealing glances behind him as he gets closer to the door. We peer through the window outside as we slowly sink into the brown water. In an aerial view of the street, we see the wreckage and devastation, the flooded ruins of an entire neighborhood as a dog wades through the water and people escape by being pushed on a makeshift raft. We cut to a shelter, completely congested with people, but eerily silent. Ki-woo, Ki-jung, and Ki-taek lie on cots next to each other. From his spot in the middle cot, Ki-woo whispers to his father, who lies on his back with his eyes closed. Ki-woo asks earnestly, "What was your plan?" But Ki-taek doesn't know what his son is talking about. Ki-woo reminds him, "Before, he said he had a plan. What's he going to do about the basement?" Still staring up at the ceiling, Ki-taek asks his son, "You know what kind of plan never fails? No plan at all. And you know why? If you make a plan, life never works out that way." He implores his son to take a look around. Did any of these people think, let's spend the night in a gym? But look at them now. Everyone is sleeping on the floor, including them. He covers his eyes with his arms, sighing that this is why people shouldn't make plans. With no plan, nothing can go wrong. And if something does spin out of control, it doesn't matter. Even if you betray your country or you kill someone, it doesn't matter. None of it fucking matters.
Him taking it there was surprising.
Yeah.
But I understand this level of dissolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really sad because even when they were all like hanging out and having a great time in the living room at the park house, he was like, "Look at us, like we are living here. We are enjoying this alcohol, and this is gonna be Ki-woo's in-laws' house." Like he's always been so like almost to an oblivious extent, so hopeful, always. So this is such a like devastating turn to see him being like, it doesn't fucking, like, nothing fucking matters because I tried and look where we are.
Yeah. And I understand what he's saying. We need a plan.
We do need a plan.
We definitely do.
We do, especially we're in hot water. No pun
Yeah,
intended.
I get like, you know what? I'll wash the dishes when I get around to it or whatever. This is not that.
No.
Like we need a plan.
But you're right. I hadn't even thought about it. He kind of was the most optimistic, even in their semi-basement apartment when the fumigation was coming in. He's like, "No, leave it open.
Yeah.
It'll kill the bugs here."
Yeah, all of it.
You know,
And
like everything.
When he's like, "We're employed. All of us are employed." But like, I mean, he always, even when Chung-suk and Ki-jung are like, fucking whatever, always he's been hopeful. Your friend really fucking like everything. So it's just for this to come from him is really sad.
Yeah.
And for how much Ki-woo respects him.
Yes.
And every word that he says is like the gospel to him.
Yeah.
That's a real hit.
Yeah.
Ki-woo stares at his father before whispering, "Dad, I'm sorry." Ki-taek asks what for, and Ki-woo tells him sincerely, everything, all of it. He promises to take care of everything. Ki-taek looks over at his son, asking what he's talking about, and he asks, "Why are you holding that stone?" We see now that Ki-woo is clutching the scholar stone to his chest. He rolls over onto his back where he still holds it tight. A tear rolls down his face as he admits, "It keeps clinging to me." Ki-taek counters that he thinks he needs some sleep, but Ki-woo gently asserts that he's serious. It keeps following him. And I will say, I think that this scholar stone is a symbol of Ki-woo's hope.
Like he's not ready to let it go.
Yeah. In the morning, Yeon-kyo wakes up to the birds chirping and the sun shining on her face when she approaches the window. Dong-ik peels open his son's teepee to find him sleeping inside. Later, Yeon-kyo talks to Jessica, aka Ki-jung, on speakerphone while she does her makeup. She apologizes for calling on a Sunday morning, but is she free for lunch today? Ki-jung takes this call in the shelter where people are walking around and waiting in line for food. Yeon-kyo explains that they're planning to have an impromptu birthday for Da-song. If Ki-jung could come, Da-song would be so happy. She promises as much pasta, gratin, and salmon steak as she wants. Say less.
Can I come too?
She asks Ki-jung to come by 1 p.m. and she'll count today as one of her lessons. She asks in English, "You know what I mean?" before giggling that she'll see her soon and hanging up the call without an actual answer from Ki-jung.
Yeah.
Like she didn't say yes at all. Da-hae comes into the room behind her mom with a small smile. She asks if they can invite Kevin to the party. Yeon-kyo thinks this is a great idea. When Dong-ik comes into the room, she advises him worriedly to get more sleep. He must be tired after yesterday. She pushes him out of the bathroom and toward their room, where he lies down on the bed, wondering that if they're having a party, won't she need to do the rounds? Yeon-kyo realizes that this is true. She comes in, counting the places on her fingers. The wine shop, the supermarket, the bakery, the florist. She's already told Mr. Kim to hurry over and she'll pay him overtime. Dong-ik replies with a thumbs up. Perfect. And humming to herself, Yeon-kyo saunters into her giant walk-in closet and selects a cream-colored blazer. But in the shelter, while the public servant, played by An Jin-song, begs everyone to sit down so they can explain, Ki-jung finds her outfit for the day less glamorously. She stands in a line of other people, including her father, digging through a pile of clothing thrown onto the gym floor. She stands up with the white floral dress. I loved this juxtaposition of her walking into her luxury closet and happily picking what she wants to wear, and then Ki-jung digging through a pile of discarded clothes on the shelter floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Ki-woo is scrolling through texts from Da-hae, alerting him that they're having a party, and her mom said to invite him. On his cot in the emergency shelter, Ki-woo hangs his head and covers his face. I will say, too, something else that I saw on Reddit is we're like looking close to the phone as he's scrolling through the text. And if you look at his arm, there's an imprint of that stone from him sleeping with it all
wow.
night. Yeah. It's sad.
Bongtail.
Bongtail, yes. In the park's kitchen, Yeon-kyo calls Chung-suk sis when she tells her that there are 10 outdoor tables in the basement. She tells her to take them all out, then arrange them before instructing her to come to the window so that she can show her. They look out into the yard together where Da-song's teepee is still set up. She tells Chung-suk to have the teepee in the middle and curve the tables outward. Then she realizes, like a crane's wing formation, like Admiral Yi used in the Battle of Hansan Island. She tells Chung-suk to think of the teepee like a Japanese warship, and their tables will make a semicircular crane wing formation. She lifts her arms to illustrate. As she continues to describe the barbecue grill and such, we press in on the wood and glass cabinet in the cellar, concealing the secret door leading down to the bunker. This was kind of a wild example of how she wants it to
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's in a real chipper mood, so I guess last night did them well. I don't know.
I was gonna ask because they do seem like they're in a much better
Great mood.
than we've seen them any other time in the movie.
Yeah.
True.
If the touching works, why don't y'all do it a little more often? I don't know, like, maybe you'd be in a better mood. I mean,
It might help.
yeah.
I did want to say, too, I was like, oh, my God, I stumbled upon some symbolism as far as all the Native American kind of obsession and imagery in the house. And then I saw an interview and Bong Joon Ho was like, well, yeah, what I was going for. I'm like, fuck. I thought I was a genius.
Well, but you arrived at it independently.
I did arrive at it independently. But just the thought of this family infiltrating a home that is already lived in and kind of claiming it for their own. But Bong also said that it is this deep and complex Native American history being reduced in this home to a little boy's hobby and decoration.
Oh.
Okay.
That was an angle I didn't think of, but interesting, We cut to the store where Yeon-kyo laughs loudly on the phone and Ki-taek follows her with the full shopping cart. She implores the person on the other end to bring their husband. No presents, just come. She takes a package of meat and drops it into the cart. Key Tech follows her similarly in the wine shop, holding a wooden carrying case for her to set the wine bottles into. She tells someone else the same thing. No presents. And it's just an impromptu. They can wear sweatpants if they want. There's no dress code. She smiles for them to just come and eat the hors d'oeuvres.
I doubt that very much.
For real.
And you better smell nice, too.
Yeah.
But don't come smell like the fucking Subway. My husband hates that.
He'll get really horny for some reason.
No, come that way.
Yeah.
Take the subway. Take the subway.
In the market, Yeon-kyo picks up a prawn with her bare hands, inspecting it and joking with the person on the phone that they know her cooking skills. She stands in line, chattering away as Key Tech loads up the bags with the items that the cashier scans and passes over the belt to him.
So her saying that, is that her being like, oh, I have someone for that?
Yeah.
That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeon-kyo giggles that they'll get drunk in the daytime, and if the person she's talking to could sing, it would be grand. She's like, you know the one, and then she starts to sing. Meanwhile, Chung-suk is setting up the tables in the yard as instructed. She grunts while she locks the legs into place, but when Dong-ik comes over and peeks into the tent, he warns Chung-suk to be quiet. Da-song is sleeping.
You gotta be joking me.
Yeah. I feel like the way that both of them are acting, it's kind of lifting a veil of like, yeah, they're rich, but like they haven't done anything wrong. Like last night, we're talking shit about the way that Key Tech smells, and then here it's like, oh no, I have somebody to do that for me, and just, oh, well, can you come? I'm not gonna even let you answer. I'll see you at 1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this dude like, shh, I know you're setting up for this party, but be quiet. He's still asleep. Like, it's like, ugh, you guys kind of suck.
Yeah. And he's still asleep outside of television.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Well, he stayed up all night.
He's all sunburned.
Yeah.
Yeon-kyo sits in the back of the car with her feet up on the headrest of the passenger seat. She muses on the phone that the sky is so blue and no pollution, all thanks to that rain yesterday. We pan over to find Key Tech driving with a sour expression as Yeon-kyo shrugs that they traded the camping for a garden party, lemons into lemonade. And this, I think, is maybe the most like punch you in the face representation of the difference that the classes make, I guess. Because it's like, oh my God, the rain is so beautiful. Let's have a garden party. And that same rain destroyed Key Tech's home.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow.
And he has to just sit there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't
But-
cross the line.
Exactly. But with a sudden sniff, she covers her nose with her fingers, perhaps discovering the scent that her husband described the night before, something like an old radish or a boiled rag. But she plods through her conversation pleasantly. Right, that rain was such a blessing. She leans over and rolls down her window, asserting that they cannot bring any presents. And visibly bothered, Key Tech subtly leans over to sniff at his shirt. Wild here for her to be like, ugh, and rolling down the window when her bare feet are up next to his head.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that is so disrespectful.
It was like, are you smelling your feet maybe?
No, it's him. It's a boiled rag.
Well, he said Bong was influenced by Tarantino.
There it is. Outside of the park house, Yeon-kyo stands outside in a dress, greeting her guests. She instructs someone backing a car into the garage not to block the bends. When a cab pulls up and guests get out, she greets them excitedly. With the garden party in full swing downstairs, Da-hae and Ki-woo stand in her room, making out. When they finish, she accuses him. You were thinking of something else. Ki-woo is like, what? But Da-hae repeats herself. While you were kissing me, you were thinking of something else. Ki-woo's reflection is mirrored as he stares down at the party below. He offers simply, no. But Da-hae calls him out. He's even doing it right now. Ki-woo proves her point by sighing, wow. He says that everyone down there is so gorgeous. Even for a sudden gathering, they all look so cool. We pan over the guests, adults chopping wood, children playing with dogs, presents that weren't supposed to be brought spilling from Da-song's teepee. A cellist, played by Kim Bo-ryong, gets ready to play. Ki-woo calls Da-hae's name and asks her seriously and sincerely, "Do I fit in here?" Da-hae is like, "What?" But Ki-woo asks again if he fits into the setting. Da-hae mulls it over for a moment before nodding, but Ki-woo turns and heads to his bag at the desk. When Da-hae is confused, he tells her that he has to go down. She implores him to just stay with her, but Ki-woo repeats that he has to go down there. Da-hae throws her arms around him as he sets his duffel bag on the table, something heavy thudding inside. He unzips it, and Da-hae asks why he has to go down with those boring people when he could stay here with her. But as Ki-woo pulls the scholar's stone from beneath clothes in the duffel bag, he corrects her. Not to those people. Down lower. With dark bags under his eyes, Ki-woo hugs the stone again to his chest, and Da-hae is like, "Wow, what's that?" I'm worried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think that part of the conversation was really sad because he had said the night before, he's like, "Ki-jung, you fit in perfectly here."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Do I? Would I?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's upsetting.
It really is, because he's not. You're not thinking. You're looking at this, and it's like, I need to fix this problem.
Yeah.
You didn't put those people down there, man.
No. Your mom kicked that lady
Yeah.
and your dad tied them up.
Yeah.
Granted, their jobs are here because of,
Yeah.
All because of you.
Yeah.
but it's not as blame as that.
Yeah. Cut and dry. Isn't that cut and dry?
You didn't kick anyone.
It's complicated.
In the yard, Dong-ik and Ki-taek hide behind a bush wearing headdresses. Dong-ik smiles and remarks to the older man that he can't believe he's doing this at his age. It's so embarrassing. When Ki-taek doesn't comment, Dong-ik offers him a cursory apology, but not for his words, for the situation. I was like, dude, that's like crazy to be like, I'm so old, I can't believe I'm doing this. Saying that to an older person.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, read the room.
I think that is like a frustrating thing I've realized when people like I turned 21 on my birthday. I'm so old. Like, shut the fuck.
Then you wither to death.
Yeah, and blow away on the wind.
He says that Yeon-kyo insisted on it and it can't be helped. But he says that the concept is very simple. There will be a parade with Jessica carrying the birthday cake. Then they'll jump out and attack Jessica. He brandishes his tomahawk, then says that Da-sung will be the good guy. He'll jump in and then they'll battle. Finally, he'll save Jessica, the cake princess, and everyone will cheer. He mimics the cheering and surmises that it'll be something like that. He chuckles that it's silly, isn't it? But Ki-taek's red and irritated face is gravely serious when he presumes that Dong-ik's wife likes events and surprises. Dong-ik confirms that she does, but she's particularly into this party. Ki-taek adds that Dong-ik is trying his best too. He does love her after all. After a moment of silence, Dong-ik lifts his headdress slightly to scratch at his forehead. He reminds Mr. Kim that he's getting paid extra, so he can think of this as part of his work. Okay? Ki-taek stares back at him without another word.
Infuriating. And again, if we're connecting as two human beings, what you should be saying is, "Hey, Mr. Kim, why do you look and sound so defeated?
Are you okay?
Are you okay, sir?"
Yeah, but it's very, don't fucking forget who's in charge here.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you like, well, what do you mean by that?
Yeah.
It's like,
Well, and this is the second time that he's been like, but you do love her, right?
yeah.
I mean, like, are you okay?
Hitting on my wife?
Well,
Are you in love with me?
or what's wrong, dude? Is there something you want to tell me?
But
Yeah.
again, that's crossing the line. He has a line drawn around his family and he is not trying to cross it.
He's another person. Just fucking talk to him. Maybe that would have been better.
Yeah, definitely would have been better. Inside, Ki-jung in her floral dress walks past the Italian chef and his assistant, played by Riccardo Ferraresso and Choi Jong-hyun, respectively. She glances around before joining her mom at the island in the kitchen. Her voice low, she asks if Chung-suk has gone down below. Chung-suk replies that she hasn't yet, and Ki-jung asks nervously, "Shouldn't we talk to them and reach an understanding?" Chung-suk agrees. They all got too fucking worked up last night. Ki-jung says that her dad was going on about some plan he has, but she abandons this thought with the decision that she's going down there. Chung-suk tells her to wait. She hands her a plate of meatballs and tells her to bring it down because they must be hungry. Ki-jung adds a few more to the plate and starts off toward the cellar steps, but she's stopped when Yeon-kyo comes in, laughing on her phone. She spots Jessica immediately, and Ki-jung coolly comments on how good the meatballs are as Chung-suk rushes away. Yeon-kyo pulls her to the side with a special favor to ask. We find them walking toward the yard, Yeon-kyo carrying a beautiful cake with a decadent layer of whipped cream topped with blueberries. She describes it as Da-song's trauma recovery cake, and she smiles that it has to be Ki-jung that does it. It's today's highlight. They walk out of frame just as Ki-woo begins to descend the stairs behind them. He goes straight into the cellar, setting down the stone on the ledge and using his body weight to push the cabinet away, as Moon Gwang had attempted to. He walks down the narrow halls leading to the bunker, holding the stone close to his body. He's breathing heavily and nervously when he peeks out around the corner, but as he starts down the last set of steps, he loses his grip on the scholar's stone. This is the other one that I was like, John Paul's gonna be mad at that.
Why and how? What?
I
the,
knew
why
it.
that?
I thought it was clinging to you.
Yeah, come on, dude. And you have both arms you're holding in.
Mm-hmm.
You threw it on the floor.
He's probably sweaty, man. It's a big
The rock.
He'd be brave to come down here.
Well, the back of it's made of banana peels. I don't know.
It clatters down the stairs, louder than anything has ever clattered, effectively giving him away. Still, he maintains his own silence as he creeps down the stairs and peeks into the bunker. Everything is still and quiet down here, but Ki-woo's breath catches when he turns toward the toilet and sees Moon Gwang's form lying still on the ground. He approaches slowly, whispering if she's okay, oblivious to the noose fashioned from wires that floats above his head. It's brought down in one swift motion and tightened around Ki-woo's neck as he's yanked off his feet. It's Gun-se, screaming as he drags Ki-woo across the floor. He's tied a piece of metal to the end of the wire, and he lodges it between the pipes where he was so recently held captive. He goes immediately to the dropped stone, and when Ki-woo tries to follow, he's yanked back by the wire. He pleads with Gun-se as the man stands over him, raising the stone high above his head, ready to bludgeon. But Ki-woo is able to pull the small piece of metal free, releasing himself. He flees up the stairs, the metal piece clanging against them as it's dragged from the wire still wrapped around his neck. His face still bloody from his frantic Morse code message, Gun-se races after him, banging on the narrow walls as he goes. Ki-woo makes it all the way to the cellar before he's yanked back off his feet. He falls down hard, and Gun-se is right behind, still raising up the stone. With no hesitation, he drops it down, and we hear the splat when it lands. Gun-se stands, free, with the crazed expression on his bloody face. In the yard, the cellist accompanies the singing of the soprano, played by Lee Jin-hae. But in the cellar, Gun-se is greedily drinking from a jar of plum extract before tossing it to the side where it shatters on the ground.
Different vibes.
Yeah.
Different strokes for different folks.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Don't do that.
No,
Different.
don't do that.
And Scooby-Dooby-Dooby.
No.
He pulls the cabinet back into place, concealing the open secret door. It's now that we see the deep gash in Gun-se's forehead and the blood smeared down and across his face. Down on the floor, Ki-woo lies motionless, a deep red pool of blood spreading from behind his head, meeting with the thick syrup of the plum extract. They converge next to the stone, but Gun-se quickly picks it up. He raises it above his head again before throwing it down onto Ki-woo's head. Ki-woo jumps in a spasm of reaction before going completely still, minus the frantic twitching of his limp hand. His job with Ki-woo finished, Gun-se starts up the stairs and into the kitchen. My jaw's on the ground.
Yeah. And I was certain that Ki-woo is dead.
Yes!
Mm-hmm.
In this
Oh,
moment.
yeah.
Something they had said that was interesting is that in order to get this shot of the plum extract and the blood mixing together, they tilted the set of the entire floor a couple inches.
It worked.
Yeah, because that shot is...
Yeah. In the yard, Ki-jung smiles as she holds the cake, and Yeon-kyo watches over it while the tall candles are lit and the singing and cello music continues. But Gun-se is sauntering past the kitchen island, pausing only to pull a knife from the block on the counter, the blade letting loose a metallic scream as it slides against the wood. He smiles as he approaches the glass doors to the backyard, where the partygoers stand, applauding. He mutters to himself as he goes, but Da-hae is clueless when she comes down the stairs holding her phone and calling out in a whisper, "Kevin!" All eyes are on the birthday festivities when Gun-se steps out into the yard, behind everyone else. Da-song is approaching Ki-jung, who walks with him wearing a warm smile and holding out his cake. With no warning, Gun-se sprints across the yard and plunges his knife into Ki-jung's chest. She reacts instinctively, raising the cake and smashing it against his bloody face. Dong-ik and Ki-taek pop up from behind the bush, but the damage is done. The knife sticks out from Ki-jung's floral white dress, and when Gun-se pulls it out, she can only mutter, "Shit," before collapsing. Her absence reveals Da-song, who saw everything. His eyes roll up to whites, and he falls backwards.
His wife was very clear of who deserved this vengeance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. Ki-jung was kind of my favorite character in the whole film.
Yeah.
And so to see this befall her really shocked me. But I guess it is set up with Dong-ik's plan, I guess, with what the play was going to be.
Oh, that's
Okay.
true. That's true.
But it's still, it's a shock.
Yeah.
It's just the way that Gun-se looks.
Yes.
And it's like, did you break? Like, I
Oh,
know,
yeah.
whatever, but, you just seen some crazy shit. You did some crazy shit. You drank all that prune
Plum
juice or plum
Yeah.
or whatever.
Plum extract.
It made him murderous.
Yeah.
It angered up the blood.
Yeah. And it, honestly, just watching that trek from the basement to the knife block outside,
Yeah.
it is so tense and uncomfortable.
Mhm.
Yes. And poor Da-song, dude, don't ever fucking give me a cake again.
Yeah.
Don't ever get me another fucking cake. We're
Yeah.
not celebrating my birthday.
No, it's
Oh,
pie.
no.
It's pie from here on
Yeah.
out.
It's over. It's over. Yeon-kyo screams, and a partygoer tries to stop Gun-se, only to get slashed across the gut for his troubles, spraying his blood across the beautifully arranged table and carefully plated hors d'oeuvres. It's pure chaos, and Dong-ik and Ki-taek come running, but Gun-se raises Ki-jung's arm and holds the knife over her, threateningly. He screams at everyone to stop before bellowing, "Chung-suk! Come out here, Chung-suk!"
So there it is.
There it
Yeah.
is. Bong said as well that shot of the blood splattering on the like nicely fancy made table was not storyboarded. It was something that just came to him when they were shooting.
Oh.
And he said that they ended up using it in the trailer, and it's such like a visual representation of kind of what this movie is.
Okay.
That's fair. They talked a lot about the cinematography and how much they used natural light. And a lot of these scenes, especially this final sequence, they had to pick their spots so carefully in order to get the right overhead sunlight
Right.
and casting the right shadows in the right direction.
Yeah.
So again, it's just this attention to detail to get exactly what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
But Chung-suk fights her way to the front of the crowd, crying out for her daughter to put pressure on the wound to stop the blood. She grabs the axe the guests were using to cut the wood and runs toward Gun-se. He abandons Ki-jung to defend himself, and both Ki-taek and Dong-ik run over to their fallen children. Yeon-kyo sobs, beckoning Dong-ik to bring their son to her, and he runs over, the boy hanging limply in his arms. Ki-taek watches all of this, Dong-ik running to Yeon-kyo, Chung-suk on the ground, using all her strength to keep Gun-se from stabbing her, the fleeing guests running away with their own children, Da-hae's frightened face as she runs, carrying Ki-woo over her back, his eyes closed and his body jostling almost lifelessly with every step. He looks down at his daughter when she raises her bloody hand, writhing in pain despite him applying pressure to the bleeding wound in her chest. She laughs that it hurts. Chung-suk crawls away from Gun-se, and he does manage to slash at her with his knife, but she picks up a long skewer with sausages impaled on it. There's a clamoring for Da-sung to be taken to the emergency room, but Dong-ik turns to Ki-taek, his eyes on fire, demanding to know what he's doing. There's no time to wait for an ambulance. He needs to drive them to the hospital. Her voice fading, Ki-jung tells her dad to stop pushing. It only makes it hurt more. Ki-taek raises his hands from his daughter's chest, her pretty dress soaked and sodden with her blood. Dong-ik screams at him to throw him the keys, and dazed, Ki-taek reaches into his pocket, takes them out, and tosses them. But they fall in the grass between the two men, and Chung-suk falls on top of them in the midst of her struggle with Gun-se. Dong-ik stares at this, another obstacle to getting his son to the hospital. But Gun-se is bringing the knife down, missing Chung-suk's face by inches and sinking the blade into the grass. But Chung-suk snatches up that skewer again and drives it into his side. Deep. Gun-se sits straight up in his shock and pain, the blood and decadent whipped cream still clinging to his crazed face. He falls to the side, and Chung-suk is finally freed to join Ki-taek in tending to their daughter. Dong-ik stands over Gun-se, his confused face and feathered headdress blotting out the sun behind him. Gun-se greets him by name and awe, prompting Dong-ik to ask, "You know me?" His voice high and wild, Gun-se cries out, "Respect!" But Dong-ik's priority is getting the keys that the man lies on top of. He rolls Gun-se over, but he pauses for a moment, the features of his face shuddering with revulsion as he raises his fingers to pinch his nose shut. Ki-taek watches this, and something within him breaks.
Yeah, I think it would have broken for me too. I honestly can't even believe that this is even on your mind.
Yeah.
To even react to that.
Yeah.
Fuck you forever. That's insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With everything going on right now.
Oh no, yeah. I myself was like, oh, okay. Like
Yeah.
that was your priority.
Yes.
Bong had said that his instruction was for him to look at Gun-se. His direction was for him to look at him like a stinky bag of trash. I feel like he did.
He did.
Yeah.
I'm pissed.
I know.
dude.
I know. It's astounding. Dong-ik retrieves the keys, still holding his nose as he turns to his wife, cradling their unconscious son and surrounded by their guests. Ki-taek sprints, losing his headdress to the wind, snatching the knife out of the grass, and Dong-ik doesn't even have time to heed the frantic warnings of his friends before Ki-taek is upon him. He snatches Dong-ik's headdress off, and just as he turns around, Ki-taek plunges the knife into his chest. The guests' cries are muffled by the tense score, but Yeon-kyo just stares at this, expressionless, in shock. The score mounts as Dong-ik falls to the grass, the handle of the knife sticking up defiantly like an exclamation. Ki-taek looks over at his wife and daughter. Chung-suk stands back, and Ki-jung blinks in disbelief. He turns to Yeon-kyo, who sinks to the ground in a faint, Da-sung going with her when her knees buckle. And finally, he looks down at his employer, Mr. Park Dong-ik, who he has stabbed in the chest. Ki-taek closes his eyes as a fly crawls along Gun-se's motionless fingers. But finally, he comes back to himself and he runs. Through the destroyed tables and food of the party, down the stairs where the fleeing guests left abandoned shoes and purses in their haste, and out of our sight, the gate yawning open behind him. It fades to black.
I get it, man.
What else can you do?
Yeah. I think it is, like I said, if he would have just talked to him. I feel like Ki-taek there was a few times, like we said earlier, he did ask him twice about, you love your wife? For me, it was him trying to connect. We're the same, right?
Right.
You're whatever. That's why they got upset when they were down there and they're like, hey, sis, check it out. And he's like, no.
Yeah.
But we are the same.
Yeah.
And him the whole time trying to get this acceptance, or in his head get it like, we are peers.
Yeah.
And then him holding his nose and being like, look, this is your job earlier or whatever. It's like, no, dude, we're not. You don't look at us that way.
Yeah.
So him snapping and being like, oh no, this is, you know what I mean? It's not right.
Right.
But I get it.
He snapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bong had said that for the last third of the film, Key Tech is a volcano and the magma is boiling and gurgling. And this is finally the moment where he crosses that line.
And we saw that even in the car,
Yeah.
Yeah.
where it's like he is ready to.
Yeah. It's like, but the indignities that he's suffered.
Yeah.
And then to go home to what he came home to. And then spending the night in the shelter. And then driving this lady around and following her. And just, it's like, I get, you know,
Yeah.
he's at the end of his rope.
And this shot of him escaping, it was so beautiful.
Yes.
The shadow across the lawn, coasting through this area that we have seen before and now in a completely different context.
Yeah.
Just remarkable.
Bong had said too that his headdress coming off is like he's done with the role play. Like it's over. He also said that Hitchcock said that when murder happens in broad daylight, it's more fascinating and more intense than when it happens in a dark alley. And that concept is what inspired this entire scene. He said that when you see something horrific like a car accident, you don't have the capacity to process it in the moment. It's when you get home and lay down to go to bed that you can't stop thinking about it. And that's what he wanted the scene to be. He wanted it to move so fast that you're like, wait, what the fuck is going on? And then when you go home, you're like that was crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that he was successful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In a voiceover, Ki Woo shares that when he opened his eyes for the first time in a month, he saw a detective who looked nothing like a detective. The detective, played by Lee Shi-hoon, stands next to a doctor, played by Go Guan-jae, and he starts to read Ki Woo his rights the second he opens his eyes. We are in Ki Woo's point of view when he starts to laugh, halting the detective's words. The detective behind him and the nurse feverishly taking notes both turn and stare. All four of them wear identical expressions of confusion. The detective asks if he's laughing, and the doctor leans in to investigate. We finally see Ki Woo, his head bandaged and oxygen tubes in his nose. Ki Woo's voiceover adds, then the doctor, who looked nothing like a doctor, spoke. After inspecting Ki Woo's eyes, he reports that this happens sometimes after brain surgery. They keep laughing for no reason. And Ki Woo does. He stares into space and laughs before raising his hands to inspect the IV tube sticking out of them. I think that this is interesting. The detective that looks nothing like a detective and the doctor that looks nothing like a doctor. It just made me think more of that, like, do I fit in here?
Yeah.
Like everybody like has a certain look or a certain smell or, you know, whatever. But the detective asks, slightly annoyed, if he has to read the Miranda rights again. So he starts louder and more emphatic. But this only makes Ki Woo laugh harder, making the detective whine. We see Ki Woo being led down the hall by the nurse, still chuckling, and then standing next to his mother in court, the giggles still coming. His voiceover explains that after he heard how much Ki Jung bled that day, even after he heard the words forgery, trespassing, foul play, self-defense, even when they were lucky to get away with probation.
That's crazy.
I was very surprised.
Heavy
Yeah.
on the lucky.
Yeah.
We cut to him, gazing out the window as he sits in the back of the bus next to Chung Suk, even when he finally got to see Ki Jung's face. And we see this, a framed photo of Ki Jung on an altar, next to an urn that reads, Kim Ki Jung, R.I.P.
Broke my heart.
I
Yeah.
know.
I had hoped with what he was saying that it would be visiting her in the hospital.
I know.
Yeah.
And Bong said that she is the real tragedy of the film, that she was the smartest person in her family, the one that wanted to broker peace with the couple downstairs, everything. And for her to be the one that dies, it's very fucking sad.
Yeah.
So why'd you do it, Bong?
You know, you did this,
Yeah.
right?
They were all scamming.
True.
They were all scamming.
They were, but she was the best of us.
She was the best scammer.
Yeah, she was. But Ki Woo smiles as his mother sobs next to him and his voiceover admits, I kept laughing. He chuckles as Chung-suk covers her mouth and tries to calm her crying. She holds a bouquet of white flowers in her hand. Chung-suk scrubs the furniture in Ki-jung's room, and Ki-woo continues that when he went back and watched the news reports, he didn't laugh. I was surprised to see them back in this apartment. I thought it was ruined.
Me too.
Yeah.
We pan across the semi-basement apartment to find Ki-woo watching the news on his phone in the bathroom. The JTBC reporter, played by Sao Pak-hyun, says that the sudden rampage in the backyard of an upper-class home is a highly unusual case. The police are unable to establish a clear motive since the homeless man who sparked the rampage died at the scene. Ki-woo skips further into the video, where another reporter, played by Shim Soo-mi, shares that the driver Kim and the slain Mr. Park were said to have been on good terms, and now the police are just focusing on locating Kim. Ki-woo clicks on another video where a reporter, played by Yoon-hae Ri, stands on the steps leading to the Park home's gate. She says that after exiting through this door and descending the stairs, Kim disappeared into the neighboring alleys. Searching the CCTV footage has provided nothing, and there were no witnesses. She adds that given the situation, it's not an exaggeration to say that Mr. Kim disappeared into thin air. We cut to Ki-woo walking down the stairs of the neighborhood and tacking flyers for the pizza shop on the doors. A following detective, played by Baek Dong-hyun, embarrassingly falls down the stairs trying to keep up with him. Ki-woo explains that he and his mom really had no idea where his dad was, but the detectives still wore themselves out tailing them. As Ki-woo treks through the trees of a snowy terrain, he tells us that once the news went quiet, the tail stopped and he started going up on the mountain. You can get a great view of the house from up there. He unzips his backpack and takes out a pair of binoculars. He lifts them to his eyes and peers directly into the living room of what was once the Park home. A German family, father, mother, daughter, and son, played by Andreas Frank, Anna Elizabeth Reilman, Melinda McDonald, and Sean Thomas, reside inside with their housekeeper, played by Rosie Peralta. They sit on the couch together, drink hot beverages, relax by the fire. Ki-woo says that despite the cold day, he decided to stay longer. And he does, after the family goes to bed and the lights inside die down. All except for one of the three above the entryway stairs. It flashes, blinking a message. Ki-woo takes out his phone and voice records the dashes and dots that he's seeing. On the subway, he translates the message with a cheat sheet. A slow smile spreads across his face, and the word he's discovered bursts from him in a quiet explosion. Son! We glide down the halls of the bunker as Ki-tek's voice takes over the message. Son, perhaps you, if no one else, will be able to read this letter. You were a Boy Scout, so I'm writing this just in case. We pan over to find Ki-tek at the desk, translating his message into Morse code. He continues, have your injuries healed? I'm sure your mom is plenty healthy. Ki-tek inspects the contents of the toilet before flushing it down, and he assures, I'm doing fine in here, though thinking of Ki-jung makes me cry. We pan up Gunsei's body on that horrible day, as Barry the dog gnaws at the sausages still stuck to the skewer impaled in his side. Ki-tek says, even now, what happened that day doesn't seem real. It feels like a dream, and yet it doesn't. We find Gunsei's dead and smiling face, but quickly cut to Dong-ik falling backward, slain by the knife that Ki-tek stuck in his chest. Ki-tek stares at his bloody hand as he descends the steps to the Park house and jogs into the alley where the guests are still fleeing. He says that as he went out the gate, he suddenly knew. We zoom in on the camera outside, the one with the cable that Moon Gwang cut, as Ki-tek creeps back into the house through the partially open garage door. Hunched low, he climbs the stairs and holds his shoes as he steps lightly through the living room and the kitchen, finally disappearing into the safety of the cellar's shadows. He finds the handle he hid above the cabinet, lets himself inside the secret door and turns the crank, sliding the cabinet back into place. Alone and hidden now, he sits on the stairs and sobs, rubbing his bloody hands together. We pan through the dark house, devoid of the park's furniture, as Ki-tek's voice ventures that a house where such a grisly crime took place would surely not be easy to sell. Down below, Ki-tek stares at a posted picture of Dong-ik and sobs an apology to Mr. Park. His message states that he struggled to hold out like that in an empty house. He eats tinned salmon before looking down the hall, and his voice explains that since the house was empty, he was able to give, what's her name? Moon Guang? He was able to give her a proper send-off. He steps out of the shadows with Moon Guang's lifeless body slung over his back. We cut to him shoveling up some of that lush green grass near the shrubbery on the outskirts of the yard, and he offers that he hears treeside burials are trendy, so hell, he did his best. When they're thudding upstairs, Ki-tek listens at the door, and his message muses that those real estate agents are sharks. They hoodwinked some people who had just arrived in Korea and managed to sell the house. We pan across the home, furnished now with framed photos of a new family of 4 and new decor. Ki-tek shares that with the parents working and the kids going to school, the family is usually out, but the goddamn housekeeper stays there 24 hours a day. Ki-tek scurries up the stairs and quietly opens the refrigerator door, peeking over his shoulder and admitting in his message to his son that every time he goes upstairs, he takes his life into his hands. But as he steals food from the fridge, he reasons that it turns out Germans eat more than just sausages and beer. What a relief. I read on Reddit as well that in the German subtitled version of the film, they say that it's an American family that moved in and Americans eat more than just Coke and hamburgers. What a relief.
Oh, wow.
I was like, if that's true, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Back down in the bunker, he sits on the bed and his message reveals that passing the time down here makes everything start to go hazy. Looking through it, he's written, Ki-tek stands and goes to the buttons connected to the lights. He starts to press in his message, and he offers that today, at least, I was able to write you a letter. If I send out the letter this way every night, maybe someday you'll see it. We see that light flashing through the falling snow. Ki-tek sits in his bed as his letter concludes. So long. Ki-woo is smiling and excited as he sprints back home, the hall light flickering above him when he turns it on. He immediately goes to the kitchen table and begins to write a letter of his own, and that night, he sleeps with the letter next to him, which did remind me of the Scholar Stone.
Oh,
okay.
Hope.
Yeah.
We hear his words. Dad, today I made a plan, a fundamental plan. He places the stone in a tranquil stream, and Ki-woo explains, I'm going to make money, lots of it. University, career, marriage, those are all fine, but first I'll earn money. A man walks with 2 real estate agents, played by Lee Eun-hee and Kim Se-in, up the sloping street to what was formerly the park's house. The women pause at the gate, assuring the man that once he's inside, he'll see that it's very spacious. But the man turns toward us, revealing himself to be Ki-woo, dressed sharply, his black hair a rich auburn and styled differently. He gazes at the street with a long sigh before turning back to the agents, who boast that they don't show this house to just anyone. Ki-woo's voiceover explains that when he has the money, he'll buy that house. He and Chung-suk stand in the backyard, and he continues that the day they move in, he and his mother will be in the yard because the sunshine is so nice there. Ki-woo takes in its glow as Chung-suk stoops to take a picture of a patch of flowers blooming on the outskirts next to the shrubbery.
Oh.
Our view is of the shadows of the cellar as Ki-woo assures, all you'll need to do is walk up the stairs. And so Ki-tek does, becoming more visible with every step until he finally walks freely through the empty kitchen. He crosses the living room and spots his wife and son in the backyard. Once he reaches Ki-woo, they embrace wordlessly, and Chung-suk hurries over, the 3 remaining Kims basking in their reunion, their luxurious home in the warm sun. But we fade to black and sink into the Kim's semi-basement apartment, just like we did at the very beginning, past the hanging socks and the snow swirling in the street. We find Ki-woo again, sitting on the couch with his letter instead of his phone this time, concluding his message with "take care then." And finished, Ki-woo lets out a long sigh, tears standing in his eyes when he looks up at us and breathes aloud. So long. It cuts to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Parasite? Before that, though, I just want to say really quick, that ending chokes me up. Like, it was hard to even get through narrating it. But Bong had said that it was that this last shot of Ki-woo back in the apartment, he called it a surefire kill and make sure that the audience is good and dead. He said that any hope of ambiguity is gone. And though he admits that it is cruel and sad that he did that, he also says that it's real and honest. He said that it would take Ki-woo 564 years to live in that house.
Okay.
That's just heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said that we're all essentially living in the same country and its name is capitalism. I thought that was...
He's goddamn
yeah.
right.
Yeah. I thought that was something. But yeah, because you think it's happening.
Yeah.
And I think that if it's over before dropping back in, which again I love because that's how we open the film.
Yes.
If it's over before that, you could literally know that that's his plan. Or no, he did that.
Yeah.
He made it. But he's like, no, we're not doing ambiguity here. We're not doing hope here. Scholar Stone is gone, bitch.
Yeah, it fell down the stairs.
It fell down the stairs.
And then we were beat to death with it.
Yeah, we were.
It belongs now to evidence.
Yeah, that's fair.
That it does.
That is fair.
But what did you think?
I did enjoy the movie. I, for one, and again, I know at the very beginning I said I got a few gripes, me personally. I understand about the ending. I don't want that. I don't like Bleak, and I don't like that ending. I wanted it to stop. I'm one of those. I just want it to be when they're hugging outside. Stop it there. That's enough. I don't need any more. You don't need to kick me in the throat again. Like, I'm fine, dude. Don't do that again.
Kick me in the throat again.
Well,
Don't do it
God
again.
damn.
No,
we just went through all that.
We did.
I totally get it because this one hurt a lot.
It's that. I'm not much for the, oh, no, we're just sad all the time. Fuck it. Though I know they were trying to just be accepted, or they did just want people to look at them fine. The Kims that I like you said, we relate, babe. We can all relate to like, okay, yeah, you want to be better, you want to whatever. But it was just, I'll be honest, it was a little hard to see. Not only that everybody was doing something bad, everybody was hiding something. Everybody was doing something shitty just to try to survive, or to like get up on somebody, or to like get up one on. And it was very weird to like, I don't know who I'm supposed to root for here.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm supposed to think. I don't know how sad I'm supposed to be. I don't know what, like, I'm unsure. I'm unsure who's the good guy, who's the bad guy. I guess nobody, though.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's both kind of.
Yeah, but again, even though the movie isn't one, to my full liking, the movie is gorgeous. The movie's really good. Everybody does what they're supposed to do and more. I don't like Bleak. I don't like sad. And it's just, it's that. And like I said, at the end, you get the roundhouse kick. And it's just like, no, don't wish or don't hope, or you don't have to anything. They're still living there. Fuck off. Oh, all right. Cool. Thanks, dude. Like,
okay, then we flashed back to when he was writing the letter. That's it. They're in the house now. That was just a flashback to the night he wrote that letter.
But you just said the director said something
Yeah.
completely
Well, no, we can decide something different.
different. It's from the creator.
No.
He said that.
What does Bong know? What does Bong Tail know?
No, I think, and it is, the ending is just so heartbreaking. And it is like giving you this little bit of hope only to have it dashed immediately.
Oh, yeah.
So it's really hard. But then again, it is very fucking real.
It is.
Too real.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem.
Yes.
You know, but I mean, everything, I think, but it makes you feel like the Kims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it is the perfect ending for the story that they're trying to tell here. And I feel like it is. It's very interesting to see all of these characters from these different walks of life, not really being able to root for any of them 100%, feeling like you should be able to.
Yeah.
Being able to relate to people who are not well off, having this kind of an experience, but then also the nefarious ways that they access this experience.
Yeah.
And then the very unfortunate and ridiculous ways that they fumble it. No pun intended.
Yeah.
No, but yeah.
No, yeah.
And this lack of class solidarity between this couple that is living underground, when it's like, look, you are and always will be closer to these people
Yeah.
than you will ever be to the parks.
And that lack of solidarity is what
That's
flipped
it.
that domino
Yeah.
and started all of this.
Yep.
And I feel like that, honestly, that's the message I take away from this film.
Yeah.
Is that you need that. You need that class solidarity. No bickering in between all of us here at the bottom. Cut it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're way closer to living underground than you are
Absolutely.
owning this house.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
And you have to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that, you know, I when the film ended the first time we watched it, and then this time as well, I just felt like that Scorsese meme, and I was just like, this is cinema. This is cinema. This is a beautiful film. It's a heartbreaking film.
Mm-hmm.
It is doing so much, and it's doing so much so well.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by so many sequences in this film.
Mm-hmm.
The way that peach section,
Yeah.
just that is a showcase. Performance, editing, cinematography, music.
Yeah.
Everything is just perfect. And you're watching it and you're just like, God damn. And I love that feeling whenever you're watching a film and you're like, we're in really good hands. And you feel that so many times.
It's like,
Yeah.
oh, we're eating.
Yeah. Thank you. But it is such a good feeling, though the film does end very bleak.
Mm-hmm.
It is a remarkable film. I know I'm going to return to. It is one you kind of got to prepare yourself for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you do kind of confront a lot of your own personal shit as you watch it.
Yeah.
And just seeing these trials and tribulations, this lack of respect, this unearned respect, it's just like, it's difficult in a lot of ways. It's challenging in a lot of ways. And I think that a lot of the best films are exactly that.
Yeah. I feel like it does, like you were saying, John Paul, about like, who do I root for? You know what I mean? I think it does, you know, challenge your morality in some ways, because it's like, I'm having a great time. Oh, wait, they're trying to send this woman into like an anaphylactic. Like, they might kill this woman.
And
you know what I
we've
mean?
kicked her down the stairs.
We then kick her down the stairs, and you know, it's like, again, but this is who you align with, and then they push it and push it and push it, and then you're like, oh
Yeah.
my god, am I rooting for the rich people? Oh my god, but they kind of fucking suck too. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
it is very much not a simple like, oh, they're good and they're bad, and I think that's what makes it so good for me, because they really, it would be very easy to lean that way.
Absolutely.
And I just, this, you know, both families lost someone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Moon Gwang and Gunsei, they're both dead. I feel like just this, and oh my God, what must men think?
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
What would you think? You come back and I just...
It's like that gif of Donald Glover with the pizza box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Times 100. Yeah, I just am blown away looking at where we end up from where we started. Bringing the film back visually to ending us in the same spot where we started is, I think, incredible, because for Ki Woo and Chung Suk, you know, if you take out the trauma and the experience, they are exactly back where they were, in that semi-basement apartment, struggling to get by with nothing to cling on to but hope. And it is like Ki Taek, once he abandoned his hope, he passed it straight down to his son.
Mm-hmm.
A level of hope that is delusional.
But at the same time, I feel like Ki-taek still held on to his hope in an interesting way because he is still giving this message every single night.
That's true.
No, yeah.
You know, he could have easily just resigned himself to just live here and be done, but he's like, no, I can still maybe reach
And
my family.
Yeah.
that's what makes it even more difficult, knowing that most likely he's just going to die down there. You know what I mean? It's a hard movie.
Yeah.
And I did not remember it hitting me so hard as it did rewatching it. But I mean, I don't know. I can't say enough good things. We can slide into ratings too. I just think that this is such a phenomenal film. I think it does so much, like you said, T, but excels at everything that it does. I think that everybody played their part to perfection. And that's difficult when you are working with such nuanced characters that feel real, because they're not some archetype of, well, I'm the underdog, root for me. Well, I'm the rich asshole, don't root for me. You know what I mean? It's not, we're not doing that here. We're telling a story about people who are relatable for different reasons. You know what I mean? I'm in awe. I think it's incredible. I think Bong Joon Ho has a brilliant mind. I really, really love this film. I understand all the accolades that it got, all the awards, all the acclaim. Just wow. But it is a doozy. You are having a really fun time and then you're not. And I just, again, want to underscore the commentary here. And like T said, really, underline that message of solidarity, because if it was like, look, we'll give you this much every month, give him food once a week. If she just would have done it,
Yeah.
we'd all still be in this fucking beautiful house taking money. We could pull that money and move like they had planned.
Yeah.
It's just really sad. And just this messaging of your circumstances, kind of clinging to you like a smell that you don't even smell anymore.
Yeah.
That's just a part of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so fucking good. It's just so damn good. So everyone be surprised. On a scale from 1 to 10, sadly symbolic scholar stones, I am giving Parasite 10 out of 10 sadly symbolic scholar stones.
What?
I know.
Oh my God. It's so metaphorical. I feel like this is a modern masterpiece. I think that it's brilliance, it's beautiful, and it's bleak.
Mm-hmm.
And I will now open up the floor to you.
I can't go that high.
I know.
I think for me, I do enjoy the movie, and like I said, there is very, very little complaints other than this is not my bag. It's very sad. The ending is not for me. It's just too, like, again, and I've said it before, I want to be entertained. Don't remind me of my spot in society. Fucking.
No, I get it.
You know
I get
what I
it.
mean? I don't want to see that shit. I see it every day, dude. Come on.
Right.
It's like,
I'm living here. I goddamn live here.
Fuck. But it is hard. It is, I think, T, like you're saying, preparing. This is one of those movies you got to prepare to watch. And I know we've covered a few of those, and I still will stick with that. I don't want to be sad the entire time I'm watching this movie. The beginning half where we're setting up, where we were
for a
fine,
while.
but
It was
like I said up top as well. It was a little too long for me. It was kind of a little too much. But I do appreciate that we're put in this story fully. You're not given. I mean, yeah, there's other stuff I'm sure we could question, but it means nothing. You know what I mean? It means nothing because you're given what's going on just in these lives, watching what they're doing, seeing how they're reacting to things. And then when we do find out again as the story goes on, oh, you guys aren't great. You are shitty as well. And that, oh no, they're nice because they have money. They're not nice people. Oh, okay. It is just a lot of like for me, like I said, it's who the fuck am I rooting for here?
Uh-huh.
Who am I? What's happening? But B-sides are, despite me having my feelings or how I feel for this movie, I would say, hey, go watch Parasite. If you like it, you like it. If it's too much, I get it. But everything looks really cool. When they're coming up and they're like, look, we got 8 minutes. That whole little sequence is chaotic, but it is a ballet of fucking beautiful shit going on.
Yeah.
And like I said, the kick is the kick to peace. And then it's like, that's bad. The silence is bad.
Yeah.
We hear that, and then it's like, oh, I don't know how good
We
after.
fucked up.
Yeah. But it is just that. It's a little too much for me sometimes. But again, like I said, watch it if you've never seen it. Tell us what you think. You know what I mean? And maybe, you know what I mean, you can tell me something and I'll be like, I changed my mind.
Someone tell him something.
Yeah. But for me, on a scale of 1 to 10, sadly symbolic scholar stones, I'm going to give Parasite, and please don't be upset with me again.
I'm not upset.
It's just too much for me. I'm going to give Parasite a 7.5 out of 10. I do like the movie, but having to prepare myself for it, it's just like, hey, you know what? I'll take some time before I watch this again.
I get it. Hey, different strokes.
Yeah.
Stop it.
No, you didn't have to finish.
Knock it off.
Yeah. We're everyday people. I
We
guess
are,
is
yes.
what the fuck.
We understand.
Right? Is that what you're waiting for?
This lady and her robot or whatever.
Auto-tune it, T,
Yeah,
so
we got
that you
it.
can...
I'll figure it out. Editing. Oh God. Let me put a bow on this thing. I completely understand where you're coming from, because there are parts that it gets really, really just stressful and difficult to reconcile with.
Yeah.
That ending is crushing because it's not his fulfilled dream that we're flashing back to the past of him being like, this is my dream that I'll actually accomplish.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work out. And that is just so sad, because then what is his life
Yeah.
from here?
His life is trying to climb and staying at the bottom. That's his life.
Yeah.
That's potassium benzoate.
It's bad.
It's bad. It's really, really bad. But again, as I said, it is kind of the perfect bookend to this film with that messaging. I really can't say anything more that wouldn't be just repeating everything. I think just on a technical level, this is just a masterclass. And narratively, I am blown away every single time I watch it. It is so well paced and so well directed. Once we hit a certain point, it just goes.
Yeah, it does.
And it's like a ride that you are just on, and you have to kind of, experience all that ride has to offer.
Yeah.
Which is very depressing.
Yeah. Sometimes.
It can be. I think it was off mic, but I had mentioned it kind of put me in the mind of, and I know it was after, puts me in the mind of some Better Call Saul situations. These certain schemes with Jimmy and Kim,
Yeah.
where it seems like a lot of fun at the beginning, and then it only is at the end that you realize that there is a massive human toll to this.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yeah, and when it's time for that to be paid, it changes the trajectory of everything.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way rewatching Parasite, because it's a blast watching them put this scheme together.
Yeah.
And this, back and forth, this interplay of him rehearsing with his family and then he's actually doing it.
Yeah.
It feels like a straight up comedy.
It does.
And then at some point, you are not going to be laughing for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just a very remarkable experience. And it's a special experience.
Yeah.
It is. Because, it's amazing, a film that can take you through that many emotions.
Yeah. But, as I said, not going to repeat myself. I am just going to go right towards the rating for this film.
Go on.
Out of 10 sadly symbolic scholar stones. For me, I am going to give Parasite 10 sadly symbolic scholar stones out of 10. I think that the fact of this film being able to elicit this many emotions this successfully, that's a remarkable thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it has so much to say that is so poignant. I'm so amazed by it. I will say, though, let's hold on to hope a little bit, though.
Please?
Let's hold on to hope.
This is a birthday hope.
Yeah.
There you go. That was my whole point.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Yay.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Parasite and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at JuggaloDaddy84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 200 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Podmortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, it may feel like vindication to get one over on the haves as a have-not, but beware. The consequences have a tendency to roll downhill. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers, ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Sydney Smith, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Sposto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Erica Morin,
Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H, August, Vengeance Spirit, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Peña, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H,
Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M, Ghastly Granddad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sonny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renlin, Ashley Poe, Najee P, Seth Schaff, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Calderas, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Codmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Randy Tucker, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Jasmine, Stu Corbett, Daniel Smith, Brick O, Pullout Lebowski, Jaden Nicole, Jody Grody, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joe Miller Apologist, Jalen Perry, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Claire Cantwell, Renee Hart, Meg Likes Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, and Nosferatu. Thank you so much.
Thank each and every one of you.
Thank you so much. And you just need to know that you are all just as sweet as peaches.
Ah,
Hey.
as long as, you know.
No.
Under the right circumstances.
Yeah.
Until next time.